Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku's path began in a violent world. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Deku was startled awake by the sound of glass breaking down the hall. Sitting up, he noticed a light under his door and heard his parents' voices. His mother sounded distressed, pleading with his father not to go. Please. You can't go, Hisashi, she cried. I have to. This job will get us enough money to leave this place, his father insisted. You know how dangerous this job is. They haven't ever gotten a lead on where this villain is located until now. He's skilled. Deku realized they were discussing his father's hero work. He usually went on business trips, and Deku enjoyed watching him on TV, so he didn't understand why his mother was so against it this time. That's why they're sending every hero they can to America. They're even bringing All Might. I have to take this opportunity, his father exclaimed. Deku's heart raced at the thought of his dad working with All Might. I don't care about the money. I just want you to be safe, his mother pleaded. Inko, I'm doing this for Izuku. We have to get out of this house and give him a better childhood. He has friends here. We don't have to move for him to have a good life. Please, you know this villain is too dangerous. Deku wished they wouldn't fight over him. I already said All Might will be there. He'll be fighting the villain, and we'll be dealing with his accomplices. I'll be fine, his father reassured. If you do this, don't expect me to be here when you get back. I couldn't live with myself if you got hurt, his mother warned. His father sighed. I'm going to go and I'm coming back, so don't worry. The argument quieted, and Deku assumed they had finished and gone to bed. His mother shouldn't be too worried. All Might would protect his father if he got into trouble. Deku lay back down, trying to push the conversation out of his mind. He woke up when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Rolling over, he squinted as his eyes adjusted to the bright light. Hey, kiddo, his father said with a smile, sitting on the edge of the bed. I'm going on a business trip for a couple of days. Deku sat up excitedly, a wide grin on his face. He couldn't contain his enthusiasm. His father was going to fight bad guys. His father chuckled and nodded. Yeah, and save lots of people too. Leaning forward, Deku wrapped his arms around his father's shoulders. Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a hero, just like you. Do you now? His father replied, amused. Deku pulled away, determination shining in his eyes. Of course. I want to be just like you. I'm going to miss you, buddy. I'll call you every night until I can see you again, okay? Deku nodded happily. All right, sweetie, we have to get Dad to the airport, his mother said, leaning against the doorway with a soft smile. Can I go? Deku asked eagerly. She nodded. Let's get to the car, sweetie. She turned and headed down the hall as his father picked him up. They all went outside, and his father secured Deku's seatbelt before taking his place in the passenger seat. The drive was quiet, the radio playing softly as they cruised down the road. Deku let the wind blow through his hair, watching the trees pass by. As they approached the airport, his father knelt to Deku's level and wrapped his arms around him. All right, I'm going to be back in 4 days. You keep your mother company while I'm away. Deku nodded. Yeah, we'll have fun. Plus, we can watch you on TV while you're fighting. His father chuckled. Yes, you can. Standing up, his father turned to his mother, who looked at him with concern. I'm coming back, he said, looking into her eyes with sincerity. His mother nodded, her voice soft. Please, just be careful. After exchanging goodbyes, his father went inside, and his mother took Deku's hand as they headed back to the car. Deku sat on his bed, bouncing his leg as he waited for his mother's phone to ring. When the familiar sound played, he quickly flipped it open and pressed it to his ear. Hey, Dad. How was your day? Hey, kiddo, his father replied, sounding tired. We had a meeting with all the other heroes, discussing how we would fight the bad guys. Did you see All Might? Deku couldn't hide his excitement. Yeah, he was there, his father chuckled before yawning. Are you tired? Sorry, it was just a long day. It's okay. Did you get to talk to All Might? Was he really strong like the posters? We didn't get to talk, But yeah, he's really strong and about 4 feet taller than I am. Whoa! He must be really tall then. How did he get through the doors? Deku laughed, imagining All Might having to duck under the door frame. I don't know, his father replied, sounding drowsy. You should go to sleep, Dad. You sound really sleepy. Yes, I am. I can call you tomorrow. Hopefully, we can talk longer then. Deku nodded, even though his father couldn't see him. Bye, kiddo. Love you. Love you too, Dad. The call ended, and Deku laughed, jumping up and running into the kitchen to return his mother's phone. Hey, sweetie, did you talk to Dad already? She asked. He got to see All Might in person. She laughed lightly. Go sit at the table, dinner's ready. Deku hurried over and took his place at the table as she brought the food. They ate quietly, exchanging a few words between bites. Soon, however, his mother fell silent, staring blankly at her food. Deku sensed her distraction but didn't want to disturb her, so he continued eating. Are you done with your food, Izuku? She asked after he set his fork down. He nodded, frowning. Hey, Mom? He stared at his plate, placing his hands in his lap, his feet dangling under the table. She hummed in response. Why are you so worried about Dad? He's really strong, you know. She was quiet, and he noticed her hands shaking slightly on the table. What made you think I was worried? I'm sure he'll be okay. Deku shook his head, closing his eyes. I heard you last night. He finally lifted his head to meet her gaze. Should I be worried about Dad? The villain the hero companies sent them to fight. He's a really bad guy, and it's a big deal. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Deku nodded, understanding. Then, can I ask another question? His mother looked nervous, taking a deep breath as she prepared for his next inquiry. Did something happen to your arm? Her eyes fell to her wrists as she pulled up her sleeve, covering the bandage. She had noticed it that morning. Don't worry about it, Izu, she said, standing from the table to grab their plates. He hopped off his chair and followed her to the sink, tugging at the bottom of her shirt, concerned. She had wrapped it up tightly, and he felt it must be serious. At least let me see it so I can kiss it better. Please, Izuku. Just go see if you can find Dad on the TV. But Mom, just go to the living room. He let go of her shirt, staring up at her as her shoulders tensed. Turning away, he wiped his tears and headed toward the couch. He grabbed the remote and stretched out his arms to click the button. Once he found the channel, he set the remote down and looked over the couch to see his mother covering her face with her hands. She thought he couldn't hear her sobs over the sound of running water, but it was clear to him. Turning back to the TV, he pulled his legs to his chest and rested his head on his knees, watching the news report from the helicopter camera, waiting to see if Dad would appear. His mother sat opposite him, hugging the other end of the couch as they watched the news reporter. We are live on the scene where a sting operation is taking place, the woman in the helicopter announced. Heroes from all over the globe, including All Might and Endeavor, have come here to stop these wanted villains. The camera panned out, revealing a large group of heroes and villains gathered in a fierce battle. Some figures dropped to the ground, motionless on both sides. He spotted his dad and jumped up, pointing and smiling. Mama, look, Dad's there. See how strong he is. He looked over, but his smile faded as he saw her chewing her lip, staring intensely at the screen. It appears that the fight is moving down Lusterberg Street. Let's hope they don't get into a densely populated area. He stepped over and held his mother's hand. It's all right, Mama. Don't worry. Turning back to the screen, he climbed onto the sofa again. Most of the heroes seemed to be struggling against opponents whose quirks countered their own. Dad managed to take down the villain he was fighting and put him in HNDCFFS quickly. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, moving around the group unnoticed by the heroes. The villains began to push harder, retreating. It appears that the villains are attempting to leave the scene while our heroes are recovering, the reporter announced. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the area, accompanied by distant screams. The screen turned to static and all sound cut out. They were frozen, staring with wide eyes. After a moment, he turned to her, tears streaming down their faces. Mama, what happened? Where did Dad go? Why is the TV not working? Mama? She shook her head, covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixed on the TV, not even looking at him. The static filled the room as he stared at her tear-streaked face, waiting for an answer. Mama! She got up, her phone flying off the coffee table into her hand. She rushed around the couch and headed for the door. Mama, where are you going? He hopped off the couch and followed her slowly. Stay here. I'm going to find out if Dad's okay. Then she left, shutting the door behind her. He turned back to the TV, then at the door and all around their small house. He felt suddenly alone. Why did Mama leave? He walked over and turned off the TV, tired of the scrambled sound. Holding his arms around his stomach, he wandered around, waiting for Mama, for Dad, for anything. He went into his bedroom, climbed onto his bed, and grabbed his blue stuffed bear, holding it close. He walked back into the living room, hugging the bear tightly and looking out the front window. He couldn't see Mama anywhere. The street was dark, illuminated only by the lights in the windows across the road. Turning around, he sat down with his back against the wall. The house seemed much bigger when it was just him. He hoped Mama would come back soon. He looked around again, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Tears continued to fall as he sat in silence. His eyes landed on the phone mounted on the wall in the kitchen, and he stood up, slowly walking over. He pulled a chair from the table to the wall and climbed on top of it. He pulled the phone from its socket and dialed the only number he had memorized. Hugging his bear, he listened to the generic ringing, waiting for an answer. Hello, a voice answered, and he sighed in relief. Mrs. Bakugu? He asked, wiping his tears softly. Izuku? Where's your mother? I don't know. We were watching Dad on the news, and she just left when it stopped. Is your grandma there? Is anyone home with you? Her voice was gentle and caring. He shook his head. No, I'm all by myself, and Mama didn't tell me where she went. Alright, I'm coming over. Katsuki, pick up your toys and get in the car. I'll be there in a few minutes. Do you want me to stay on the phone with you? Yes, please. His voice was quiet. Alright, it's all going to be okay. I'm getting in the car now. Bakugu, where do you think Mama went? She was silent for a moment, and he heard her car start quietly. I have an idea. I just hope I'm wrong. Why would you want to be wrong? You don't need to worry about that right now. I'm almost there, Izuku. Okay. He felt a bit sad, sensing she was keeping something from him. But he quickly shifted his thoughts back to Mama and Dad. He sat down on the chair, the curled wire stretching with him. He still didn't completely understand why they had argued. Mama usually worried whenever Dad left for work, but they had never yelled before. She had never tried to stop him. They had been so loud last night that it woke him up, and it made him worry too. Izuku, you still there? Yeah. He sniffled and wiped his tears again. Are you almost here? I'm about to pull into the driveway. I'll see you in a second, okay? Okay. She hung up, and he stood on the chair again to put the phone back in its place. He heard her car outside as he climbed down and put the chair back. He walked over to the door and opened it just before she knocked. Hey, Kaken, Mrs. Bakugu. Izuku, are you all right? She asked, picking him up and setting him on her hip. When did your mom leave? He wrapped his arms around her, laying his head on her shoulder. After the TV went off, she just left. Alright, I'm here. It'll be okay. She closed the door and sat at the dinner table with him in her lap. Mrs. Bakugu. Yeah. I don't know what to do. I just want Mama to come back. I know. She rubbed her hand in circles on his back. I can call her and ask her to come back for you. Does that sound good? He nodded, pulling back. All right. She set him on the floor, pulled her purse off her shoulder, and placed it on the table before walking over to the kitchen phone. Deku, what's going on? Kaken asked, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. He turned around. I don't really know. Mama just left and told me to stay here. He looked up at Bakugu, who had the phone to her ear and wasn't saying anything. Their eyes met, and she looked worried. Mama didn't answer her phone. His heart raced as he held his blue bear tighter. Bakugo! Her cell phone in her purse began to ring, and she pushed the kitchen phone back into its place forcefully before retrieving her cell. She flipped it open the moment she got it free from her bag. Yes, why are you calling? She looked down at him with horror in her eyes. Thank you, miss. She closed the phone. His mind raced, but he couldn't decode any of his thoughts. He stepped forward, dropping his bear. Bakugu. Tears ran down her face as she knelt in front of him. I'm sorry, Izuku. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him close. Mom, why are you crying? Kaken started to tug at Bakugu's sleeve. Bakugu, what happened? Where's my mama? He began to panic and back away. Izuku. She's gone. He froze, staring at her. No. Where is she? I want to see mama. You're lying. She's gone. Kaken asked, and she nodded. He turned to Izuku and put his arms around him. No. Everybody shut up. Izuku pushed him away, seeing the hurt and worry in Kaken's expression. She's not gone. She's not. She's not. He knotted his hands in his hair as tears streamed down his face. Izuku, I can take you to her. I'm not sure you'd want to see her, though. He sat in the corner of Mrs. Bakugu's living room, staring at the wall with a blank expression, painted with tired tears. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu sat on the couch across the room, talking quietly as Kaken was somewhere else in the house. The American hospital called today. They said Hisashi woke up early this morning, Mr. Bakugu muttered. Does he know that Inko? I don't think so. I don't even think they are aware. Izuku lightly tapped his finger against his leg, leaning his head against the wall. Did they at least say when he would be released from the hospital? Mrs. Bakugu glanced over at him, and he could just barely see from the corner of his eye. He'll be observed overnight, and he can come home tomorrow. That's good, she sighed. I don't know what we'll do with him until then. We're going to have to wait for Hisashi to come back. He'll know what to do. Will he? She looked between Mr. Bakugu and Izuku. Besides, we can't just wait for him to leave the hospital and then get on a plane to fly all the way back here. Just look at him. He's hurting. Izuku curled up more, pulling his legs closer to his chest. Kaken came around the corner. Hey, Dad, do you want to come play with my action figures? Izuku didn't respond, keeping his eyes on the floor as he fidgeted with the fabric of his sock. Katsuki, give him some more time. Mrs. Bakugu looked sweetly down at Kaken. Go on back to your room for now. Izuku stayed in that corner all day. It was his favorite spot. He could easily ignore everyone and be by himself. He didn't eat when Mrs. Bakugu said they made lunch and stopped paying attention to them at all. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see Mama. The image of her was haunting and he tried not to think about it, but he just wanted to be with her again. He watched the sky grow darker through the window, holding onto the blue bear he refused to let go of. Soon, Mr. Bakugu came closer and knelt down. Izuku, it's getting late. You need to get some rest. He glanced at him, feeling like the most he had moved all day. Do you want to sleep in our room? Or you can sleep in the guest room if you'd like. His voice cracked, and he swallowed before trying again. I don't want to be alone. All right. He offered his hand, and Izuku took it, standing up and wrapping his arms around him. He lifted Izuku off the ground as Mrs. Bakugu turned out the lights. They lay down and pulled the blankets over their shoulders. Izuku turned over and held on to Mrs. Bakugu, who laid her arm over him. They remained like this, and he held on tight until they all fell asleep. Izuku. He felt a hand on his shoulder and lifted his head from the wall where he was sitting once again. It's time to go see Dad. Mrs. Bakugu smiled at him. He nodded and got up, placing his hand against the wall. They walked out to the car, Kaken holding his dad's hand as Izuku followed behind the three. Mrs. Bakugu opened the door behind the driver's seat, and he climbed in, pulling the seatbelt over himself. He looked out the window, staring blankly as the trees passed. As they drove next to the airstrip, his eyes followed the planes coming and going. They all walked inside, and Mrs. Bakugu took his hand, leading him to a bench. People passed by, their voices filling the air of the large area as Izuku searched the crowd for his father. Mrs. Bakugu leaned closer to him, pointing forward. He jumped off the seat and ran ahead, weaving through the throng until he reached his dad. He called out, and as his father bent down, Izuku leaped into his arms. His father was covered in bandages and cuts, his hair a mess, and dark circles under his eyes made him look worn. Despite his appearance, Izuku recognized him immediately and felt a rush of relief being in his embrace. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he buried his face in his father's shoulder. His father chuckled lightly, patting his back and asking if he had really been that worried. Izuku shook his head vigorously, unable to find the words. His father lifted him up, and Izuku wrapped his legs around his torso for support. He asked about Inko, and Izuku squeezed him tighter at the mention of his mother. Mrs. Bakugo's voice was filled with sorrow as she spoke, explaining that Inko had thought Hisashi was dead due to a misleading report. Mr. Bakugo approached, standing beside Kaken. Hisashi's expression changed as he learned the truth about Inko. He took a step back, visibly shaken, and Izuku cried into his shoulder. Hisashi set Izuku down and turned to Mrs. Bakugo, tears streaming down his face as he desperately sought reassurance. Years later, Izuku dashed around a corner, struggling to hold an assortment of drinks. The shopkeeper shouted after him, claiming his store had just been robbed. Izuku turned down an alleyway, finding himself at a dead end. The shopkeeper laughed, thinking he had cornered Izuku, but the boy smirked, his eyes glowing red as he glared at the man. The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of horror as he fell to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. Izuku crouched down, teasing him about his fright, enjoying the power he felt in that moment. The man screamed and begged him to go away, but Izuku simply stood up, his eyes returning to normal as he walked away, leaving the confused bystanders behind. Feeling disappointed with how easy the situation had been, Izuku made his way down an empty street, checking to see if anyone was watching. He approached an old warehouse and slipped through a broken window. Inside, he set the drinks on a dusty table and wandered through the dimly lit space, filled with cobwebs and dust. The building had been abandoned since the late 60s, and Izuku appreciated the solitude it offered. He climbed some creaky wooden stairs to the second floor, moving past old desks to the back room. He climbed up a ladder to the roof, taking a deep breath as he stepped outside. The cold air made his breath visible, and he kicked a rock as he walked to the edge, looking out over the trees and listening to the sounds of the few people below. Sitting on the ledge with one knee pulled to his chest, he took in the peaceful scene. The wind, the birds, and the sunset created a comforting atmosphere that made him feel less alone. This spot was his refuge, a place where he could simply be himself. After a while, he returned home, typing the code to open the large iron gates and walking down the long driveway. He heard the gate click shut behind him and called out that he was home as he kicked off his shoes at the door. His father grumbled about his whereabouts, asking for beer. Izuku glared at him, lifting the plastic bag with the drinks he had bought. He questioned why his father hadn't asked Yatsuda for help, to which his father replied that it was Yatsuda's day off. Izuku muttered under his breath and walked away with his sodas, heading up the grand staircase to his room. Sitting at his desk, he twisted the cap off a drink, enjoying the fizz as he settled into the silence of his room. It felt cold and lonely, the air artificial and clean. His bed was perfectly made, and everything was organized, but the emptiness lingered in the atmosphere. It was always like this, nothing ever lay around, and everything was meticulously in place. The sight felt unnatural, almost unreal. This house resembled something out of a movie. It was large and well-kept, with the cleaning crew ensuring there was never a speck of dust, the laundry was always done, and no dirty dishes were ever in sight. One of the maids had once told me that I could have anything I wanted. But after Mom passed away, after she took her own life, all I ever wanted was to be close to Dad. He immersed himself in work, becoming the 5th-ranked hero in the world, but in doing so, he was rarely home. When he was often drinking and distracted, never paying attention to me. I hated every moment of it. Nobody seemed to care about me. All the kids at school were afraid of me because of my quirk, and some of the teachers were too. Kaken began to bully me when middle school started, always insisting that my quirk would be useless for a hero. I never spoke up to the teachers or Dad because, deep down, I agreed with him. I got up and walked over to my mirror, looking at my reflection. I despised what I saw. I felt heavy, my hair was always in my face, and my freckles seemed unattractive. My eyes drove me crazy. The dark emerald color was fine, but when I used my quirk and they glowed red, I felt a deep sense of shame. While my quirk was useful for evading trouble, it came with a heavy price. I had nightmares every night, and I tried to avoid sleep because of them. I hadn't had a good night's sleep in years, often waking in the middle of the night or not sleeping at all. When I looked into the mirror and saw my red eyes, I confronted my worst fears. As I lay in bed, I glanced at the time on my phone. It was 6:15 in the morning. I yawned and stretched my arms above my head. Pulling the blanket off my legs, I sat up, deciding it was time to get ready for school. I walked over to my closet, my socks silent on the sleek wooden floor. I retrieved my black school uniform and changed out of my sleeping shirt. The sun began to rise, casting light through the lightly colored drapes as I dressed. I grabbed my backpack from the hook on the wall and slung the straps over my shoulders. Finding my shoes back in their place on the floor of my closet, I put them on and tied the laces. Then I headed downstairs to take my medications before leaving the house. The school year was almost over and I could try out for UA. I wasn't sure if I would get in, but I was determined to try. Despite everything that had happened, I still wanted to be a hero, though I was starting to question whether they were as noble as I once believed. My father had been a great hero long before he became famous worldwide. He cared about keeping people safe and returning home to his family. Now, he seemed obsessed with rewards and money. I had heard some troubling rumors about Endeavor, but I didn't know if they were true. Heroes these days appeared increasingly corrupt, seeking fame and fortune. I pushed those thoughts aside, knowing I would never care about money. I just wanted to help others. I walked slowly, aware that I would arrive half an hour early if I went any faster. The chilly wind brushed past my face as I made my way to the school, which felt more like a prison. I longed for a more fulfilling life. Everything I did bored me. I wasn't sure how much longer I could endure the nervous glances directed my way, each monotonous day passing without change. Everyone feared me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Upon entering the school, I attempted to smile at the few students already there, but their eyes darted away from mine. Most of the students knew about my quirk and were afraid of me for it. The worst part was that no one realized I had no interest in scaring them for no reason. I rolled my eyes and made my way to my first class. The teacher wasn't there yet, but I didn't mind. I headed to the back of the room and took my seat. Resting my head on my arms, I felt my eyelids grow heavy. I blinked repeatedly, trying to stay awake. Unsure if I could remain alert like this, I sat up slowly, waiting for the first bell to ring and for the class to fill in. A few minutes later, the bell rang, and as expected, no one spared a glance in my direction. The teacher strolled in just after the class settled down. The teacher began speaking, attempting to quiet the class, while my gaze wandered to the window. I fidgeted with the brittle chain around my wrist, watching the wind rustle the trees. I twisted the small gem around my fingers, tuning out the teacher's voice. The class erupted in cheers, and I turned my attention back to the front. Everyone was showing off their quirks as the teacher discussed the challenges of becoming a hero. Kaken laughed, declaring that he would be the first and only student from our school to get into UA. He leaned back in his chair with his feet on the desk, dismissing the teacher's words. The teacher reminded him to watch his language, then turned his attention to me. He asked if I wanted to go to UA too. The room fell silent, and Kaken glared at me, his anger palpable. He growled my name, demanding to know why I was trying to surpass him. He pushed his desk aside and stood up, towering over me. I remained calm, stating that I just wanted to be a hero. Kaken stepped closer, and everyone's eyes were on him, while the teacher had left the room moments earlier. He scoffed, insisting that I would never be able to get in because my quirk wasn't strong enough. Just then, the bell rang and most of the class hurried out, indifferent to what happened next. Only Kaken and a few of his friends stood in front of him. He felt a surge of annoyance at Kaken's constant shouting, questioning why he was always so quick to push him down. Kaken responded that it was because he never gave up, even though it was clear he would never be a hero. He claimed that he scared people and could never save them, pushing him against the wall and gripping the front of his shirt. Determined, he grabbed Kaken's forearm and stared into his eyes, challenging him. Kaken leaned closer, whispering that he was a coward and wouldn't dare to act. With a grin, he released him and walked back to his seat, grabbing his bag. Just before leaving, Kaken suggested he could take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a better quirk in his next life, smirking as he and his friends laughed while exiting the room. Fists clenched, he turned to go home. As he walked past the koi pond, the fish scattered, and birds took flight from the sidewalk. Even the animals seemed afraid of him. Sighing, he took the long way home, wanting to delay entering the house he had disliked since the moment they moved in. He muttered to himself, recalling Kaken's hurtful words. Anger bubbled within him. Kaken had witnessed the turmoil with his mother and still told him to end it all. Over the years, his dislike for Kaken had only grown, fueled by relentless reminders of his perceived failures. A strange rattling noise caught his attention, halting him under a bridge. Turning around, he noticed a manhole cover being pushed aside. His eyes widened as he watched a creature crawl out of the sewer, stepping closer and making his heart race. He glared at its red eyes, but the creature didn't flinch. It froze momentarily before lunging at him. Its strange, liquid-like body wrapped around him, restricting his movement. It hissed that he would be its new vessel, forcing green sludge into his mouth. He struggled, unable to breathe as it traveled down his throat, pain radiating through him. Tears filled his eyes as he fought to pull the slime away, his vision blurring and feeling as if he might lose consciousness. Just before his eyes shut, he saw a figure approaching them. When he regained consciousness, he looked up to see a thin man with cracked lips and messy blue hair. The man greeted him, expressing relief that he was awake. He sat up, shielding his eyes from the sun, and asked who the man was. The stranger introduced himself as Shigaraki, mentioning that he had dealt with the green creature. Grateful yet confused, he stood and approached Shigaraki, questioning why he had saved him and if he was a hero in training. Shigaraki chuckled, scratching his neck, and clarified that he wanted to help him, hinting at the strength of his quirk, which he might not fully understand. Though thankful for the rescue, he hesitated, unsure of Shigaraki's intentions. The man offered him a small card, inviting him to call anytime. After a brief exchange, Shigaraki waved goodbye and left. He looked down at the card, which bore a name and number, pondering the meaning behind Shigaraki's offer of help. The situation felt odd yet intriguing. He pocketed the card and retrieved his backpack, noticing strange gray dust on the ground but not questioning it. As he walked down the road, he felt the crisp air against his skin. Upon arriving home, he noticed a sleek steel blue Corvette in the driveway. He brushed his fingers over the car as he passed, heading to the front door. Inside, the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air. He removed his shoes and dropped his backpack and jacket on the floor. As he searched the house for the source of the voices, he found his dad and Miss Kana at the dinner table, sharing sweet smiles and conversation. He rolled his eyes, acknowledging Miss Kana's return. She snapped out of her daze and embraced him, her curly blonde hair tickling his face. He assured her he was fine, but she noticed his appearance and expressed concern about his sleep. His dad chimed in, affirming that he was fine, but he glared at him, gritting his teeth. Miss Kana sighed, and he redirected the conversation to inquire about the doctor's report regarding his mother. She explained that things weren't looking good, suggesting that if she didn't use her quirk, she could live for another 2 years. He frowned, asking where Ayuka was. "Can I see her?" "She's upstairs, sleeping," Dad grunted. "You can go if you want, sweetie," Miss Kana smiled softly. He nodded in response, thanking her. "Don't wake her up. She needs to sleep," Dad reminded as he turned away. Yeah, he muttered, making his way up the stairs toward her room. He pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside, seeing her small form lying atop the large bed. She had turned 6 a few weeks ago, but due to her condition, she barely looked 4. He walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. "Hey, Ayuka," he mumbled quietly. He brushed some of her short, pale blue hair out of her face. Her gentle features and freckles contrasted with her pale skin, making her look so peaceful. She always slept well because of her quirk, and he envied that. Their quirks were complete opposites day and night, black and white, good and bad, happy and sad. She could sleep, and he couldn't. I missed you, he spoke, knowing she couldn't hear him. You could always make my day better, but you're going to the hospital more and more. I can barely see you recently. He sighed, looking down at the floor. I was knocked out today. I don't know for how long, but it was long enough to terrify me. He didn't have to be out for long. He couldn't even remember what he dreamed about when he woke up. He just remembered the horror or pain he felt. I don't know what I'm going to do when you're gone, he said, pulling his knee up to his chest. You're my sister and my friend. He wiped away a tear as it fell down his face. Izuku, he heard Ayuka's small voice behind him. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. He turned to see her silvery purple eyes staring at him. How much of that did you hear? He faked a smile for her. Just the last bit, she said as she sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. I missed you, Izuku. I don't like hospitals. I know, he replied softly. She pulled away and sat on her knees. Do you want to sleep? He shook his head, looking at her sadly. I can't let you do that for me anymore. Izuku, please. I want to help you. I know how bad your nightmares are. I can hear you screaming in your room when you actually do sleep, and the bags under your eyes just keep getting darker. Please, she began to plead, tears welling in her eyes. Ayuka, haven't you been listening to the doctors? You know you shouldn't use your quirk anymore. Izuku, please. I can help you. Just let me. You need to sleep. You can't be afraid of it forever. He closed his eyes, sighing. Fine, he finally relented. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. For the first time in a while, he woke up without fear, without his heart pounding. He looked around and saw that Ayuka was standing in the bathroom attached to her room. She stood on a short stool in front of the sink, and the water was running. He ran his hand through his hair as his eyes adjusted to the light. Oh, you're awake, she smiled as she pulled her sleeves down and turned around. I thought you would sleep longer than just a few hours. He glanced up at the clock and saw that it was just past 7. Sorry, Ayuka, he mumbled his apology. She shook her head and hopped on the bed next to him. Did you sleep well? He nodded. Thank you. Her smile widened, bringing a small smile to his face as well. But that really has to be the last time. She huffed and rolled her eyes. I can do what I want, Izuku. No, it will only make you weaker. I can't let you. I could try to sleep though, if that will make you feel better. Okay, but if you wake up screaming in the middle of the night, I'll help you. Not anymore, Yuki, he shook his head and stood up. Let's go see if dinner's almost ready. He quickly changed the subject. They couldn't argue about this anymore. Then they headed downstairs, Ayuka jumping down with both feet. Dad, are we going to eat soon? He asked as they turned the corner to the dining room. Miss Kana and Dad were still sharing longing looks, giggling softly. Yeah, he scoffed, taking a sip of his drink and glancing over with cold eyes. The chef said the food will be out in just a few minutes. Miss Kana looked over, her smile warm, contrasting Dad's scowl. Hey, Ayuka, she said, looking down at her daughter and holding out her arms. How are you feeling, sweetheart? I'm good, a little hungry though, Ayuka smiled. He walked around the table and took his seat. After a few minutes of talking with Miss Kana and some grunts from Dad, the kitchen crew came out with carts full of food. He sat quietly eating as the three of them talked. Ayuka told Dad about something funny the doctor had said while they were at the hospital. Miss Kana asked if he wanted to do anything for their anniversary next month. He tuned out their conversation, staying quiet until he heard his name. Are you still going to take the test for UA, Izuku? Miss Kana asked, and he looked up from his plate. He nodded. Yeah, I think it will be more difficult, but my quirk is strong. I'm sure I could get in. That's great. Don't ever let others tell you that you can't. I know you can be a great hero, she encouraged. It would be nice, Dad said, eyes on his food. Having 2 heroes in the house. You get big enough. Maybe I could retire early. He chuckled to himself before putting more food in his mouth. I'm not doing it for the money, he glared across the table. Whatever could. Think of it as a bonus then. He tightened his fist under the table. They could keep their money for all he cared. He just wanted to do something more exciting for a change. Is that why I got a call from the store downtown? You can't keep running around doing things like that just because you're bored. He slouched in his chair. Whatever, he muttered. What are you talking about, dear? Miss Kana's eyes bounced between him and Dad. Izuku here has been causing trouble and scaring people to get away with it, Dad said. She gasped. Izuku, why would you do that? Does it matter? I didn't get caught, and I'm sure Dad played the shopkeeper anyway. He looked at Miss Kana, her expression holding disappointment no matter how you looked at it. Izuku muttered an apology begrudgingly. He could feel the gentle concern in her voice as she asked why. She had never been the type to get angry, even after all the years he had known her. His father, glaring with frustration, reminded him that the money spent was coming from his pocket. He rested his head on his hands, fingers interlocked. Ayuka, who had been quiet for a while, asked if Izuku was in trouble. They ignored her, and she pressed on, urging him to explain so they could possibly fix the situation. Izuku scoffed, dismissing their concerns. He explained that it was just something to do, a thrill in running from the old shopkeeper. He even mentioned stealing beer for his dad, nodding in his direction. His father warned him about the trouble he could face, questioning whether he enjoyed getting into trouble. Izuku mumbled that maybe he did, almost to himself. His father, determined not to let his son face jail time over something trivial, pointed a finger and glared. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku pushed his chair back and stood up. He expressed his frustration about the constant cycle of chaos in their lives, Ayuka going to the hospital, his dad drinking, and him feeling isolated. He gestured around the table, emphasizing that no one truly believed in him, and the only time he felt alive was when he was escaping from those who despised him. He turned and stormed out of the room before they could respond. Grabbing his jacket and bag by the front door, he headed upstairs. Once in his room, he tossed his bag across the floor and dropped his hoodie, cursing under his breath as he kicked the corner of his bed, pushing it slightly forward. He sat down on the now crooked bed, resting his head in his hands. He felt a deep sense of frustration, knowing that his family didn't truly care about him. The conversation had accomplished nothing. It felt like a waste of time. His father would likely just drink and forget about it. As he looked up, he noticed a small white card on the floor next to his jacket, the one the man had given him earlier. He picked it up and walked over to his desk, placing the card between the pages of his hero journal before starting to sketch the man from memory. He laid his head down on his arms, gazing out the window as the teacher droned on about the lesson. The exams for UA were the next morning, a chance to escape the school and pursue something meaningful. The teacher's voice bored him. To keep himself occupied, he picked up his pen and began doodling on his hand, creating flowers, lightning bolts, circles, and random lines. Soon, his designs covered his hand and wrist. His eyes grew heavy as he watched the ink spread. The sounds around him faded into the background, and he felt himself drifting off. A gentle violin melody played in the distance, and he swayed slightly to the tune, feeling his heartbeat synchronize with the music. He was jolted awake by a tapping on his desk. As he looked up, he saw a clean, unwrinkled black suit. An elderly man with an eerie smile and pale skin stood before him, his gray eyes piercing. A crow with obsidian feathers perched on his shoulder, its yellow eyes glowing in the dim room. Izuku stood slowly, feeling the man's ghostly gaze follow him. As he backed away, another crow flew through the window and landed on his desk. The classroom appeared empty, heavy fog swirling around the desks. The light outside had vanished, and it seemed to be night. The man's wrinkled face grinned wider as Izuku scanned the room. His heart raced, and he felt a headache forming. His legs threatened to give way beneath him. 2 more feathered wings landed in the window frames, and a chilling screech pierced the silence. The man began to laugh maniacally, raising his right hand, his laughter growing louder. Izuku stepped back, the floor creaking beneath him as the man's hand rose. When his fingers snapped, the sound echoed like a thunderclap. Instantly, 3 more sets of dark birds flew in. The 7 birds flapped their wings chaotically, filling the air with their frantic sounds. Their wings beat against the air, creating a storm of noise. The cacophony of their cries grew louder, and the man's laughter echoed throughout the room, causing the desks to shake. Tears streamed down Izuku's cheeks as he stepped back with trembling legs. His breath became visible in the cold air, and his sobs were drowned out by the overwhelming sounds. He crouched down, covering his ears and staring at his knees, feeling as if he were in the midst of a violent storm. A church bell rang amidst the chaos, and his ears burned. His head throbbed and his chest felt tight. The sounds of laughter, bird cries, wings flapping, and ringing bells mixed together, becoming unbearable. Then, just as suddenly as it began, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The room brightened, and when he opened his eyes, the man and the birds had vanished. It was silent. He wiped away the tears on his face, his hands still shaking. The teacher's voice broke the silence, asking if he was all right. Izuku blinked rapidly, taking a deep breath as he realized he had fallen asleep. He dismissed the teacher's concern, wanting to be left alone. The teacher informed him it was time for lunch and reminded him not to sleep in class, as it was disrespectful. Izuku replied that he would be glad to never sleep again, hinting at the struggles he faced. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he left the classroom, his heart still racing. He had been trying his best, and it seemed no one understood that. As he walked down the hallway, he couldn't shake off the remnants of the nightmare that had haunted him, the echoes still lingering in his mind. Turning the corner, he passed the cafeteria, the restroom, and the gym before stepping out of the school. A headache began to form as he made his way to the nearby convenience store. He retrieved a bottle of ibuprofen from his bag and took the pills, hoping to ease the discomfort. Upon entering the small shop, the cashier greeted him with a generic hello. Izuku glanced at the security cameras before heading to the back to find something to eat. He grabbed a jar of peanut butter and some Ritz crackers, then crouched behind an ice cream cooler, hidden from view, to stuff the items into his bag. As he was about to leave, a small package on the shelf caught his attention. The middle-aged worker didn't seem to notice as he took it and stepped back onto the street. He made his way to an old factory, where he smeared peanut butter on a cracker and began to snack. After a few minutes of boredom, he set the food down and approached a makeshift pull-up bar he had set up. He jumped to grab it, feeling some of his dark hair fall into his face as he pulled himself up and let himself fall. His hands tightened around the bar, and he focused on his workout, spending hours doing pull-ups, push-ups, crunches, and lifting random construction equipment. Izuku paced his room, waiting anxiously for news from UA. His stomach churned with uncertainty about the entrance exam results. He couldn't shake the feeling that the other students were far more powerful than he was. What if they didn't accept someone with a quirk like his, one that forced people to confront their greatest fears? The Yuka, sitting on his bed, interrupted his thoughts, noting that he was muttering again. He froze and smiled softly at her, apologizing for his anxiety. She reassured him that he didn't need to worry, reminding him of his strength and potential to rise to the top, even if he didn't attend UA. Suddenly, Miss Kana called from downstairs, prompting both of them to jump up and rush down. Miss Kana beamed as she held an envelope with UA's emblem on it, urging him to open it. His heart raced as he tore it open, scanning the contents quickly. The anticipation in the room was palpable, and then he saw the words. He had been accepted into UA's hero. Joy surged through him as he announced his acceptance, and they all celebrated with laughter and hugs. Tears of happiness welled in his eyes as he realized he had achieved his dream. Standing outside the imposing gates of UA, Izuku took a deep breath, feeling both intimidated and proud. He entered the school, navigating the long hallways in search of classroom 1A. It felt strange to receive friendly smiles and waves from other students. He was used to being avoided. Checking his phone, he realized he was running late. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. He turned to see a boy with red and white hair, whose heterochromatic eyes caught his attention. He was momentarily distracted by the red scar on the boy's face. The boy waved his hand in front of Izuku's face, asking if he needed help finding his class. Izuku apologized for spacing out and asked about classroom 1A. The boy revealed he was in the same class and urged Izuku to follow him to avoid being late. As they walked, Izuku learned the boy's name was Shuto Todoroki. He was surprised to discover Todoroki was the son of the pro-hero Endeavor. They continued their conversation, both agreeing to avoid making assumptions about each other. After a brief silence, Todoroki opened the door to their classroom. Izuku got his attendance sorted with the teacher and found a seat right behind Kaken. Despite Kaken's usual anger, Izuku felt a sense of belonging. Surrounded by new faces who weren't afraid to look at him, he was determined to work hard and become a hero. I could also learn about many new quirks while I was here. A soft smile remained on my face as I looked up at the board while our teacher, Izawa, explained what we would be doing after lunch. The bell rang and we all started to get out of our seats. Izawa instructed us to return to class quickly, expressing his desire to go outside right after the bell rang. Todoroki approached me, asking if he could join me for lunch. I smiled brightly, happy to have him with me. Together, we followed the crowd to the cafeteria. After getting our food and sitting down, I found it hard to take my eyes off him. His quirk was a mystery to me, though I had a guess about it, and his appearance was striking. His perfectly parted hair was unusual yet beautiful, and his bright eyes held a hint of pain. After a moment, he asked what I was staring at, but he wasn't rude about it. I blushed slightly, realizing I had been staring. I explained that I was curious about his quirk. He confirmed my suspicion and shared that he could use ice with his right side and fire with his left, though he never used his flames. I frowned, wishing I could see his fire in action, and asked why he didn't use it. He muttered that he would rather not say and took another bite of his food. Understanding his reluctance, I resumed eating. Someone tapped my shoulder, and I turned to see a boy with dark crescent moons under his eyes and purple hair surrounding his head. He asked if he could borrow my silverware. I handed him my plastic utensils and jokingly pointed out that he resembled a younger Izawa. Todoroki, with a serious expression, asked if he was Izawa's secret love child, which surprised the boy and made him laugh. I joined in the laughter, curious about Todoroki's unexpected comment. I introduced myself as Midoriya, and the boy replied that his name was Shinso. I invited him to join our conversation about Todoroki's quirk. Shinso confirmed he was one of the students admitted through recommendations by Endeavor. When he asked about my power, I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I rubbed the back of my neck and quietly admitted that I could make people see their worst fears. I expressed my desire not to use my quirk for villainous purposes, assuring them that I wouldn't use it on either of them. Shinso interrupted my rambling, saying he understood. He explained that his quirk could control people, and he had often been told he would make a better villain. My face lit up with interest as I asked how his quirk worked and if he could control anyone. He chuckled and began explaining the basics, and I took mental notes to write down in my hero journal later. Our conversation flowed easily, revealing that we shared many common experiences of being looked down upon by others. It was comforting to know that neither of them was afraid of me. I was grateful to have found friends who understood my situation. After lunch, Todoroki and I waved goodbye to Shinso as we headed back to our separate classes. Izawa instructed everyone to hurry to the locker rooms and come out to the field quickly. Once we changed, we made our way to the field where Izawa was already waiting. As we waited for a few students, Todoroki and I chatted with others. Kaminari and Shiro took longer than expected and were briefly scolded by Izawa for their delay. Once everyone was present, Izawa called Bakugo forward and asked him about his middle school softball throw distance. Bakugo confidently stated it was 67 meters. Izawa tossed him a softball, instructing him to use his quirk. With a smirk, Bakugo stepped into the circle and prepared to throw. A loud explosion echoed as he launched the ball, leaving everyone in awe as it soared through the air. When the ball landed far in the distance, Izawa revealed the impressive distance of 705.2 meters. Bakugo boasted that no one would come close to his score, but the class was already accustomed to his attitude and focused on Izawa instead. Izawa reminded us that we had never used our quirks in physical exams before and emphasized the importance of using our quirks to our advantage. He warned that the student who came in last place would be expelled immediately, causing the class to hold their breath in anticipation. As the next students took their turns, they managed to throw the ball several hundred meters but still fell short of Bakugo's score. When it was my turn, I stepped forward and received the ball. I glanced at Bakugo, who wore a confident grin as he glared at me. Silence enveloped the air as I took a deep breath, closing my eyes momentarily. When I opened them, I focused on the stretch of dirt before me, feeling the weight of Kaken's confidence heightening my anxiety. I stretched my arms above my head, concentrating on my breathing. With narrowed eyes, I took one last deep breath and pulled my arm back, ready to throw. I swung my arm forward and let the ball slip from my fingers. With the amount of force I used, I expected it to go about 65 meters, 70 if I was lucky. My eyes widened as I watched the ball soar much further than that. My jaw dropped as the ball seemed to take an eternity to land. The meter Izawa held beeped, and even he appeared shocked by the outcome. 714.6 meters. I glanced at my classmates, many of whom wore similar expressions of disbelief, jaws dropped and eyes wide. I huffed slightly, amazed yet completely confused. How did that happen? Kaken ran forward, sparks at his palms, demanding the same answer. He exclaimed that he couldn't understand how I had achieved that throw since my quirk wasn't physical. I stared at him as he approached, prepared to use my quirk, but Izawa quickly intervened, stopping him from moving any closer. Izawa advised Kaken to learn to control his anger, explaining that while it could be a great strength, it could also be a powerful weakness. He warned Kaken not to let it blind him to my attack. Kaken gritted his teeth, glaring at me as the scarves around him loosened. After muttering an insult under his breath, he turned and stormed back to the group of students. I looked down at my hand, biting my lower lip as I slowly followed him. I couldn't figure it out. I had thrown the ball much further than I ever had before, but I couldn't understand what was different. I had beaten Kaken's score by 10 meters, and he was right, my quirk wasn't physical. So why? I couldn't find a logical explanation. Todoroki quietly asked how I had achieved that throw as I stood next to him while the next student stepped forward. I admitted that I didn't know and continued to ponder it as the rest of the students took their turns. The strange occurrences didn't stop there. Throughout the day, my scores consistently surpassed Kaken's. He grew increasingly frustrated as the day progressed. I shrugged him off but continued to wonder how it was happening. By the end of the day, I found myself in third place, right behind Todoroki and a girl named Yaoyorozu. Kaken sulked in fourth place, clearly upset about being behind me. I was sure he would have been fine if the order had been arranged differently. Mineta, the short purple-haired kid, started crying when he realized he was going home, but I honestly couldn't care less. Izawa went over how challenging the year would be for us before sending us back to the classroom for the final moments of the school day. Todoroki asked again if I really had no idea how I had passed all those tests. I confessed that I had been freaking out because my quirk didn't have any physical capabilities. He pressed me, wondering if I had ever done anything like that before. I replied that I obviously had not and had no clue how it happened. He looked at me thoughtfully for a moment as I stared down at my shoes. After a moment, I pulled one knee to my chest and sighed, trying to explain that I really didn't know. Suddenly, Todoroki noticed something about my eyes, looking at me intensely. He remarked that he could have sworn they were brown earlier, but now that he thought about it, they had definitely been green at lunch. A silence fell between us as I observed his focused expression. My eyes were brown? I couldn't tell when my eyes changed from green to red, but I knew they did when I was using my quirk. It was like clapping with headphones on. I could see it happen but couldn't hear the noise. Perhaps there was another aspect to my quirk I didn't know about, like discovering how to clap behind my back. I mumbled to myself that it was definitely weird. Night was one of the worst times for me. Music played in my ears as I doodled on my arm with a black pen. A cup of coffee sat on my bedside table while I sat on the floor. I swore I had been in bed just an hour ago, but after tossing and turning to find a comfortable position, I ended up down there. My eyes felt heavy, as they always did in the darkness of late-night hours. I yawned several times and continued sipping my coffee, engaging in random activities to keep myself awake. My head bobbed repeatedly, and realizing that caffeine wasn't enough, I took some pills from my nightstand and quickly swallowed two. I tapped my foot while mouthing the words of my music. After another sip of coffee, I stood up and walked around my room aimlessly. I looked out the window at the street and trees below, separated from the yard by a tall black gate. I stretched my arms overhead as red and blue lights flashed in the distance. The white lamp in the streetlight flickered as I turned back to my room. I stepped over to my desk, knelt down to the bottom drawer, and pulled out my silver blade. Sitting on the tabletop, I pulled a knee to my chest. The knife danced between my fingers, the moonlight reflecting off its surface. I tossed it in the air, spinning it like a helicopter blade, and caught it perfectly between my fingers. I repeated this several times, watching the shiny metal bounce like an acrobat. The blade didn't nick my hands. I had learned how to throw and catch it properly. In the beginning, I had band-aids wrapped around nearly every finger. An idea sparked in my mind. I shut off my music and pulled a jacket from my closet before rushing out the door and downstairs. The house was silent, too empty for the size of the building. I left the house and walked down the road, feeling the brisk air against my skin. I tucked the blade away as I moved slowly. I headed to the convenience store near my junior high, only to find it already closed. I placed the end of the knife in the keyhole and picked the lock. It took a minute, but once I was in, I casually walked the aisles. I helped myself to several chocolate bars and a bag of Reese's, shoving them into my hoodie pocket. I also grabbed an ice cream sandwich from the cooler in the back and unwrapped it as I headed out. Then I made my way to the old factory. I spent nearly 2 hours there, walking around, doing pull-ups, and listening to my music at full volume. It was almost 3 in the morning when I realized it was time to go home. At lunch the next day, I offered some of the candy to Shinso and Todoroki. They accepted it without question and thanked me. We talked for a while about an upcoming test that everyone had to take. I wasn't too worried about it since school came easily to me when I wasn't too tired. Todoroki seemed to agree that it would be manageable, but Shinso admitted he needed to work on a few subjects. Todoroki offered to help him, and our conversation flowed easily from there. I started to tune out their discussion after a few moments of silence. I ate my food, while they continued talking. A few minutes later, Shinso nudged my side with his elbow and asked if I had seen the news. Curious, I inquired about what he meant. Shinso shared that a store down the road had been mysteriously robbed. Todoroki chimed in, explaining that Shinso had a video of it on his phone. Shinso held up his phone, showing a grainy black and white security camera clip from the store the previous night. I recognized myself in the footage, but there was a dark smoke surrounding my body and half of my face. All that was visible were my messy hair, dark eyes, and hands. After a moment, Shinso put his phone away, mentioning that the figure in the video had just walked around for a minute and taken a few items. The media didn't consider him a villain, just someone looking for a midnight snack. Todoroki added that the manager thought the person looked familiar, likely someone from the middle school nearby. I tried not to incriminate myself in front of them. Shinso reassured us that there was nothing to worry about, as the figure didn't seem dangerous. He only took a few pieces of candy and some ice cream. I nodded in agreement, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease regarding the smoke. Kaken approached, growling as he walked beside our table. He seemed to relish in his antagonistic nature, and I glared at him from the corner of my eye, determined not to let him get under my skin. Todoroki then asked why Bakugo and I didn't get along, noting that we seemed to hate each other. Shinso echoed his curiosity. I hesitated, recalling how things had changed between Kaken and me. We had been friends once, before my mother's passing. I had stopped talking to him, and he had taken that personally. As our quirks developed, he believed he was superior, especially since my powers had a more villainous edge. I explained that he thought it was pointless for me to pursue heroism and often tried to convince me to give up. I added that he could be quite insensitive. After a brief silence, Todoroki expressed relief that I wasn't listening to him, and Shinso nodded in agreement, encouraging me that I could be a great hero. When the weekend arrived, with our tests approaching on Tuesday, Todoroki was set to meet Shinso at his house, and I decided to join them. I had no other plans and figured I could help with their studying. We walked in sync down the sidewalk after our Friday classes. Shinso warned us that his parents could be a bit embarrassing, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. Instead of sparking a conversation about whose parents were more embarrassing, a comfortable silence fell over us. The walk was quiet and slightly awkward, but we all understood that if conversation didn't flow, we could enjoy each other's company in silence. Before long, we reached Shinsu's house. It was a small home with faded wood on the exterior and a few chairs on the front porch. It reminded me of my old home before we moved to the wealthier part of town, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I remembered my mother saying she liked the small town area because it allowed her to be close to her friends. Back then, Kakin and I were close, and I felt comfortable around him, just as I did with Shinso and Todoroki now. My father had been more cheerful and caring then, and I missed those days. As we stepped inside, I felt a warmth that my own home lacked. Just then, two adults came around the corner. A woman with pale blue, almost white hair smiled at us, leaning against the wall. I assumed she was Shinso's mother. Shinso introduced us, mentioning we were going to study for our upcoming test. His father playfully ruffled his hair, insisting on introductions. Shinso groaned but complied, standing up straight as his father turned to us, offering his hand and introducing himself as Mr. Shinso. I shook his hand and smiled, introducing myself as Izuku Midoriya. Todoroki followed suit, and soon Shinso's mother joined in, leading to light-hearted banter about how they hadn't expected him to bring friends over so early in the school year. They talked for a moment, and Shinso appeared to be silently suffering in the hallway as he waited for the brief conversation to end. Finally, they were allowed to leave, and they followed Shinso to the back room. He groaned as he flopped onto his bed and threw his backpack down, covering his face in frustration. He apologized for the situation. Todoroki shook his head, stating that it was better than what his father would have done. The narrator set their bag down and sat next to Shinso on the edge of the bed. Shinso sighed as he sat up and leaned on his hand, expressing that they probably didn't realize he was there to help alleviate the confusion in his mind. Todoroki then pulled out an algebra workbook from his backpack and smirked softly. Shinso groaned, playfully pleading for an explanation as if he were desperately praying for guidance. With that, they got to work. Shinso made a few mistakes repeatedly, but once Todoroki and the narrator identified where he was going wrong, they helped him correct it. After several practice problems, he began to grasp the subject much better. After about an hour, he tossed his pencil down, and they looked at him. He requested a break, claiming his hand felt like it was about to fall off while rubbing his thumb where the pencil had rested. The narrator laughed, pointing out that he shouldn't press down so hard, noting how the dark graphite was nearly tearing through his paper. Shinso insisted he couldn't help it, and Todoroki joined in the laughter, teasing him about the deep crevices he was creating on the page. Shinso explained that it just didn't feel natural, chuckling as he examined the red mark on his hand between his thumb and forefinger. The narrator playfully suggested he should just break his hand then, smiling. Surprisingly, it became late, and Shinso's mother stepped in, asking if they wanted to stay for dinner. About 30 minutes later, they put away their books and notes and relaxed for a while. Their stay extended as dinner went on. Mrs. Shinso was very kind and offered them the chance to stay the night. Todoroki and the narrator briefly discussed not wanting to overstay their welcome, but she insisted. Shinso interjected, pointing out that she hadn't even asked him if he wanted them to stay, emphasizing that they were his friends and suggesting they probably needed to go home soon. He clarified that he didn't mean to imply he didn't want them there, it was just that the gathering had originally been intended as a study session. Todoroki stated he was fine with it if Shinso was, and Shinso turned to the narrator, indicating he had no problem with it either. The narrator agreed to stay over, even though sleepovers were new to them, and they were unsure about the inevitable questions regarding their sleeping habits. As the night wore on, Shinso yawned and stretched his arms, expressing his fatigue. Todoroki covered his mouth as he yawned too, suggesting they should turn in for the night. Shinso confirmed he was thinking the same thing, and Todoroki asked the narrator if they were tired. The narrator, bouncing their legs slightly, nodded in agreement. Todoroki chuckled quietly, noting that the narrator didn't sound too sure about it. The narrator instinctively lied, suggesting they could sleep if the others were tired. Shinso agreed, walking over to the door to turn off the light, and they all settled in. However, the narrator couldn't sleep and picked up their phone after ensuring the others had fallen asleep. The sun peeked through the curtains, waking the narrator as they noticed Shinso stirring. Shinso greeted them groggily, asking if they had even slept the previous night. The narrator smirked, teasingly suggesting they might have. Shinso, concerned, asked if the narrator needed sleeping pills, offering help. The narrator reassured him that they simply hadn't felt tired the night before. Shinso groaned, raising an eyebrow, and asked if the narrator wanted something to eat, mentioning he had toaster waffles. The narrator agreed, and Shinso instructed them to wake Todoroki while he prepared the food. Mondays were tough. The narrator noticed that Bakugo seemed angrier than usual, glaring at them with a deep scowl when they first crossed paths. The narrator brushed it off, knowing Bakugo would likely vent his frustrations. They felt sleep-deprived and didn't want to deal with any confrontation, but it seemed unavoidable. They hadn't slept since Ayuka had helped them out the previous week. The narrator sat with Todoroki and Shinso in class before it started, but Shinso had to leave. Even those around him noticed that Kaken seemed angrier than usual, despite their limited knowledge of him. As class progressed, Midoriya tried to ignore him, but he could feel Kaken's intense gaze and noticed his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Midoriya focused on his work, determined to embody the qualities of a hero. Suddenly, he found himself pushed against the lockers, his shoulders pinned. He opened his eyes to see Kaken glaring at him with fury. "Kaken, leave me alone," he muttered, feeling annoyed. Kaken growled, demanding to know why Midoriya hadn't left the school yet. He pushed Midoriya against the lockers again, smirking as he taunted him. Midoriya, frustrated, insisted he didn't know what Kaken was talking about and asked to be let go, refusing to engage with him that day. He pushed Kaken away, causing him to stumble back slightly, which only fueled Kaken's anger. Todoroki intervened, placing his arm in front of Kaken and advising him to leave Midoriya alone. He pointed out that if Kaken truly believed he could defeat Midoriya, there was no need to constantly belittle him. Kaken scoffed, asserting that Midoriya could never be a hero because he had never fought back. Midoriya felt his resolve waver but decided to step between Todoroki and Kaken, suggesting they go get lunch. Kaken laughed, mocking Midoriya for his passivity and daring him to retaliate. Midoriya shot him a glare, confident that if he did respond, Kaken would either flee or be reduced to tears. He reiterated his desire to avoid conflict that day and turned down the hall, ignoring the onlookers as Todoroki followed him. As they walked, Shinso approached them, noticing Midoriya's visibly upset demeanor. Todoroki explained the situation, and Shinso nodded in understanding. Midoriya remained quiet throughout lunch, his fists clenched tightly in his pockets. The pressure began to hurt, but he dug his nails in deeper, surprised that the pain didn't bother him much after a while. 10 minutes before lunch ended, he rested his head on the table and examined his hands. Deep red crescents marked his palms, turning blue in the deepest spots. He closed his fists again, pressing his nails into the same places, wondering how far he could push himself before giving in. When the bell rang, Todoroki nudged him, signaling it was time to go. Midoriya sighed and released his hands, suggesting they skip class. Todoroki hesitated, but Midoriya assured them he wouldn't pressure them to join him. Shinso shrugged, admitting he could use a nap, while Todoroki grumbled about the consequences of skipping class. Midoriya and Shinso left the school as Todoroki returned to class. As they walked, Shinso asked where they would go, and Midoriya had a place in mind. He led Shinso to an old factory building, cautioning him to watch his head as he ducked through a broken window. Shinso followed, wincing as he bumped his head on a piece of glass. Midoriya explained how he had discovered the place while wandering as a child, using it as a refuge. Shinso dropped his bag, and Midoriya approached a pull-up bar, ready to work out despite the dust and decay surrounding them. As he jumped up to grab the bar, a sharp pain shot through his hands, causing him to fall back to the ground. Dust swirled around him as he held his hands close to his chest, feeling the sting. Shinso rushed over, concerned about what had just happened. Midoriya winced as he examined his hands, noticing the raw skin and the beginnings of blood where his nails had dug in. Shinso pulled Midoriya's wrist closer, alarmed by the sight. Midoriya brushed it off, insisting it wasn't serious and that Kaken had simply been getting on his nerves. He stood up and poured some water from his bottle onto his palms, the coolness soothing his burning skin. As he twisted the cap back on and set the bottle down, he noticed Shinso's worried expression. After a moment of silence, Midoriya asked if he could share a concern. Shinso agreed, and Midoriya expressed his doubts about becoming a hero with his quirk, feeling discouraged by Kaken's constant negativity. Shinso firmly reassured him that he could be a great hero, dismissing Kaken as a self-centered bully who would throw a fit if he didn't get his way. That's all he was doing. He was probably just scared someone would outdo him. The laughter escaped me as Shinso called him a baby. It made sense even if it didn't. After a while, Shinso and I headed home. I walked down the pavement, typed in the code, and heard the familiar buzz before the gate opened. Upon entering, I announced my arrival, though there was no response. It felt as if no one cared. I went up to my room, grabbed a random sheet of paper, and began to doodle. I played some music to fill the silence and started drawing flowers and various designs. As I listened, an unsettling feeling crept over me, as if someone was watching. I glanced over my shoulder a few times but saw nothing, which only added to my unease. Eventually, I decided to lie down and text the group chat with Todoroki and Shinso. Green_by mentioned he was bored. Icy Hot asked what he was doing at the moment. Green_ replied that he was lying on his bed, and Tired AF confirmed they were in the same situation. Green_boy expressed his boredom dramatically, saying he could do something extreme out of sheer boredom. Icy Hot quickly responded that they could think about it but wouldn't actually do anything. Tired.af added a playful knife emoji, which prompted Icy Hot to call it creepy. Green_by joked that it sounded like Shinso was in on the fun, but Icy Hot insisted that no one was committing any crimes. Tired.af teased that if Icy Hot wanted to take the fun out of it, that was his choice. Icy Hot reiterated that it wasn't fun, it was crime. Green_boy shrugged, claiming it sounded fun to him. Icy Hot firmly told him no, calling him a bad influence. Green_boy relented, saying they wouldn't do anything extreme. Tired AF chimed in that they wouldn't tell Icy Hot about it either. Green_boy agreed, and Icy Hot expressed his concern for their well-being. Green_boy reassured him, and Tired AF mentioned they wanted sleep more than anything else. Icy Hot pointed out that Tired AF always wanted sleep. Green_boy confirmed this. Tired AF joked that they were going to knock someone out with a frying pan, to which Green_boy thanked them. Green_boy lamented his boredom, and Icy Hot suggested watching TV. Tired AF questioned why Green_boy was so bored. Green_boy explained that his sister was likely not home, and he usually talked to her after school. Icy Hot was surprised to learn he had a sister, and Tired AF asked for her name. Green_boy revealed her name was Ayuka and that she was 6 years old. Icy Hot remarked that Green_boy was the older sibling, which Tired AF found lucky. Green_boy teased that Todoroki was the baby of his family. Todoroki protested, and Tired AF expressed surprise at how little they knew about each other. Green_boy asked why that was. Tired AF inquired about Todoroki's siblings. Todoroki explained he had 3 siblings, 2 brothers and 1 sister, though his brothers weren't around much, leaving him and his sister. Tired AF noted it was a sensitive topic and decided not to pry further. Green_boy confirmed that Shinso was an only child, to which Tired AF jokingly responded that he was a forever lonely child. Green_boy encouraged Shinso not to be sad. Tired AF reassured him that it was fine. Icy Hot expressed he couldn't imagine being an only child, while Tired AF pointed out the benefits of not having to share. Icy Hot lamented that he didn't get many gifts anyway and mentioned his father was difficult. Green_boy and Tired AF sympathized, sharing their own frustrations with their fathers. Tired AF suggested changing the subject, asking if they ever felt like someone was watching them. Green_boy agreed that it was a strange feeling, prompting Tired AF to say they had to look behind them frequently. Icy Hot questioned if they were okay, suggesting he might need to call the authorities. Tired AF asked if Icy Hot had never experienced that feeling. Icy Hot confirmed he hadn't. Green_boy remarked that it was annoyingly quiet, even with music playing. Tired AF asked if his parents had informed him where they were. Green_boy mentioned he didn't think they were home when he returned after skipping. Icy Hot expressed disappointment. Tired AF teased that they would avenge him if anything happened. Icy Hot humorously warned Green_boy not to die, as it would be bad for his health. Tired.af joked that Todoroki was their personal healthcare companion. Green_boy laughed, while Icy Hot admitted he didn't understand. Green_I referenced a Disney movie, prompting Icy Hot to ask what Disney was. Tired.af was shocked by Icy Hot's lack of knowledge. Green_BOI expressed disbelief, and Tired AF insisted they needed a movie marathon. They all agreed that it was essential. Icy Hot still wanted clarification on what Disney was, while Tired.af and Green_BOI tried to explain it was a film company. Tired.af joked that Icy Hot probably didn't know what other things were either. Green_BOI and Tired.af shared a laugh, and Icy Hot expressed confusion. Then, they playfully warned him against searching for something inappropriate online. Icy Hot, despite their warnings, ended up seeing something shocking, which led to a flurry of reactions. They all reacted with humor and camaraderie, embracing their quirks and differences, and the conversation continued with laughter and support. The secret was out. Icy Hot had never shared that information before. Green_I offered a comforting hug, and Tired.af joined in, quickly falling asleep in the embrace. Green_I playfully pushed Icy Hot onto the floor, but Tired.af remained undisturbed. Icy Hot was puzzled by the situation, questioning why it was happening. Green_I found it strange that Icy Hot never used texting slang, which led Tired.af to wonder who had taken over their friend. Icy Hot reassured them that it was indeed him. Green_I noted the unnecessary punctuation, indicating that Icy Hot was back to his usual self. Tired.af cheered, only to fall asleep again. As the conversation continued, Green_BOI admitted to feeling tired. Icy Hot suggested he should go to sleep, and Tired.af chimed in that it was nearly 11 p.m. Icy Hot yawned and wiped his eyes, expressing his frustration at not being able to sleep. Green_BOI confessed that he couldn't sleep, and Tired.af urged him to put his phone down. Icy Hot asked if he had managed to sleep at Shinse's place, to which Tired.af recalled waking up to find Green_BOI already awake. Green_BOI felt cornered, staring at the blinding light of his screen. He revealed his fear of sleeping, admitting that his quirk caused him to have nightmares. Icy Hot suggested trying relaxing music, but Green_BOI explained that nothing worked, as his quirk always took precedence. He lamented being out of pills that kept him awake. Tired.af expressed concern for Green_BOI's well-being, pointing out the dark circles under his eyes and urging him to sleep. Icy Hot warned that living like this would make him sick, and Tired.af reiterated the importance of rest. Green_BOI felt irritable and terrified at the thought of falling asleep, recalling that the last time he slept well was during his childhood. Tired.af encouraged him to try to sleep regardless. Green_BOI reluctantly agreed, and Icy Hot wished him good night, reminding him to call if he needed support. After turning off his phone and placing it on his bedside table, Green_BOI felt a wave of fear wash over him in the darkness of his room. Taking a shaky breath, he looked around at the shadowy figures of his furniture. He turned onto his side, pulling the blanket over his head, feeling the heat and constriction but not caring. He wrapped his arms around his stomach and closed his eyes tightly, hearing a screeching voice echo in the air. As he turned in every direction, he saw only his reflection in countless mirrors, feeling trapped in a funhouse. His pupils were dark, and his hair fell into his eyes. The piercing shriek grew louder, and he frantically searched for an escape from this nightmare. Looking up at the blood-red sky, he saw orange clouds swirling around, making him dizzy as he stumbled through the maze of mirrors. Voices began to taunt him, calling him worthless, stupid, and a monster. Overlapping voices filled his ears, drowning out everything else and causing him pain. Finally, he collided with a mirror, shattering it as he fell into a void. He felt as if he were falling forever, headfirst, with his mind racing. He crashed onto a checkered floor, feeling small as each square loomed large. His heart raced, and a single thought consumed him: run. He sprang to his feet, sprinting forward as water splashed beneath him. His hair whipped around his face, and he struggled to see through his tears. Ignoring the glowing red light behind him, he pressed on until he hit a wall, finding himself outside you. Breathing heavily, he stared at the building, unable to discern what was reflecting behind him. Closing his eyes, he turned around slowly. When he opened them, he was met with a pair of large red eyes glaring down at him, his own. In a panic, he jumped forward, tears streaming down his face as a dim light shone through the curtains. During lunch, he laid his head down, too exhausted to eat. Shinso and Todoroki set down their trays, concerned for him. Shinso asked if he was all right, and Todoroki inquired whether he had slept the previous night. Midoriya sat up, wiping his eyes and sarcastically responding that it had been a horrible night. Shinso offered to talk about it, but Midoriya hesitated, not wanting to share. Suddenly, Kaken appeared, shoving Midoriya forward and taunting him. Shinso defended Midoriya, telling Kaken to leave him alone. Midoriya, feeling frustrated, stood up and prepared to confront Kaken, determined to stand his ground. Midoriya felt a surge of frustration as he faced Bakugo. He had reached his limit and expressed his feelings with intensity. Bakugo, attempting to assert his dominance, grabbed Midoriya's collar and pulled him closer, trying to intimidate him. Midoriya pushed him away, his resolve unwavering. He declared that he was done with Bakugo's behavior, his teeth clenched as he held Bakugo's glare. Bakugo was visibly angry, smoke rising from his palms. He charged forward, pushing Midoriya against the wall and shouting in fury. Just then, Shinso and Todoroki stepped in, positioning themselves between the two. Todoroki urged Bakugo to back off, while Bakugo retorted with disdain, showing no concern for the impact of his words. Midoriya's emotions boiled over, and his eyes glowed with intensity as he confronted Bakugo. The sight of Midoriya's fierce expression caused Bakugo to falter, his bravado slipping away. Shinso and Todoroki watched in shock as Midoriya's confidence surged. He questioned Bakugo's perception of him, challenging his view of weakness. Bakugo struggled to find his voice, tears forming in his eyes as he faced the reality of the situation. Midoriya's anger only intensified, fueled by the years of belittlement he had endured. He stepped forward, causing Bakugo to retreat in fear. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Midoriya unleashed his pent-up frustration, confronting Bakugo about his hurtful words and actions. Todoroki intervened, urging Midoriya to reconsider his approach. He pointed out that Midoriya had made his point, but Midoriya was relentless, unwilling to let Bakugo off the hook for his past behavior. The confrontation escalated, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Midoriya expressed the pain Bakugo had caused him, revealing the depth of his struggles. Realizing the weight of his words, Midoriya backed away, overwhelmed by emotion. He slid down the wall, tears streaming down his face as Bakugo fled the room. Todoroki, concerned, glanced at Midoriya before leaving as well. Shinso knelt beside Midoriya, asking if he was all right. Midoriya felt like a fool, grappling with his conflicting thoughts. He expressed his frustration with his quirk and the fear it instilled in others, including himself. He lamented how he had used it in anger, something he had vowed never to do, and how it had felt strangely exhilarating. He questioned his motivations for becoming a hero, feeling lost and disillusioned. Shinso encouraged him to calm down and breathe, trying to help him regain his composure. Meanwhile, Bakugo reflected on the confrontation, feeling a mix of fear and anger. He had pushed Midoriya, not expecting such a strong reaction. All Might offered him comfort, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events and expressing regret for the situation. As the day ended, Todoroki and Fuyumi discussed the incident, with Fuyumi expressing concern for Midoriya's well-being. Todoroki noted that Midoriya's anger reminded him of someone else, but he believed that if Midoriya truly wanted to be a hero, he would find his way. Shinso checked on Midoriya as he left school, but Midoriya felt the weight of disappointment from Todoroki and chose to head home alone. Once in his room, Midoriya sat against the wall, lost in thought. He recalled the hurtful words he had heard, feeling overwhelmed by self-loathing. In a moment of despair, he retrieved his journal and an old razor blade, contemplating its edge. He had never used it, but today felt different. As he ran his finger along the blade, he noticed a small piece of paper that had fallen from his notebook. It contained a name and number that had lingered in his mind since he received it weeks ago. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the paper and dialed the number. The voice on the other end was familiar, and the conversation quickly turned serious. The caller suggested that Midoriya was not in the right place, surrounded by heroes who did not understand him. The caller had noticed Midoriya's recent outburst and hinted at a deeper connection to the chaos in town. Midoriya felt a mix of fear and intrigue as he listened. The caller offered to help him become stronger, claiming that his quirk held untapped potential. Midoriya was taken aback by the proposition of training, unsure of how to respond. He was confused but intrigued by the possibility of a different path. The tension was palpable as one individual expressed frustration over another's claims regarding a quirk. They had possessed this ability since childhood, confident in their understanding of it. The other person sighed, probing for any unusual occurrences that might have gone unexplained. The response was a firm shake of the head, dismissing the notion of anything strange happening. The inquiry continued, referencing a recent exam where the individual had surprisingly placed third, and an incident at a convenience store where they had mysteriously vanished from the security footage. The first person was met with a defensive response, but the insistence for honesty remained. Reluctantly, the individual agreed to accept help. The following day, Todoroki appeared distant, avoiding eye contact. He typically kept to himself, but his behavior was more pronounced now. Shinso noticed and caught up with the individual between classes, questioning the change in Todoroki's demeanor. The response revealed that Todoroki was upset due to a confrontation with Bakugo, which the individual deemed trivial. Shinso speculated that Todoroki's privileged background might shield him from understanding the struggles of bullying. The individual acknowledged their own role in the confrontation, admitting to going too far. Shinso offered to speak with Todoroki on their behalf, and they parted ways, agreeing to meet at lunch. When the bell rang, the individual glanced back at Todoroki, who hastily gathered his belongings and left without a word. A sense of judgment lingered in the air, reminiscent of middle school days when peers had feared their abilities. The individual felt the weight of those glances, realizing that even in high school, judgment persisted. Entering the cafeteria, they spotted Shinso trying to converse with Todoroki, who appeared frustrated. After retrieving food, the individual chose to eat alone in the courtyard, feeling the familiar pang of isolation. A message buzzed on their phone, but they set it aside, focusing on their meal. Later, Shinso approached after school, inquiring about their well-being. The individual responded tersely, revealing that Todoroki was unresponsive and avoiding them. Shinso expressed concern, noting that Todoroki seemed to be overreacting, but the individual felt uncertain about the situation. They parted ways, and the individual pulled out their phone to check directions to a meeting spot. As they walked away from the school, the noise of students faded, replaced by the calming sounds of nature. Thoughts swirled in their mind, filled with questions about the mysterious figure who had been observing them. The individual felt a mix of curiosity and annoyance at the idea that someone thought they knew them better than they did. Eventually, they arrived at an alley beside an old bar, noticing a dim light beneath an iron door covered in random papers and graffiti. The building seemed abandoned on one side, contrasting with the pristine front. Taking a deep breath, the individual approached the door and knocked. It swung open to reveal Shigaraki, who motioned for them to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was tense but intriguing. Shigaraki introduced a man with burn scars and piercings, who corrected him about his quirk's name. Another figure, a blonde girl with a knife, was also introduced dismissively. She seemed unfazed by the comment, merely observing the newcomer with keen interest. My eyes fell to the blade she was twisting around on the countertop. I held out my hand, asking for permission. She smiled and nodded happily, hopping off the stool and handing the knife to me. It was beautiful, with an emerald green handle embellished with silver rings and an iron blade. The weight felt nice in my hand as I turned it from side to side. I tossed it up and watched it fall, the heel landing in the middle of my palm. I tilted it over and watched the blade fall between my fingers before I caught the quillin. I then twisted my hand to wrap around the handle and rest along the finger grooves. Looking up, I felt slightly embarrassed. I rubbed the back of my neck, admitting my distraction. I handed the blade back to the girl. "It's fine, kid," she replied. I noticed her mutter something about it being kind of cool. She asked if I could throw the knives too. Swallowing hard, I nodded. She put the knife back into my hand and pointed to a dartboard across the room. I glanced over at Shigaraki, who had his eyes focused on me, interested. Taking a deep breath, I turned to face the board, positioning the knife at my side. The room fell silent as I pulled back my hand. The blade flew through the air, past Toga, past Shigaraki and Dabi, past the other man I had not yet met. Toga let out a shriek and clapped as the knife landed near the inner ring. "Holy cow, kid," Dabi said with amusement. "Nice shot," the man behind the counter added. I smiled softly as I glanced around the room. "Anyway," Shigaraki cleared his throat, "this is Kurojairi. He's kind of our babysitter." He mumbled the last part. "Not by choice." "It's nice to finally meet you, Midoriya," Kurojairi said, extending his hand, which I shook. "This isn't everyone," Shigaraki sighed, "but they're all you need to know for now." He stared at me for a moment, waiting for a response. I nodded, a bit unsure. "Loosen up, kid. We're not going to harm you or anything," Dabi added. I let out a breath and nodded again before turning to Shigaraki. "All right, enough of all that," Shigaraki said, stepping over to a chair against the wall and leaning on its arm. "Time to talk about why you're here. I have a theory." "That doesn't make any sense," I muttered, shaking my head. "My quirk makes people see their worst fear or just become terrified. I can't turn fear into energy, or whatever you said," I scoffed, feeling annoyed. "Midoriya," Kurojairi spoke firmly. "You know that quirks are often not what the user first believes, and they gain a better understanding over time." "Yeah. And I've had about 10 years to learn about this quirk." "And how many times have you actually used it to know how it works?" Shigaraki asked. "I believe you've used this aspect of your quirk only a few times by accident." I sighed. It was possible, but it felt insane. Like Aizawa's test. I muttered. "Exactly. Do you think you could beat Bakugu's scores any other way?" "No, I thought." "With Bakugu's strength and agility, there was no way I should have been able to beat him. I even made the guy with engines in his legs drop his jaw after the relay. Definitely no." "So what now?" I asked, leaning back in my chair. "Now," Shigaraki sighed, "you practice. Recognize others' fears and use it to make you stronger." "That's it?" I asked. "Practice? I never even considered this a possibility. How am I supposed to do this on purpose? What am I supposed to do?" Shigaraki shrugged with an annoying grin. "Well, how would I know that? It's not my quirk." My eyes widened as I crossed my arms. If I wanted to use fear as power, I had to remember what happened during the physical exams. The moment the softball left my hand, I knew something was different. It flew through the air with a powerful backlash, feeling insane. But I didn't know how I did it. I had gone up there expecting to fail. "Wait, your eyes are green?" I could have sworn they were brown earlier. I thought about it all on my way home. What Shigaraki was thinking, what Todoroki said, how I used my quirk. The pieces fit together, but there was one missing. I had no idea what I was doing. As I walked through the front door of my house, voices filled the air. Miss Kana's, Ayuka's, and one I wasn't expecting. I turned around the corner with a confused look. Todoroki stood there. "There you are." Kana jumped out of her seat and rushed over to wrap her arms around me. "Where have you been?" I asked Todoroki what he was doing there to avoid answering Kana's question. "To talk." He glanced over to Kana and Ayuka for a moment. "In private, if that's all right." I crossed my arms and stared at him for a minute. "Yeah, come on." I turned around and headed to the staircase leading to my room. "Listen," Todoroki started the moment the door was sealed. "I wanted to apologize for ignoring you. I needed time to think on my own. I also want to explain why I was upset in the first place." I walked across the room and leaned against my desk. "All right, go ahead." He sighed again. "Midoriya," the look on his face held nothing but terror. "I know that was the effect of your quirk, but you could have stopped at any moment. You were acting like him, yelling and intimidating him like that. But I know he's said and done worse, and you've known him a lot longer than I have. If I had let myself, I probably would have snapped a long time ago." The room went quiet for a while, and his pointed eyes stayed focused on mine. "So, you're not mad at me?" I ped my head to the side with a raised eyebrow. He gently shook his head. Not anymore. He continued staring for a moment, with a look that was almost skeptical. I hated that look. The next day, Aizawa announced to the class that they would be training with all might, and the room erupted in cheers. In the back of a convenience store, a few shopkeepers and managers gathered to converse and share some drinks. They all had strong builds and light scruff on their chins, wearing plain V-neck shirts. "I'm telling you, this is the kid that robbed me," an angry shopkeeper said, throwing a security picture onto the table. "This kid?" Another man's eyes widened as he looked down at the printout. That individual had caused trouble at the store about a month ago, and the man had been eager to confront him. One of the managers asked what was bothering him as he set another round of drinks on the table. The man expressed his frustration, explaining how he felt humiliated by someone so young with a terrifying quirk that left him frozen in fear. He mentioned that this troublemaker had hit his shop multiple times, harming his business. The fourth person, who had been quiet throughout the conversation, finally spoke up, stating that they had located the troublemaker and were ready to execute their plan. A nod of agreement passed around the room as the man declared that age wouldn't stop them from protecting their shops. From Deku's perspective, he was excited about training with all might. Shinso was astonished at the news, while Todoroki expressed his desire to learn proper hero work, knowing his physical limits. Shinso sighed, feeling envious of their opportunity. As the last bell of the day rang, Deku grabbed his bag and waved goodbye to Todoroki, reflecting on how nice it was to have reconciled with him. On his way home, he thought about the training session scheduled for the next day, where they would wear their hero costumes. He muttered to himself about needing to test what Shigaraki had told him, realizing that understanding his abilities was crucial for becoming a hero. Suddenly, he noticed a tall man with a bandana over his eyes and a smirk approaching him. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sudden impact in the center of his back, causing him to fall to his knees. Pain shot through him as he looked up to see several men rushing toward him, their eyes covered by dark cloth. They began to strike him repeatedly with metal rods, and he felt helpless against their assault. As they taunted him about wanting to be a hero despite their past encounters, Deku felt tears stinging his eyes. The pain intensified with each blow, and he struggled to protect himself. The world around him began to fade as he fought to stay conscious, his vision clouding with black spots. Just when he thought it was over, he heard a familiar voice in the distance. All Might appeared, and as the attackers fled, Deku tried to sit up despite the pain. He expressed his desire to be a hero just like All Might, questioning whether it was possible with his quirk. All Might's expression shifted, and he assured Deku that he needed to get him to Recovery Girl. In darkness, Deku felt as if he were floating underwater, surrounded by silence. His thoughts raced as he searched for something in the void. Suddenly, he heard maniacal laughter, and a figure dressed in a dark cloak emerged, stepping forward with an unsettling grin. The lights flickered, revealing a half-skull mask that dropped to the ground. The figure urged him to choose a side, and as Deku looked up, he saw his own reflection beneath messy green hair, his freckles and large red eyes staring back at him. Deku awoke to find himself staring up at a plain white ceiling. Quiet voices filled the air. All Might spoke softly, expressing concern about a young boy who had been hurt. He mentioned overhearing troubling comments from some men, indicating that he was worried the boy might be heading down a dangerous path due to his past. The school nurse, Recovery Girl, questioned why he was bringing this up. All Might expressed his desire to help the boy but feared it might be too late. Recovery Girl suggested he should just talk to the boy. After a moment of silence, the boy, Midoriya, stirred and sat up, surprising both adults. All Might acknowledged his awakening, sounding a bit startled. Midoriya groaned and placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the soreness from his injuries. Recovery Girl informed him that she had healed most of his injuries, but he should take it easy for a while. All Might leaned closer, asking if Midoriya knew who had attacked him or why. Midoriya, avoiding eye contact, referred to himself as a free punching bag. All Might insisted that this was not a random attack and that Midoriya had been targeted for a reason. Midoriya shrugged, feeling resigned to the situation. All Might then mentioned that Midoriya's friends, Shinso and Todoroki, were waiting outside and offered to let him see them. Midoriya glanced at Recovery Girl, who nodded sadly, allowing him to go. He pushed himself off the cot, feeling the soreness in his body, and walked to the door. As it opened, his friends jumped up, concern etched on their faces. They called out to him, asking if he was all right and what had happened. Midoriya raised his hands to calm them, assuring them he was fine and that Recovery Girl had taken care of most of his injuries. Shinso stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Midoriya gently, while Todoroki explained that All Might had said he might not want them to know the details. Midoriya looked away as Shinso released him, acknowledging that they knew he had been jumped but not much else. He sighed and shared that the attackers had criticized his quirk, telling him he could never be a hero and should give up. Todoroki encouraged Midoriya, reminding him that he could achieve anything he set his mind to. Midoriya nodded, forcing a small smile as he mentioned he would head home, suggesting his friends do the same. They shared a quick hug before parting ways. Once they were out of sight, Midoriya ran as fast as he could, ignoring the pain, heading to a bar downtown. Inside, he threw a knife at the wall in frustration, feeling powerless after the attack. He pulled the knife from the wall and vented his anger, expressing how the attackers had treated him like a stray dog. Dabi, the only other person in the bar, asked if Midoriya had practiced since his last visit. Midoriya admitted he hadn't had the chance but mentioned they would be training at school the next day. Dabi reassured him that he was strong and had the potential to grow even more powerful, likening him to his own brother. Midoriya smirked, appreciating the encouragement, and threw the knife again, feeling a sense of release. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark void, unable to see anything but feeling a warm liquid on his hands. The silence was interrupted by a dripping sound, and his heart sank as he heard a thumping noise beneath his palm. As he began to see, he was filled with dread. He realized he was in a dire situation, witnessing a friend in pain. Blood trickled down Bakugu's forehead, and fear filled his eyes. Bakugu growled at him, warning him not to do anything. Midoriya's hand trembled, and he felt the weight of his actions as he realized the severity of the situation. Suddenly, he was pulled into darkness, voices surrounding him, accusing him of causing harm. They taunted him, questioning his desire to be a hero and suggesting he was destined for a darker path. The voices grew louder, urging him to choose a side between good and evil. Overwhelmed, Midoriya screamed for them to leave him alone, his chest pounding with fear. The voices fell silent, and the darkness faded, revealing an old house he thought he would never see again. Tears streamed down his face as he followed the sound of running water, discovering a woman doing the dishes, a comforting sight amidst the chaos. Her green hair was tied into a bun as she hummed a small tune. Izuku was shaken awake and sat up quickly. Through blurry vision, he met Ayuka's crystal blue eyes before looking away, covering his own. Her voice broke the silence as she mentioned that he talked in his sleep when he actually managed to. He took a deep breath, running a hand through his hair, and put on a smile, hoping to make her feel better as he gazed across the room. He apologized, not realizing she and Ms. Kana had returned from the hospital yet. His head snapped in her direction when he realized she had used her quirk on him. Tears were running down her face as she sobbed, reminding him that she had promised to help if she heard him screaming at night. He sighed and gently wiped away her tears, pulling her into a hug, assuring her that he was okay. He looked past her shoulder for a moment, repeating that he didn't mean to sound like a broken record, but she interrupted him, gripping his shirt tighter and insisting that nothing would stop her from helping him. All Might gathered everyone in front of him, announcing that they would be split into teams of 2 at random. They would play as heroes and villains, strategizing to protect or take a fake weapon. Izuku approached Kaminari with a wave, confirming they were going against Kirishima and Baku. Kaminari grinned back, asking if Izuku had any ideas. Izuku thought for a moment, noting that Bakugo hated him and would likely attack first. Kaminari acknowledged that he had noticed that too, and they discussed their quirks, with Izuku revealing he had known Bakugo since childhood and understood how he fought. He mentioned having a risky plan, which Kaminari was eager to hear. With Kaminari in the room with their weapon, Izuku kept a lookout for Bakugo and Kirishima as he walked the halls. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared, declaring he was not afraid and had learned new tricks. Izuku smirked, thinking they would see whose tricks were better. It was too quiet, and he wondered if Bakugo was just slow or actually afraid of him, smiling to himself. Bakugo jumped around the corner, pulling back his fist, and Kirishima followed closely behind. Izuku dodged Bakugo's fist, using his weight against him to throw him over his shoulder. Kirishima rushed over, kicking Izuku's legs, causing him to kneel. Izuku glared up at Kirishima as he pulled out the capture tape. He jumped up, kicking Kirishima in the side before he could activate his quirk. Bakugo charged at him with sparks in his hands. Izuku jumped back to dodge, but Bakugo quickly changed direction, pushing him against the wall. Izuku brought his knee up, hitting Bakugo in the abdomen and swatting his hand away just before an explosion could hit him. He pushed Bakugo off and into Kirishima, causing them both to fall. Izuku declared that he had learned new tricks and would not be beaten. Bakugo growled, jumping to his feet with glowing power. Izuku barely managed to avoid an attack, but another one was already coming. Bakugo punched him in the chest, sending him tumbling down the hall with a small explosion. Izuku stood up, clutching his shirt, realizing that Bakugo's blast shouldn't have been strong enough to send him that far. Bakugo ordered Kirishima to find the bomb, insisting this was his fight. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized Bakugo's quirk could make him invulnerable to Kaminari's attacks. Panic surged through him as Kirishima began to escape. Izuku jumped up, hurtling several yards, punching Bakugo to the ground and tackling Kirishima from behind before he could turn around. As he pulled out the capture tape, Bakugo pushed him off Kirishima, yelling for him to get out of the way. Izuku kicked Bakugo off and rushed toward Kirishima again, but a huge explosion pushed him off balance, allowing Kirishima to escape. Looking up, Izuku saw that Bakugo's explosion had destroyed part of the hallway. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Bakugo, expressing his growing frustration. Bakugo, panting and with an angry expression, revealed that he hadn't expected to use his gauntlets against someone like Izuku, but it had been fun. Izuku realized the purpose of Bakugo's gauntlets, acknowledging that Bakugo was smart enough to wear something bulky only if it served a purpose. Bakugo yelled at Izuku, threatening to kill him as he fired small blasts from his hands and charged forward. Izuku rolled his eyes, dodging and grabbing Bakugo's arm, pushing him past. While Bakugo was off balance, Izuku kicked him to the ground, teasingly asking if he was annoying him. The fight had escalated quickly. The protagonist had thrown a punch, but his opponent skillfully blocked it. They exchanged blows, both evenly matched, but something felt different. The intensity of the attacks was greater than before. With a swift motion, the opponent hurled him against the wall and charged forward, ready to strike. The protagonist narrowly dodged as an explosion echoed against the wall. The opponent, visibly furious and trembling with anger, took a deep breath, his gauntlet glowing ominously. A fierce grin returned to his face as he declared his intent. The protagonist's heart raced as the opponent prepared to unleash his power. In a split second, he leaped forward, grabbing the opponent's shoulder with one hand and the gauntlet with the other. With a swift motion, he tore the weapon away, watching as it clattered to the ground. Once the opponent regained his footing, he pushed the protagonist away, cradling his wrist. Frustration filled his voice as he exclaimed about the damage done to his arm and gauntlet. The protagonist shrugged off the concern, rising to his feet and preparing for another round. The opponent's expression shifted to one of genuine fear. Suddenly, an announcement boomed over the speakers, praising the students for their performance, though hinting that things had gotten a bit out of hand. The protagonist scoffed, realizing they had lost the match. With a smile, he turned to walk away, but the opponent grabbed his shoulder, pushing him against the wall in a moment of desperation. Feigning innocence, the protagonist smiled mischievously, enjoying the frustration he was causing. The opponent demanded to know how he had performed so differently, but the protagonist only teased him further, claiming that it was someone else who had secured the victory. The opponent's anger flared as he demanded answers, but the protagonist only laughed, playfully hitting his arm. As he walked away, he made a light-hearted comment about seeking medical attention. Later, in a different setting, Kurogiri expressed surprise at the protagonist's quick progress. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, admitting that while it hadn't been easy, it had been enjoyable. Shigaraki then hinted at a plan to confront someone who had been a thorn in his side for a while, suggesting they go together to teach her a lesson. The protagonist was intrigued and agreed to join him. The next morning, the protagonist checked in with his sister, who informed him that their father had already left for work. Excited about his day, he headed out, feeling empowered by his recent training and the support he had received from Shigaraki and the others. As he approached the school gates, he spotted Shinso and greeted him with enthusiasm. Shinso inquired about the protagonist's cheerful demeanor, and the protagonist shared his excitement about mastering his quirk. Just then, Bakugu's familiar voice interrupted, filled with mock anger. The protagonist turned to see Bakugu approaching, his wrist bandaged. The protagonist playfully challenged Bakugu, teasing him about his injury. Bakugu, undeterred, insisted he could still fight, but Todoroki intervened, advising him against it. The protagonist waved goodbye to Bakugu, enjoying the playful banter. After a long day of classes, the protagonist rushed out to meet Shigaraki. As he made his way through the crowd, Todoroki called out to him, but the protagonist continued on his path, eager to reach the bus stop. Upon finding Shigaraki, he greeted him warmly and accepted a soda offered to him. As they sat together, the protagonist noticed Shigaraki seemed a bit off and inquired about the woman they were going to see. Shigaraki sighed, acknowledging his mood, and the protagonist listened intently, ready to support him in whatever lay ahead. She was someone who had disappeared a long time ago. She was supposed to be there, and learning that she was still alive stirred a deep frustration within him. His life, and the lives of everyone around him, could have been so much better. He remained silent, unable to respond. The woman had personally hurt him, and venom dripped from his tone as he spoke. There was a profound hatred directed toward her. The entire bus ride was quiet, with him leaning his head against the window. Rain began to fall, and as I put my earbuds in while we waited, Shigaraki mentioned it might take a while to reach our destination. Shigaraki nudged my shoulder, prompting me to remove an earbud. He announced that we had arrived, and I quickly followed him off the bus. As we stepped onto the street, I looked around, noting that it appeared to be a typical neighborhood. I walked in step with Shigaraki and asked if he would finally tell me who this woman was, as he had been quite vague. He sighed and replied that he wouldn't reveal her identity just yet. He explained that once she realized why they were there and who he was, they would be in for a confrontation. That would be my chance to test my abilities. I nodded, but he added one more thing, stopping to look me in the eyes. If I didn't end up defeating her, he would. My heart raced at his words. He continued to stare for a moment before turning away. I knew he despised the woman, but I hadn't expected him to want her dead. Nervously, I stepped forward again, following him in silence. As we turned down a walkway and he checked the address, he sighed, declaring that this was the place. He reached forward and rang the doorbell. After a moment of waiting, the door opened to reveal a sweet-looking young lady with a short haircut, bleached with dark roots and mesmerizing hazel eyes. I leaned over, confused, and whispered to him, questioning if this was the woman he sought. When I looked up, his expression was filled with anger as he denied it. He asked the girl who she was, stating that she was not the person he was looking for. I thought she might cry or step back in fear, but instead she laughed. That happens a lot here. I'm the at-home caregiver at this residence, she explained with a smile. A caregiver? Shigaraki asked, disgust evident on his face. He turned to me, saying they should leave. I looked back at the girl, who was now frowning at him. She asked if they were looking for Nana Shimura, the person she was taking care of. He stopped, allowing the rain to drench him. The girl's cheerful demeanor returned as she said she would take that as a yes. She invited us inside and promised to make tea. She called out to Nana, announcing that we had visitors. Shigaraki interrupted my thoughts, telling me to be quiet as he walked past me into the house. I followed him, closing the door behind us, feeling confused about the situation. My name's Ms. Otto, by the way, the blonde girl said as she returned with a tray holding a teapot and cups. She's in here. We followed her through the house until we reached a room where a woman sat in a wheelchair, her gray hair pulled into a half ponytail. Shigaraki seemed unusually withdrawn. Ms. Otto chuckled, realizing she hadn't asked our names. I introduced myself as Izuku Midoriya and turned to see Shigaraki staring down at the woman. He revealed his name as Tenko Shimura, and the woman's jaw dropped in recognition. Shigaraki, I murmured, feeling confused. Do you have any idea what you did to my life? He growled. Ms. Otto gasped, clearly taken aback. Could we have a moment of privacy? Nana asked, still looking at Shigaraki. Ms. Otto quietly left the room, and the atmosphere shifted. I'm sorry, Nana said, dropping her head. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it, Shigaraki spat. He accused her of abandoning his father, stating that his sister and he had grown up not knowing who she was because she couldn't stay. He pointed out that she could be a hero to the world but not to her own family. The woman was speechless, and I felt out of place, standing on the sidelines. I had to, she sobbed. After a fight with a powerful villain, my quirk was taken away. I was blinded and my body was crushed. By then, my son was already lost to the system. Shigaraki started to laugh, the irony of the situation hitting him hard. He explained that because she wasn't there, All for One had taken him in and given him a place in the world. The villain who nearly killed his grandmother had become his savior. No, she gasped in disbelief. Didn't my son raise you better? I had so much hope for him and for you. Shigaraki stopped, questioning how her son could have hoped for someone she hadn't even acknowledged until moments ago. I still had hope for my son, she said, tears streaming down her wrinkled skin. He would never let you become a villain. Perhaps you're right, Shigaraki sighed, stepping closer to her. But he was never around to tell me otherwise. She covered her mouth in shock as her tears fell faster. He died because of my quirk, he revealed, tossing a handkerchief into her lap. I blame you for everything wrong that has ever happened in my life. He turned away, heading for the door, declaring that she wasn't worth it anymore. I followed him silently, noticing the tear on his face. Once outside in the rain, he seemed to revert to his usual self. He suggested that since I hadn't practiced my quirk, he had an idea. I asked if we were already moving on, and he nodded. I grabbed his arm, wanting to pause as a lot had just happened. I expressed that I was glad to learn more about him. Surprised, he looked down at me and pointed out that he had revealed a lot, including that we were villains. I brushed some wet hair out of my face, admitting that while it was new information, it wasn't entirely surprising. He asked if it bothered me, and I hesitated, unsure. I reminded him that I was trying to be a hero and questioned why he had saved me a few months ago. He explained that he wanted me to join them, and they wanted All Might dead. The individual Shigaraki had targeted was not significant, so the scene shifted to when he was walking home. He reflected on the recent events, feeling a mix of confusion and guilt. He had committed crimes before, but nothing like this. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't been focused. Shigaraki had expressed a desire for All Might to be eliminated, and he found himself questioning his own willingness to participate in such actions. It was all very confusing. Lately, Shigaraki had seemed more like a hero to him than All Might. Shigaraki believed in him and wanted him to join his cause. He felt he could excel in that role. When he had begged All Might to let him be a hero, All Might had remained silent. Perhaps he truly could not be a hero. His thoughts were a blur as he recalled the fading light in that man's eyes. The blood on his hands and the weight of murder didn't seem to bother him as much as he thought it would. It was a fleeting thought that barely lingered since it had happened. No one believed in him except Shigaraki. All Might was meant to be the symbol of peace for everyone, yet he couldn't assure him that he could achieve his dreams. He shook off the troubling thought of whether it would be so bad if All Might were to die. It was ridiculous, yet it lingered in the back of his mind. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into someone, too lost in thought to pay attention. He looked up to see Bakugo glaring at him, his expression fierce. He greeted Bakugo with a smile, asking about his wrist. Bakugo, frustrated, scolded him and grabbed his shirt, expressing his annoyance. The atmosphere shifted as he teased Bakugo, mentioning how the tables had turned. He found it amusing that Bakugo's worst fear used to be losing to him, but now that fear seemed to have faded. He leaned closer, using his quirk, which caused Bakugo to step back, his expression shifting to one of distress. Bakugo gritted his teeth, trying to regain control, but in a moment of anger, he punched him. He couldn't comprehend how he could act this way and still consider himself a hero. In a sudden burst of energy, he tackled Bakugo to the ground, demanding answers about what would happen if he chose a darker path. Bakugo struggled beneath him, trying to break free, but he held him down, feeling a surge of power. Bakugo yelled for him to get off, but he remained, realizing the pressure he was applying. The situation escalated, and he suddenly felt the weight of his actions. He jumped off Bakugo, who curled over, gasping for breath. In a panic, he ran away, unsure of why he had lost control. Bakugo's shouts faded behind him as he fled, grappling with the turmoil inside him. As he walked home, he felt a deep sense of something being broken within him. He had committed theft without remorse, allowed Shigaraki to lead him into violence, and now he had crossed a line. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. It all felt pointless. Upon reaching his front door, he found a note taped to it, urging him to hurry to the hospital because Ayuka had passed out. His heart raced as he dropped his bag and ran toward the hospital. The nurses scolded him for running, but he ignored them, rushing up the stairs to her room. He burst through the door, calling out for Ayuka, only to find her asleep in bed. He turned to Kana, who rushed to explain that Ayuka had complained of a headache, followed by a nosebleed that caused her to collapse. He approached Ayuka's bedside, noticing the four in her arm and the breathing mask over her face. He held her small hand, feeling a wave of desperation as he looked at Kana, pleading for reassurance. Kana shook her head, revealing that the doctors were concerned because they suspected Ayuka had been using her quirk despite their warnings. The cancer had been spreading. Izuku felt overwhelmed with guilt as he sobbed, believing it was all his fault. A comforting presence approached him, wrapping her arms around him. She reassured him, telling him not to blame himself. Izuku lamented that Yuki had always wanted to help him sleep, and he regretted not stopping her. He wished he had simply told her no or gone to bed like everyone else. She gently pushed him away to meet his tear-filled gaze. She insisted that he shouldn't carry the burden of blame. Yuki had been helping him because she was a kind person, and he shouldn't let this weigh him down. But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that Yuki was going to die because he hadn't intervened. Ayuka, who had been resting, stirred and spoke up. She acknowledged her fate, stating that she would die anyway but wanted to do some good while she was still here. Hours later, Mrs. Kana nudged Izuku awake as he dozed off. She suggested it was time to go home, noting how tired he looked. Izuku glanced between her and Ayuka, who had fallen asleep again from exhaustion. He expressed concern about leaving Ayuka alone in case something happened. Mrs. Kana sighed, her eyes red from crying, and encouraged him to get some rest, reminding him that if Ayuka saw him tired, she would want to help. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed and got up, his gaze dropping to the ground. It was nearly midnight when Mrs. Kana drove him home. The ride was quiet, and he rolled down the window, letting the wind blow through his hair. After arriving, he exited the car without a word and picked up his backpack before heading to his room. Once inside, he lay down and found himself crying, clenching his fists in frustration. The doctors had initially said Ayuka would have 2 years, but now they estimated she might only have 10 months left, if she was lucky. The thought of her not reaching her 7th birthday haunted him, gnawing at his mind. After a few moments of staring at the ceiling and gripping his fists tightly, he grabbed his phone and messaged his friends. He felt anxious as he waited for their replies. He shared his struggle to sleep and focus, revealing that Ayuka was in the hospital. His friends expressed concern and asked what had happened. Izuku admitted that Ayuka had cancer, and though she was receiving treatment, he felt a heavy weight of guilt for not stopping her from using her quirk, which he believed had accelerated the cancer's growth. His friends urged him not to blame himself, reminding him that feeling guilty would only hurt him further. They reassured him that there were still options for treatment, but Izuku felt overwhelmed by the news of Ayuka's declining health. Suddenly, a news alert interrupted their conversation. An explosion had occurred at Tsuburaya Hospital, and it was being evacuated. A second explosion had detonated as villains arrived at the scene, taking evacuees hostage. Panic surged through Izuku as he realized he had to get to the hospital. He dashed through the night, tears streaming down his face and his heart racing. The news report echoed in his mind as he neared the hospital, where flames could be seen over the rooftops and terrified screams filled the air. As he turned the final corner, he was met with chaos. A towering villain loomed in the midst of the madness, while heroes and police surrounded the area, including All Might and Endeavor. Izuku called out for Ayuka as he rushed toward the scene, but a hero quickly caught him, urging him to stay back for his safety. Desperate, Izuku struggled against the hero's grip, pleading to be released so he could find his family. Tears continued to flow as he searched frantically through the crowd for Ayuka or Mrs. Kana. He spotted his father on the sidelines, realizing the gravity of the situation. Despite the hero's attempts to restrain him, Izuku's focus remained on finding his family. His heart raced as he scanned the faces of the hostages, drowning out the muffled voices around him. In a moment of chaos, he was passed from one hero to another, pulled away from the scene. He heard familiar voices calling his name, urging him to calm down and stay still. Finally, he turned to see Shinso among those holding him, a flicker of hope igniting within him amidst the turmoil. It wasn't okay, he had to understand that. The frustration bubbled within, but he silenced her with a simple command. She wanted to protest, to break free from his hold, but he instructed her to follow. He glanced at Todoroki, nodded, and began walking down the street. She trailed behind, her mind racing. She needed to get back, to find Ayuka and Kana. This was Shinsu's quirk at play, and she had no choice but to comply. With each step, her anger grew, and her desperation to return to the search intensified. A few blocks later, he turned into an alleyway and released her from his quirk. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and pushed him against the brick wall. Her voice trembled with urgency as she expressed her frustration. Her family was in danger, and she needed to act. Why had he done this? Todoroki intervened, pulling her away from Shinso. He reminded her that they had to leave it to the professionals. But she couldn't accept that. Ayuka was her little sister, and she couldn't abandon her. The suffocating feeling in her chest made her tug at her shirt in distress. Shinso attempted to explain, but in a moment of anger, she struck him. He recoiled, his hand hovering over the spot where she had hit him, his skin already reddening. She felt betrayed, shouting that friends didn't treat each other this way. Ignoring the two boys, she ran back toward the chaos, the fire, the hospital, the villains. This time, she maneuvered through the crowd with determination, quickly catching the attention of one of the villains. He had a slender, menacing figure, clad in a tight black suit that accentuated his claw-like fingers. With swift, cat-like movements, he lunged at her, swiping through the air. She managed to dodge his attack, her instincts kicking in. When he turned around, she glared at him, and with a surge of power, he fell to his knees. She didn't pause to see if he was crying. She had to keep moving. Before she could reach the hostages, she was seized again. Looking up, she saw All Might, holding her securely under one arm while defending against another villain with the other. He questioned her presence there, urging her to retreat to safety. Determined, she demanded to be released, using all her strength to kick him in the gut. He stumbled, dropping her in the process. As she regained her footing, a cloud of black smoke enveloped her, and she caught a glimpse of her reflection in a shard of glass on the ground. Her eyes had turned dark, and she realized she had just kicked All Might. The voice of a large villain pierced through the chaos, announcing that one hostage would die. The painful sound made her cover her ears, but she couldn't ignore the dread that filled the air. All eyes turned as he seized a girl from the crowd. Her heart raced as she recognized Ayuka, who wore a pale blue hospital gown and was held by her silver blue hair. In a moment of desperation, she lunged forward, but All Might's firm grip on her wrist held her back. He warned her not to be foolish. The villain was too powerful. She struggled against him, her heart breaking as she saw Ayuka fight against the villain's grasp. Then, in a horrific display, the villain tore her away, leaving her in shock. She felt her strength drain, her mind going blank as she processed the unimaginable. All Might pulled her away from the chaos, and she found herself sitting on the concrete, shock etched on her face. The reality of what had just happened was too much to bear. Hours passed, and the villains continued to make demands, but the loss of Izuku weighed heavily on her. She sat in silence, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the ongoing violence. Heroes and hostages fell one after another, and the tension in the air grew unbearable. All Might and Endeavor tried repeatedly to subdue the head villain, but their efforts were in vain. The mystery of his quirk only added to the fear. As dawn approached, Todoroki's voice broke through her thoughts, reminding her of the time. The sky was lightening, but the stench of blood lingered, a grim reminder of the night's horrors. She felt numb, her heart heavy with grief as she remembered Izuku and Kana. Shinso suggested taking her home, while Todoroki offered his house as a closer option. She shook her head, her voice barely a whisper as she asked to be left alone. With shaky legs, she walked away from the nightmare, heading home. The sun rose slowly, casting light on her path as she realized she had left the door open. She shut it behind her and removed her shoes, moving up to her room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she trembled with fear, anger, and exhaustion. Looking down the hall, she could see Izuku's room, and her fists clenched as tears continued to fall. The sunlight flooded her room, but the memories of the night refused to fade. They replayed in her mind like a haunting melody. Desperate for distraction, she stood up, gripping her hair as she paced the room, unable to remain still. Catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror, she stared at her reflection, glossy eyes and red, irritated cheeks marked by the trails of her tears. My hair was a tangled mess, sticking to my forehead with sweat. Soot from the blazing fire dirted my face, and I smelled of smoke. All of that was captured neatly inside the golden embellished frame and on the glass. I felt powerless as I looked at myself, seeing only a failure. I should have reached her in time. I could have, but I didn't. My gaze shifted to a poster behind me in the reflection. All Might. The name slipped from my lips in frustration. If he could have saved her, he was there too. If he hadn't been so focused on my safety, he could have helped Izuku. In that moment he felt like a coward, not a true hero. He didn't deserve the title, not in my eyes. He didn't deserve all that he had. I hadn't realized how heavy my breathing had become. Anger surged within me, and I felt it was all his fault. In a fit of emotion, I punched the mirror, shattering the glass. My knuckles throbbed, but the pain barely registered as I watched the reflection break apart. Blood trickled down the jagged edges. It was all his fault. The next time Izuku Midoriya arrived at school, he was filled with frustration. To prevent himself from snapping at every little annoyance, he adopted a stern expression. He glared at anyone who dared approach him, including Todoroki and Shinso. When All Might entered the classroom, his hands trembled as he fought to keep from breaking his pencil. It quickly became clear to everyone that he wanted nothing to do with anyone, though curious and worried glances were cast in his direction, which he continued to ignore. Class passed by in a blur, his mind elsewhere. When the lunch bell rang, he remained seated, fists clenched under the desk, slouched in his chair with a deep frown etched on his face. As the room emptied, he felt a hand on his shoulder, which only added to his irritation. Todoroki's voice reached him, calm yet firm. He acknowledged that both he and Shinso understood Midoriya needed space but wanted him to know he could always talk to them. The monotone quality of Todoroki's voice only heightened Midoriya's annoyance. He shrugged off Todoroki's hand and pushed his chair back, standing up. He pointed an accusatory finger at Todoroki, expressing his desire not to talk to him or Shinso. The intensity of his tone and the shock on Todoroki's usually expressionless face made it clear just how upset he was. Mourning the loss of his sister filled him with sorrow, but he was also furious with both Todoroki and Shinso. Midoriya shoved his chair back into place and stormed out of the room, aware of Todoroki's footsteps trailing behind him. As he reached the doorframe, Todoroki grasped his arm, sounding desperate as he asked why Midoriya was angry with them. Midoriya turned sharply, freeing his arm from Todoroki's grip and snapping at him. He insisted that they had done something wrong and made it clear he was not in the mood for their concern. Though he felt tears welling up inside, he had cried too much lately for any to fall. An announcement echoed through the hallway, requesting Midoriya to come to the front office. He took a deep breath, glaring at Todoroki for a moment longer before marching down the hall. When he spotted Shinso approaching from another direction, he felt a surge of anger. Shinso greeted him quietly, his voice laced with pity. Midoriya shoved him aside, hearing the thud of Shinso's backpack against the wall as he continued on without a word. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Midoriya made his way to the office. Upon arrival, the receptionist directed him to the principal's office. As he opened the door, he immediately noticed All Might standing behind the desk alongside Nizu. Trying to keep his tone respectful, he stepped into the room with a glare and inquired about the purpose of the meeting, directing his question at All Might. Nizu gestured for him to take a seat, and Midoriya complied, though his angry glances remained fixed on the number one hero. Nizu began to speak, but Midoriya interrupted, demanding to know why All Might was present. Nizu appeared confused, explaining that it was just All Might. The hero then addressed Midoriya, acknowledging the anger he felt toward him and explaining that heroes could not always save everyone. Midoriya's jaw dropped, and he furrowed his brows, expressing his frustration. He stood up, exclaiming that All Might was supposed to save his sister. All Might sighed, attempting to reason with him, but Midoriya insisted he understood perfectly that All Might had failed to act when it mattered. Nizu intervened before All Might could respond, urging Midoriya to calm down. All Might crossed his arms and stepped back, allowing Nizu to continue. He explained that Bakugo had reported an incident where Midoriya had attacked him, which could warrant a suspension. All Might interjected, emphasizing the need to hear Midoriya's side of the story to determine the appropriate response. Leaning back in the chair, Midoriya crossed his arms, admitting he didn't remember the details clearly. He recounted the events of that day, noting that he had run into Bakugo after school, leading to their usual bickering and escalating into a physical confrontation. All Might asked if Midoriya had used his quirk during the altercation. Midoriya looked up, feeling exasperated, and confirmed that he had. All Might attempted to calm him down again, but Midoriya snapped back, expressing his desire to have nothing to do with him. He declared that if suspension was necessary, he was ready for it and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Nizu's voice was muffled through the door as he commented on the unexpected turn of events. All Might sighed, expressing his concern for Midoriya, who had been struggling with many issues lately. Ignoring the conversation, Midoriya returned to the cafeteria for lunch. As he entered the large room, a girl with brown hair and round eyes approached him, mentioning that his friends were worried about him. She apologized for interrupting and smiled sheepishly. Midoriya stared at her, annoyance growing, before glancing at the table where Todoroki and Shinso sat, watching the interaction closely. He decided to confront them directly, pushing past the girl and heading toward his friends. He slammed his hand on the table, ready to address the situation head-on. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as one student stood out, visibly upset. They were angry, feeling a deep sense of loss. Ayuka had been taken too soon, and the weight of that grief was unbearable. The student felt eyes on them, but they couldn't care less. They shot a glare at Shinso and Todoroki, who were nearby, and muttered that they just wanted to get their lunch and be left alone. It was the first day of high school that they had found themselves sitting alone in the back of the cafeteria. The heaviness in their heart had grown unbearable. Ayuka had been their best friend, and her absence turned their home into a hollow shell, devoid of warmth and comfort. Their father had returned to his old ways, lost in his own sorrow, neglecting everything around him. The student felt invisible, as if their existence didn't matter to him. They couldn't even turn to their so-called friends. They had shown little concern for Ayuka's passing. Frustration boiled within them, and they felt the urge to scream or cry, or even lash out. Sitting idle was not an option. They needed to escape, to distance themselves from those who had let them down. With determination, they left their tray of food behind and slipped out through the back door. Outside, a breath of fresh air filled their lungs, and they set off down the street, a scowl etched on their face. Pulling out their phone, they dialed a familiar number, listening to it ring. "Hello," came the voice on the other end. "I'm coming over," they said, their tone sharper than intended. "What is it now?" Shigaraki asked, sounding slightly annoyed. I can't stand being around those frauds anymore. All right, he replied with a sigh. I'll see you in a bit. Dobby's here too, just so you know. Yeah, bye. They hung up and pocketed their phone, then took off running toward the bar, letting the wind whip through their hair. As they entered the bar, the door slammed behind them, catching the attention of Shigaraki and Dabi. They walked over to the bar and rested their head on the counter, exhaling deeply. What's with you? Dabi asked, concern creeping into his voice. Gripping their hair, they muttered that they were going insane. Shigaraki urged them to calm down, suggesting that they were simply restless and craving revenge. Frustration bubbled up as they expressed their feelings of helplessness. Shigaraki's response was unexpected, a smile forming on his face as he encouraged them to consider their options. Confusion washed over them. They hesitated, unsure if they could act out of anger. Dabi scoffed, reminding them of past actions taken in the heat of the moment. Shigaraki pointed out that they had previously acted without hesitation, even hurting others. They looked away, realizing the truth in their words. They had been holding back, and for what reason? The thought of taking action against All Might and others filled them with a mix of dread and excitement. Midoriya, Shigaraki called, drawing their attention. If you join us, we'll help you get revenge. Eyes widening in disbelief, they repeated the offer quietly. Could they really trust Shigaraki? The idea of revenge was intoxicating, but it also terrified them. They stood up abruptly, slamming their hand on the bar, torn between their identity as a hero and the allure of vengeance. They turned to leave, contemplating Shigaraki's words. Doubt clouded their mind as they stepped outside, feeling the weight of their decision pressing down on them. As they walked home, thoughts swirled in their head. Every hero in their life seemed corrupt. Their father was consumed by greed, Shudo was trapped in an abusive situation, and All Might had failed to save Ayuka. The realization hit hard. Perhaps they didn't want to be a hero after all. Shigaraki had been a surprising ally, helping them grow stronger. Yet, the idea of becoming a villain felt wrong. They had crossed lines before, but now, the thought of fully embracing that path was daunting. Arriving home, they opened the front gate and stepped inside, the silence echoing around them. The absence of Ayuka and Kana was a constant reminder of their loss. The house felt empty, and their mind raced with memories and regrets. They longed for an escape from the relentless thoughts that haunted them. The weight of grief and anger was suffocating, and they wished for nothing more than to find peace amidst the chaos of their emotions. Feeling restless, the character got up and walked over to the desk, opening the right drawer. A tear slipped down their face as they stared at the blade inside, recalling the day they first reached out to Shigaraki. They picked up the knife, twisting it in their hand before laying it across their wrist, tapping it lightly while deep in thought. Emotions and pain surged within, overwhelming them. They made a thin cut across their arm, surprised by the lack of pain, and continued, creating several cuts as drops of blood formed and dripped to the floor. Tears streamed down their face as they watched the blood flow, feeling a release of their pent-up emotions. Suddenly, the front door slammed shut, and heavy footsteps approached the stairs. Eyes widening, they quickly shoved the knife back into the drawer and closed it, wiping their tears just as the bedroom door swung open. They pulled their sleeve over the fresh cuts, wincing as the fabric brushed against their arm. Their father stormed in, glaring fiercely. He demanded to know why he received a call from the school about their absence and found them there. The character snapped back, expressing frustration over their father's apparent indifference to their grief, accusing him of returning to work without caring about their loss. Their father's gaze fell on their arm, causing their heart to race as they instinctively turned to hide it. His eyes filled with concern, but his anger remained palpable. He questioned what they had done, his voice strained. The character stepped back, trying to deny it, but their father grabbed their wrist and pulled up their sleeve, revealing the bleeding cuts. He released their arm, his expression shifting to one of disappointment as he reminded them of the promise they had broken, referencing their mother's tragic fate. The character yelled in protest, accusing their father of only using their mother's memory to manipulate them, claiming he cared only for himself. The father's menacing tone returned, and the character stood defiantly in silence. In a moment of desperation, They activated their quirk, their eyes glowing red. Their father reacted by pushing them against the wall, but they quickly deactivated their quirk, feeling the weight of the situation. He warned them never to try that again and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The character felt a sense of finality wash over them. Lying on their bed with arms behind their head, they pondered their next steps. The room was silent, with faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. After much contemplation, they found themselves drawn to Shigaraki and his group, despite knowing they were considered villains. They questioned what heroes had ever done for them, recalling the pain of losing their mother and the absence of their sister and stepmother due to the failures of those who were supposed to protect them. Sitting up, they groaned in frustration, realizing they had reached the same conclusion repeatedly but refused to accept it. They threw the blanket off and walked to the closet, pulling out a gray duffel bag. They hastily packed clothes, socks, and essentials, pulling on a black fleece jacket and lacing up combat boots. Grabbing their phone and charger, they quietly left the room, hearing the low hum of the television downstairs. As they passed the living room, they saw their father passed out with alcohol, still in his hero costume. Stepping into the midnight air, they felt the door click shut behind them and walked down the quiet road. Determined, they told themselves they were not a hero and never would be. The path ahead felt clear and easy, and they were resolute in their decision to win. Arriving at Shigaraki's location, they found him annoyed at their late arrival. The character brushed past him, noticing Kurogiri and Dabi in their usual spots. Dropping the bag, they settled against the back wall, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. Shigaraki's sarcastic welcome did not faze them as they expressed their intention to join the group, albeit quietly. After a moment of silence, Dabi acknowledged their arrival with a teasing remark, while Shigaraki inquired about the change of heart. The characters scratched the back of their neck, carefully choosing their words, explaining that they hadn't changed their mind but had come to realize where their true allegiance lay. I had been suspended from UA for fighting Bakugo off campus, but I didn't plan on returning. My father had also upset me. Shigaraki sighed, suggesting that I shouldn't stop attending UA. Having someone on the inside could be beneficial to our goal of getting rid of All Might. I rested my head in my hand, acknowledging his point, though the idea of going back to that school didn't sit well with me. I figured that as long as I was still in school, my father wouldn't even notice if I stayed away from home. Shigaraki asked if that was why I had brought a bag, and I nodded, leaning back in my seat. He informed me that I was welcome to stay there, pointing to an extra room across the room. I settled into my new surroundings, contemplating how I would need to talk to Todoroki and Shinso when I returned to school. Everything felt overwhelming. Shigaraki inquired about Todoroki and Shinso, while Dabi, sipping his drink, noted that he thought I was friends with them. I admitted that I used to be friends with them, but now they felt just as problematic as All Might. The room fell silent after my remark. I didn't mind the quiet and simply stared at the two of them, waiting for a response. However, no one spoke for the rest of the night. We each engaged in our own activities. I scrolled through my phone, Shigaraki read a book, and Dabi left the room after a while. Later, I made my way to the back room Shigaraki had indicated. It was small but acceptable, with a twin bed, a small table, and a disheveled rug in the center. A short dresser stood against the wall, and there was a smaller door that likely led to a bathroom. There were no windows, which wasn't surprising given the location. The ceiling light flickered occasionally, casting a yellow hue. I dropped my bag by the door, plugged in my phone, and settled onto the bed. To my surprise, I quickly drifted off to sleep, peacefully. I was nudged awake and opened my eyes to see Dabi standing next to my bed. I flinched, instinctively backing away. He raised his hands, casually assuring me that he hadn't meant to scare me. Once I calmed down, I asked him what time it was. He informed me it was almost noon. I found it strange and pondered silently. Dabi left the room, seemingly uninterested in my thoughts. I had slept well, without any nightmares, which was unusual for me. I wondered what had changed. Shigaraki's voice broke through my thoughts, asking if I was going to stay in there all day. I got up and walked out to find everyone from the bar sitting around the room. Toga, the girl with the bond, exclaimed in excitement upon seeing me. She rushed over, asking why no one had told her I was staying there. Dabi bluntly replied that it was too early for her antics. I agreed with Dabi, trying to be polite as I asked Toga to be quieter. She sulked, wrapping her arms around my neck and asking if I thought she was annoying. I pushed her off, feeling a bit unnerved. Shigaraki told her to be quiet, and she gasped as I took a seat at the bar next to Dabi, tuning out their banter. Dabi remarked that it was too early for Toga and too early to think. I glanced at him, lost in thought as I studied his features. He noticed my staring and asked what was up. I explained that I had managed to sleep well the previous night, which was unusual for me. Dabi inquired if I didn't usually sleep well, and I chuckled, admitting that my quirk often caused me nightmares. I had always disliked my quirk for that reason, but last night had been different. Dabi suggested that perhaps I was on the right side now. His words caught my attention, and I listened as he shared his experience with his flames and how having a goal helped him gain control. He theorized that my clearer mindset might have prevented my power from targeting myself. I considered his theory, unsure of its validity. On the last day of my suspension, I woke up to several messages on my phone. I had slept peacefully again, still puzzled by why. My father's message informed me that Ayuka's funeral would be at 3 p.m. Another message from Icy Hot suggested that Shinso and I should talk after school. Sitting up, I ran my fingers through my hair and through my legs over the edge of the bed. The time was already 11. I started typing a response to Icy Hot but remembered Shigaraki's words. I ultimately decided to let them be. I gathered my things, putting on my jacket and tying my shoes before heading out the door. As I walked down the street, tears welled in my eyes as I thought of my baby sister. Her smile and laughter were vivid in my mind, and I remembered how gentle she had always been, especially towards me when I didn't deserve it. I had wanted to protect her with everything I had, but I had been too late and too weak. She was just a little girl battling cancer, and she didn't deserve what had happened to her. The sky darkened with clouds as I kept my head down, my shoes dragging across the concrete. The air was humid, and cold rain began to drip onto his skin, soaking him. He walked toward his house as the temperature dropped and the clouds drizzled. The ground darkened with each raindrop. Once he reached the doorstep, rain spotting his shoulders, he hesitated before opening the door. He told himself he only needed to grab a blazer to look more presentable, but he didn't want to be there at all. As he finally pushed the door open, the smell of alcohol and cigarettes thickened the atmosphere. His father wasn't home, but the lights and television were still on. Looking around, everything reminded him of either Kana or Ayuka. Their shoes were still by the door, jackets hung on the hooks lining the wall, and the staircase led up to Ayuka's room. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palm as he looked away and treaded up the stairs into his room. The house felt emptier than usual, like a scene from a horror movie. There was no sound to be heard. Not even the rain outside was loud enough to penetrate the walls. It was dim, still, and silent. Walking into his closet and skimming through the back, he found a black suit that would be acceptable and began to change. He looked at himself in the mirror. Most people would say they looked great in a nice suit, but he just looked the same, dark circles under his eyes, shaggy hair, and slightly chapped lips. Glancing over to his desk, he saw a photo of Ayuka and himself at an amusement park, taken long ago before she was diagnosed with cancer. Now, he hated the photo. It only served as a reminder that she was gone. He turned the frame face down and left. As he shut the door, he noticed two figures standing outside the fence several yards away. Squinting, he recognized them and rolled his eyes as he walked down the stone path with his hands in his pockets. He opened the gate and stepped outside, now standing in front of the two with an agitated expression. Shinso waved awkwardly, saying hello. He stared at them, expressing his annoyance. He had told them to leave him alone. Todoroki spoke up, saying they really needed to talk to him, to apologize. He huffed, walking past them, but Shinso called out, asking if he was going to the funeral. He simply grunted in response. They exchanged glances before Todoroki grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. He asked if he could at least listen to them for 5 minutes. Checking the time on his phone, he replied that it was 2:30 and they needed to talk quickly since he had to walk halfway across town. Shinso apologized for using his quirk on him, saying he didn't want to see him get hurt. Both of them wore pitying expressions. Todoroki added that neither of them wanted what happened to his family, and they were truly sorry. He sighed and crossed his arms, his eyes falling to the ground. He lied when he said it was fine, acknowledging that they were only trying to help and that he had lashed out because of his anger. Continuing to attend school would be easier if they made up. Looking back up at them, he waited for a response. Shinso pressed, asking if he was still upset. He merely shook his head. Todoroki asked if they were all good then. He reassured them that he was still coping but wasn't mad at them anymore, even if it felt untrue. Todoroki said they would see him at school tomorrow. He nodded and turned around, heading once again toward the funeral home downtown. He stayed toward the back of the room as his father went up to say a few words. Family he hadn't seen in years had come down, but most everyone else was on Kana's side of the family. His eyes watered for hours as the reality sank in once again that they were really gone. He would never share another moment with Ayuka. They could no longer spend their nights talking about anything and everything. It was all over. There was nothing left but memories, and that thought was heartbreaking. Tears streamed down his face, and his chest felt tight. This was it. He realized he had nothing left but sadness and anger. Tears never stopped falling as he left the funeral home early. He didn't know where to go and couldn't stand being around the other people there. They felt suffocating, all saying the same things. Everything would be okay, they would get over this. But it wouldn't. He would never share another moment with them. He wandered aimlessly, unsure if he was headed home, to the villains, or anywhere else. As he sat down on the edge of the sidewalk, he wrapped his fingers in his hair, head low, watching his tears fall onto the asphalt. Frustrated, he grunted in anger and pain, feeling impatient and increasingly drawn to the villain's plan to destroy All Might. A woman's sweet voice broke through his thoughts, asking if he was okay. He turned to see her smiling with pity. For a moment, he could have sworn she was someone else. His eyes narrowed, and he growled at her to get away. She gasped and stepped back, her shock drawing the attention of several others in the street. She screamed and ran in the opposite direction, while others stared at him in disgust or shock. He muttered to himself that he was done, standing up and brushing off the back of his pants. This was his last day of break, and he decided to try to sleep since that had been going well for him lately. He headed back to the old bar. As he walked in the door, Shigaraki was the first to speak up, questioning where he had been. Before he could answer, Toga sprang up, clinging to him with a big smile, excited to see him in a suit. And he was so handsome, she squealed, brushing her fingers gently across his cheek. He pushed her off and started heading to his room, but she jumped in front of him again. She said he looked so good, running her hand under the jacket of his suit and up his chest. He felt uncomfortable quickly and lowered his brows, glaring at her as he pushed her away again. He insisted that she leave him alone. As she stared at him in shock, Shigaraki stepped in and told her to stop staring and let him pass, explaining that he didn't like her. She huffed and stepped aside, allowing him into the room where he shut the door with more force than necessary. He dropped his phone on the bedside table and kicked off his shoes before flopping onto the bed face first with a groan. It was about 7 o'clock, but he was already exhausted. This day had been emotionally tiring, and he was beginning to feel fatigued. He set an alarm to ensure he had time to get ready for school in the morning and let himself fall asleep. At first, it felt like he was in the middle of an abyss with no sounds or anything in sight, just blackness. He wondered if the nightmares had only stopped for a short time, but this felt different. It was as if he woke up in a different city, normal but slightly off. As he turned around, he spun more than necessary until he stopped on the 7th rotation. There was something in the distance, just a small white speck floating far away. Curiosity took over, and he began walking toward it. It seemed to remain the same distance no matter how long he walked. After what felt like forever, it finally started to appear closer, and he tried to make out its shape. It was almost circular, just a bit off. As he continued walking, he was able to make out more details until he stood right in front of it. At head level, the object floated a mask. It was a skull without the jaw, and it felt real, as if it had been ripped from the body of an actual person. The eye sockets were round and rough, and the nose part was sharp and jagged. He had seen this before. He vaguely remembered a nightmare he'd had quite a while ago, the skull mask. It had been recurring in a few nightmares. The more he thought about past dreams, the more he remembered them. The mask had become more prominent lately, often appearing in his sleep. He flinched and jumped up at the sound of his alarm going off, startled. He had never needed an alarm clock before, so it was very new to him. When he was younger, his mother always woke him up for school or daycare. After he got his quirk, he was scared of sleep, so he didn't need it. Then, when Kana moved in, she would wake him any time he actually fell asleep, or she'd send Ayuka to do it. But today, it was just a loud buzzer, startling him awake. He laughed at the irony of it after he shut it off. Once he calmed down, he got up and begrudgingly prepared to go back to school. He still didn't want to go, but he had no choice. He was the mole. When he stepped into the main room, backpack over his shoulders, Shigaraki was waiting for him with an unimpressed glare. He awkwardly waved and smiled, but Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Shigaraki got out of his seat and walked toward him, reminding him of what he was doing this for. He pointed to his chest, emphasizing that he wasn't there to make friends and needed to report any important details about where All Might would be. He nodded, now serious, and assured Shigaraki that he wanted All Might gone as much, if not more, than all of them. He turned to the door and waved goodbye as he left, shutting the door behind him. Returning to school felt odd. Standing at the front gates as a traitor was unexpected. The thought of betraying so many people made him feel guilty until he remembered why he was doing it. They had all betrayed him first. As he took a deep breath, a set of arms wrapped around his shoulders. He immediately shot his red eyes to the right and glared until he processed who it was. He apologized to Shinso, who looked a bit shaken but assured him it was okay. He then noticed Todoroki on his left, looking at Shinso with surprise. He lowered his head and stepped forward, leaving them a bit behind. They walked in pace, and Shinso continued to reassure him that what he did was fine, though he didn't care much. He had to play along, so he muttered that he had told them when they first met that he wouldn't use his quirk on either of them. Did they buy that? Shinso shook his head and expressed his sorrow about what happened with his family because of him. He sighed, head low, and reminded Shinso that it wasn't his fault. Life was fragile, and he realized that now. Anyone could die at any moment: his mother, his sister, his stepmother, even any of them or any of the heroes. People die, he whispered. The two of them walked over and wrapped their arms around him again as he stood frozen. He was angry with them, but in that moment, he couldn't be. They had prevented him from saving Ayuka and Kana, but he couldn't blame them right then. They held him tight and it felt warm and safe. Tears slipped down his face before he even knew they were there. He wasn't alone. He rested his head on their shoulders and wrapped his arms around them as well. He muttered an apology before he could think about the words, but they didn't respond. He heard the bell ring, but they all just stood still for a moment longer in the threshold. After a bit, they both pulled away and he wiped his tears. Maybe this won't be too bad, Midoriya thought as he looked back at Todoroki and Shinso with a soft smile. Todoroki gently pulled his hand away from his cheek and reassured him that they would help him through this. Shinso added with a smirk that they were all in it together. Midoriya chuckled internally at the thought of revenge against All Might but nodded in appreciation as they headed to class to avoid being late. When he sat down, Aizawa entered the room with All Might shortly after, igniting a surge of anger within him. Midoriya glared at All Might, who met his gaze with soft, pitying eyes. It was clear that All Might understood the blame Midoriya placed on him, and he felt no remorse. However, realizing he needed to maintain a facade, Midoriya rolled his eyes and gazed out the window as the discussion about their upcoming training began. A folded sheet of paper was passed to his desk, and he unfolded it to read the words written on the blue lines. Shudo had noticed his glare when All Might entered and reassured him that things would return to normal soon. Midoriya furrowed his brows in response. He didn't want things to go back to normal. He wanted Kana and Ayuka to be alive. Revenge was all he had left. Still annoyed, he faked a soft smile and nodded at Shudo. At lunch, he remained quiet, picking at his food while Shinso and Todoroki chatted. He snapped out of his daze when his name was mentioned. Shinso asked if he was okay, and Midoriya rolled his eyes, insisting he was fine. Todoroki then invited him to hang out at Shinsu's place after school, but Midoriya hesitated, mentioning he had someone to talk to first. Shinso suggested they could meet up afterward, and Midoriya nodded before the bell rang. As they left class at the end of the day, Midoriya and Todoroki shared a laugh about Kaminari's antics throughout the day, where he had repeatedly answered questions incorrectly. When Shinso joined them, he was confused until they shared the story. Shinso chuckled at Kaminari's expense, and Todoroki agreed, noting how amusing Aizawa must have found it as well. Midoriya defended Kaminari, recalling how he had been his partner during a hero-villain roleplay. Todoroki remarked that Midoriya probably only won because Bakugo was a tough opponent. Midoriya rolled his eyes, confident that he had improved since then. Shinso complimented him, admitting he wouldn't want to face him in a fight. Midoriya smiled, appreciating the support. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around his shoulders, and he turned to see Toga. She exclaimed how much she missed him, but Midoriya quickly pushed her away, insisting she was just a friend. Toga pouted, and Midoriya told her to go home, promising to meet her later. After she left, he apologized to his friends for her behavior, explaining that he had met her a while back and she was always like this. Todoroki pointed out that Toga clearly liked him, prompting laughter among the group. When they calmed down, Shinso asked if Toga was the person Midoriya needed to talk to after school. Midoriya clarified that he didn't have feelings for her and that he needed to speak with someone else they both knew. Todoroki teased him, but Midoriya assured them he would catch up with them later as he headed off. Upon entering the bar, Midoriya dropped his bag by the door. Shigaraki asked what took him so long, and Toga complained about Midoriya spending too much time with Todoroki and Shinso. Midoriya retorted that he needed to maintain those friendships to avoid suspicion. Shigaraki wanted any information Midoriya had, and Midoriya explained that they didn't have enough numbers for an attack, especially with training taking place on school grounds. Shigaraki pondered the situation, realizing security would be a problem, and decided they would need to plan an attack when the class and All Might moved away from the main building of UA. Midoriya nodded in agreement. Toga interrupted, asking if they could hang out, but Midoriya declined, stating he had better things to do. He knocked on the door to Shinsu's house, and his mother answered, recognizing him immediately. She pulled him into a warm embrace, expressing concern over recent events. Midoriya felt a mix of sadness and comfort in her hug, but he quickly pulled away to wipe his face before turning back to her, noticing her worried expression. In Shinsu's room, the atmosphere was light as he nodded and shut the door behind him. The moment I knocked gently and opened the door, I asked if I could come in. They exchanged glances, their smiles wide, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I stepped inside and closed the door. Shinso jokingly asked how my mystery meeting had gone, while Todoroki chimed in with a playful remark about me potentially harming someone. I laughed, sitting cross-legged on the floor with them, and mumbled that they would be surprised at what I had encountered. Todoroki brushed over my comment, mentioning how he had just been listening to Shinso express his frustrations about the hero course exams being unfair for those with quirks like his. Shinso exclaimed how annoying it was, questioning how he was supposed to defeat robots and how Todoroki had managed it. I shrugged and explained that I had focused on rescuing people to earn points and had figured out that the robots were remote-controlled, which allowed me to scare the drivers into crashing them. Todoroki sighed, admitting that he had only thought of rescue points too late. He expressed his surprise at not knowing what we had to do until that day, attributing his acceptance to his father's influence. Shinso teased him about bragging, and I joined in, playfully calling him a privileged child. He retorted that I was privileged too, but I defended my position, saying my father wanted me to prove my abilities, which is why I took the exams. Todoroki leaned against the bed, claiming he had proven himself enough to avoid being kicked out, and Shinso laughed, telling us to stop showing off our wealth. Our laughter filled the room, and Todoroki even fell to the side in amusement. I felt a sense of joy in hanging out with them. As we continued to laugh, Shinsu's mother entered, smiling at the sight of us enjoying ourselves. She asked if we would like to stay for dinner, and after exchanging glances with Todoroki, I agreed. After dinner, Todoroki and I walked in the same direction as the sun began to set. I kept my head down, feeling the quietness of the evening. He remarked that the night had been nice, and I smiled in agreement. After a few moments, he stopped me, holding my wrist and suggesting we sit on a nearby bench facing an empty children's park. We settled onto the cold metal seat, enjoying the serene view as the sun dipped below the horizon. Todoroki reiterated how nice the evening had been and turned serious, wanting to apologize again. I shook my head slightly, indicating he had already done so. He insisted that what he had done was wrong, acknowledging his selfishness and expressing regret for not helping me save my family during a critical moment. I sighed, looking down at the ground, and told him I was done with apologies. Everyone involved regretted how things had unfolded, including both of us and the professionals. Todoroki accepted my sentiment, wanting me to understand his feelings about the situation. Suddenly, Bakugo approached us from the sidewalk, calling out to me. I glared at him, asking what he wanted. He demanded that Todoroki leave, wanting to speak to me alone. I rolled my eyes as Todoroki stood up, refusing to leave. Bakugo insisted it didn't matter and directed his frustration at me, questioning my recent behavior. I stood up, ready to confront him, as he expressed his annoyance with my quirk seemingly growing stronger and my tendency to tackle him. Todoroki intervened, pushing Bakugo back slightly as I wiped my face clean of the spit that had landed there during Bakugo's outburst. I pointed out that Bakugo was upset because he relied on his talent alone, while others were working hard to improve. I mentioned that it was hard to hold back my desire to hit him when he acted like such a jerk. Bakugo lunged at me, but Todoroki held him back, and Bakugo shouted his disdain for both of us. I laughed, challenging him to try and prove himself, confident in my abilities. I taunted him about not being as good as me or the others in our class, asserting that my confidence was backed by my achievements. Todoroki attempted to intervene, concerned about the escalating situation, but I was caught up in the moment, realizing only then that I had been unconsciously using my quirk. Confusion washed over me as I took in Bakugo's expression. I had been observing his expression. He was angry, but when I glanced back, his jaw had relaxed, and tears were welling in his eyes. He tugged at my arm, urging me to walk away. I stared for a moment longer as Bakugo seemed completely frozen. I apologized to Shudo, admitting that I had lost control, and began walking with him, my gaze still lingering on Bakugo. He sighed and released my arm, cautioning me to be careful. He acknowledged that Bakugo could be difficult, but I needed to keep my emotions in check. Over the next few weeks, not much happened. I felt a bit anxious that the league might think I wasn't truly on their side, but I was. However, I was also growing closer to them all. I realized that Toga wouldn't stop teasing me. While it made me uncomfortable at times, Shigaraki usually intervened when necessary. I had listened to Dabi vent about his family when no one else was around. He was never very specific, but I tried to help him calm down whenever he wanted to talk. Even Shigaraki shared things I never expected. After the incident with Nana Shimura, he spoke about how his family had died, and I noticed a tear fall before he quickly wiped it away. At school, my friends and I had reconnected. After I accidentally called Shudo by his first name instead of Todoroki the other day, we were all on a first-name basis now. Bakugo hadn't spoken to me since that day at the park with Shudo. As the week drew to a close, I asked my friends if they wanted to hang out again that weekend during lunch. Hitoshi mentioned he had to go out of town with family, while Izuku expressed that his father would be upset if he skipped another training session. I sighed and rested my chin in my palm, grumbling about how much I disliked Hitoshi's dad. Shudo chuckled and pulled out his phone when it buzzed. He sighed, announcing that he had to leave early because his father wanted to discuss something important that All Might had mentioned. I tilted my head, curious but apprehensive about what it could mean. Hitoshi asked for more details, but Shudo admitted he didn't know much yet. Just then, the intercom summoned him to the office, and he waved goodbye. I grumbled again about my disdain for Endeavor. When I arrived at the bar, I tossed my bag in the corner and angrily removed my jacket before climbing onto a bar stool with a scowl. Toga noticed my mood and teased me about it, while Shigaraki, with his usual gruffness, asked what was wrong. I expressed my intense frustration with Endeavor. A heavy silence filled the room as I glared at the wall. Shigaraki mumbled something about how I could handle it, and I responded with my feelings about Endeavor's treatment of Shudo. Toga, grinning widely, jumped in, excitedly suggesting that I should talk to Dabi about my plans. Just then, Dabi entered the bar, and Shigaraki muttered about him being the topic of conversation. Dabi, confused, asked what was happening. I reiterated my intention to deal with Endeavor, explaining my concerns about his abusive nature and the suspicions he and all might held towards me. Dabi approached me, anger flickering in his cobalt eyes. He pushed his hand against my throat, pressing me back against the counter. Toga pulled out her knife, but Shigaraki stopped her. Dabi wasn't choking me, but it was still uncomfortable. He hissed quietly that he wanted to be there to witness Endeavor's end, making it clear that he didn't care who did it, as long as he was present. I nodded in agreement, and he released me. Toga, lowering her knife, asked what that was about, but Dabi simply kept his gaze on me. Ignoring Toga's outburst, I declared my intention to take action that night. Dabi responded with a simple acknowledgement before dramatically turning and slamming the door to his room. At about 12:45 a.m., Dabi and the protagonist set out, and a plan was explained. The protagonist needed to gather fear to gain strength, intending to confront a target in his sleep. However, if the target woke up, things could go awry. It was decided that some innocents might have to be harmed along the way. Dabi placed a hand on the protagonist's chest to stop him. He suggested they not wander aimlessly and led the way across the street. The protagonist trusted Dabi as they moved through the chilly night, a soft breeze brushing through their hair. Dabi eventually stopped at a corner and pointed out a gathering across the street. People huddled under a bridge around trash can fires, wearing tattered coats and beanies. Children played in similarly worn clothing, revealing their homeless situation. The protagonist felt no remorse and commanded Dabi to burn it down, crossing the road with determination. Blue flames erupted behind them, catching the attention of the gathered crowd. As they approached, it became clear that their intentions were not friendly. The grass ignited, and the flames licked at the coats of the people nearby. Panic ensued, and the protagonist felt a rush of euphoria as fear filled the air. Chasing after a young girl, the protagonist caught her easily and lifted her by her hair, a crooked smile on their face. With a flick of the wrist, she was thrown aside, colliding with a concrete support. The energy from the chaos was palpable, and the protagonist reveled in the power that surged through them with every scream. The flames danced like waves, spreading destructively yet beautifully. The air was filled with the scent of smoke and the echoes of terror, creating a haunting symphony of chaos. As the last scream faded, silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Catching their breath, the protagonist watched the flames spread, startled when Dabi placed a hand on their shoulder. Dabi raised his hands in a gesture of peace, asking if the protagonist was ready to leave. Nodding with a smirk, the protagonist felt an uncontrollable joy, giggles escaping occasionally. Dabi noticed the protagonist's excitement and inquired about it. The protagonist explained that the overwhelming fear and power were exhilarating. As they exited an alleyway, a flash of white caught their attention, prompting the protagonist to shove Dabi back. Shudo appeared, looking troubled. He asked what the protagonist was doing out so late, to which the protagonist replied they were just walking. Shudo shared that a conversation with his father had left him unsettled, revealing that All Might was concerned about the protagonist's allegiance. The protagonist felt a glare forming as Shudo expressed his doubts, insisting that they had always wanted to be a hero to help others. Despite Shudo's reservations, he admitted he wanted to trust the protagonist. After a brief exchange, they parted ways, and once Shudo was out of sight, Dabi emerged from hiding. He remarked on the close call, and the protagonist dismissed the concern, claiming to be a great actor. Arriving at the Todoroki household, the protagonist picked the lock with a pocket knife, and the door creaked open to reveal darkness inside. Dabi stepped in first, leading the way down the hall. The protagonist followed, noting the pristine condition of the home, as if no one lived there. At the end of the hall, Dabi opened a door quietly, revealing Endeavor asleep. The protagonist stood beside the bed, blood boiling with anticipation. Suddenly, a door shut elsewhere in the house, and they both listened intently. Quiet footsteps approached, and the protagonist whispered Shudo's name. Dabi instructed the protagonist to take action while he dealt with the incoming threat. As Shudo entered the room, flames erupted in the hallway, and Endeavor's eyes snapped open. The protagonist drew knives, ready for confrontation, as the tension in the air thickened. He yelled in frustration, one of his arms engulfed in flames. The protagonist jumped forward and pushed his flaming arm into the ground, breaking the wooden flooring. The power felt almost magical, making it seem too easy to take him down. Suddenly, the opponent swept his leg under the protagonist, causing them to land on their back. He unleashed a burst of fire, but the protagonist quickly blocked it, tearing up the flooring to use as a shield. They hurled the wood forward, striking his head, causing him to stagger back, visibly shaken. The protagonist heard a voice from the walkway calling out in confusion. They gathered some knives and tackled him to the ground, stabbing the weapons into his chest multiple times. He yelled in pain and struggled for a moment before growing weaker. The protagonist stood up when his arms fell still, wiping the sweat from their forehead. Blue and red light flickered from the hallway, ice formed and melted, and harsh words were exchanged. The protagonist dashed to the hall and paused in the doorway, but Dabi quickly obscured their view with flames. He shouted for them to leave, and the protagonist felt a sense of gratitude for his protection. They ran to gather their knives and put them away, then broke a window to escape, racing back to the bar. Inside the bar, the protagonist paced the main room while Shigaraki and Toga shouted questions at them, but their words fell on deaf ears. Anxiety gnawed at the protagonist. They had never checked Endeavor's pulse and feared he might have just passed out. What if Shudo saw them? What if Dabi didn't return? Their shirt was still stained, and the smell of smoke lingered. All the adrenaline had faded, and clarity returned. They cursed themselves for being reckless. Falling into a chair, they tangled their fingers in their hair, overwhelmed with worry about what to do next. Shigaraki's voice cut through their thoughts, commanding attention. He reassured the protagonist that no one on their team would get caught, reminding them that there had been close calls before. He urged them to breathe and stick to the plan. The protagonist nodded and took a deep breath, trying to calm their racing thoughts. Dabi leaned against the doorframe, clutching his left arm. The protagonist jumped up and wrapped their arms around him, expressing concern. He gently pushed them away, insisting he was fine but needed first aid. He revealed a burn on his upper arm, stating it hurt but likely wouldn't scar. The protagonist gasped at the sight of the injury, asking about Shudo. Dabi reassured them that he had only knocked Shudo out and that Fuyumi had helped get him out of the fire. Relief washed over the protagonist, but confusion lingered. They pressed Dabi about how he knew Fuyumi and where Endeavor's room was. Dabi snapped, revealing his true identity as Tuya Todoroki, Shudo's brother, and demanded to be left alone before slamming the first aid kit shut and retreating to his room. Turning to Shigaraki and Toga, the protagonist asked if they had known about Dabi's true identity. They both shook their heads, with Shigaraki noting that he had only ever introduced himself as Dabi. The next morning, news of Endeavor's death spread, and reports of the house burning down circulated due to their confrontation. As the protagonist watched the news, they received a text from an unknown number asking if they were Izuku Midoriya. Finding it odd, they responded affirmatively. Moments later, another message arrived from Fuyumi, Shudo's older sister, asking them to come to the hospital. Realizing Shudo was in the hospital, the protagonist glared at Dabi before grabbing their backpack and informing the others at the bar of their departure. Shigaraki mumbled his agreement as the protagonist texted Fuyumi that they were on their way. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Hitoshi waiting for the elevator, suggesting he had received a similar message. As they rode up, memories of past hospital visits flooded back, reminding the protagonist of Ayuka, who had spent so much time in medical facilities. Her smile had always been a source of comfort, but now, with her gone, happiness felt unattainable. When the elevator doors opened, the two walked down the hall in silence until they reached the room. As they entered, they saw Shudo lying on the bed, bandages wrapped around him like a present, covering his neck, arms, and head. Hitoshi rushed to Shudo's side, asking what had happened. The protagonist commented on the news, expressing concern for Shudo's well-being. Shudo reassured them that he was fine, though he would be kept there for observation due to minor injuries. Hitoshi sought clarification, and Fuyumi explained that intruders had come to their house looking to harm their father. Shuto interrupted, insisting that it had been Tuya, claiming he had seen him. Fuyumi glared at him, insisting it couldn't have been Tuya, while Shuto argued that he had been gone before she returned home. Fuyumi countered that she had seen someone running away, someone of Midoriya's height, which ruled out their brother. Shuto insisted that it had to be the other person, claiming Tuya had only knocked him out briefly before she arrived. Hitoshi intervened, attempting to ease the tension, suggesting that unless Izuku was the culprit, they wouldn't know for sure. The amusement at Shuto's last comment brought a smile to my face. I nodded, encouraging him to calm down. Shuto sighed, expressing his belief that it was still Tuya behind everything. Fuyumi leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, as he continued, explaining how quickly events had unfolded since he had returned home shortly after our encounter. My eyes widened as I realized I had likely been home when everything began. I felt a twinge of regret for not being there to help him. Shuto narrowed his eyes, assuring me it was fine. A few days later, Shuto was out of the hospital, and the situation with Endeavor had settled somewhat. Aizawa informed us that we would be engaging in a different type of training that day. He explained that All Might, a third staff member, and he would oversee our practice in disaster rescues at an off-campus facility. We were instructed to change and meet outside by the bus. Before boarding the bus, Ito was busy organizing everyone, and I took a moment to pull out my phone. I messaged Midoriya about our plans to confront All Might. He informed me that we were leaving campus and would send my location once we arrived. Shigaraki responded, surprised that we were leaving with All Might and the rest of the class. Midoriya mentioned needing Kurogiri to split up the students to make it easier to deal with All Might, but he was confident we could manage. Shuto glanced at my phone, curious about who I was texting. I quickly powered it off, claiming I was just checking in with my dad due to recent events. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. The bus screeched to a halt, and All Might stood up to gather our attention. He instructed us to follow him inside the building in an orderly fashion. As we exited the bus, we marveled at the dome-shaped structure before us. Mina gasped in awe, while Aoyama commented on its shine. Ida took pride in the quality of UA's top-class facilities. I glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before slipping to the back of the group to message Shigaraki again. I sent my location and remained quiet, trying to appear innocent. Aizawa reminded us that this was still class and instructed everyone to be quiet as we approached the building's doors. Once inside, he began to speak about the rescue hero. Uraraka excitedly recognized 13, expressing her admiration and desire to perform rescues someday. Meanwhile, an unsettling feeling crept into my mind, a mix of anger and anticipation. I felt my heart race, wondering if today would be the day All Might would face his end. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as villains entered the scene. Kirishima noticed them first, questioning if the training had begun. Another student remarked that this was supposed to be rescue training, prompting the heroes to turn and assess the situation. 13 shouted for everyone to stay back as Aizawa and All Might prepared to engage in battle. Some classmates stepped forward to assist, but 13 urged them to hold back. Bakugo, ever impulsive, charged toward the fight, ignoring 13's protests. Kurogiri appeared unexpectedly, warning him not to interfere. As Bakugo turned back to the heroes, 13's quirk began to pull Kurogiri forward. Kurogiri remained calm, quickly using his own quirk to create a warp gate that disrupted 13's efforts. Bakugo and Kirishima launched their attacks, but they missed Kurogiri, who effortlessly evaded them. Frustrated, he began to separate the students. As the smoke cleared, I found myself among a few classmates who had managed to avoid being scattered. Uraraka approached me, visibly frightened, and placed a hand on my shoulder. She whispered, seeking my help and recalling a plan I had devised during training. I scoffed and pushed her hand away, irritated. I didn't have a plan and didn't appreciate being labeled as the smart one. Uraraka insisted we needed to act, reminding me of my previous strategy against Bakugo and Kirishima. I rolled my eyes, dismissing her concerns. I was focused on finding a way to intervene without drawing attention to myself, especially as I watched Aizawa and All Might engage in combat. Suddenly, another student called out for Ida, who began to run toward the exit. Kurogiri quickly created a warp gate to block him. In that moment, everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. Shoji leaped forward, catching the smoke, allowing Ida to escape the teleportation. I jumped to my feet, shouting for Ida to stop, but he pushed through the doors and ran outside. Uraraka cheered him on, urging me to be more supportive. Where was she going? He was tired of listening to her voice. She jumped up and started following him as he headed for the stairs. He made eye contact and feigned an attack, creating a barrier in front of her and blocking her path. She yelled, a mix of annoyance and fear in her tone. The frog girl shouted for Ochako to get out of the way just as he moved out of hearing range. At the base of the stairs, he circled the fight carefully, staying hidden behind some bushes. He thought to himself that he didn't have a clear shot to use his quirk right now. The two heroes were surrounded, battling the minor villains Shigaraki had recruited. A moment later, Shigaraki called the Nomo over and commanded it to attack All Might. He watched intently, his eyes wide and his jaw clenched, grinning with excitement. The hero threw his first punch, but the Nomu showed no reaction. All Might soon realized this was no ordinary opponent, and he clapped and bounced with anticipation, eager to see how this would unfold. He continued to search for the best viewpoint of the match, crouching and sneaking about. When he finally had a clear sight of All Might, his eyes glowed with mischief. He noticed All Might's reaction time slowing, his legs shaking, and his movements becoming stiff. A quiet giggle escaped him as he watched the hero take more hits from the Nomu. This was it. All Might was pushed to the ground, tossed around, and struck repeatedly. His heart raced with eagerness. Aizawa quickly came to All Might's aid after taking out several thugs attacking him. His smile faded. Aizawa pulled a knife from his utility belt and plunged it into the Nomu's eye, clinging to it like a monkey. He gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated. Aizawa's scarf was wrapped around the Nomu's neck, and it clawed at it, struggling to breathe. He lunged forward, ready to join the fight out of anger, but stopped as Shigaraki intervened first. He quickly hit again. Aizawa was cautious when he saw Shigaraki and backed off the Nomu to confront him. Shigaraki rushed forward, arms extended, acting hastily. Aizawa grabbed his wrist and dodged, letting Shigaraki stumble under his own weight. Frustrated, Shigaraki attacked more quickly, pushing Aizawa to the ground with his arm behind his back. He stared in shock. He had never seen Shigaraki's quirk affect another person before. Aizawa's shirt tore away first, then his skin began to dry and crumble. Muscle and even some bone became visible as Aizawa yelled out in pain, gritting his teeth to stay strong, but it was clear he was suffering. Realizing he had taken his eyes off All Might for too long, he refocused just in time to see All Might wrestling with the Nomu, nearly colliding with Shigaraki and Aizawa. Shigaraki jumped out of the way, and Aizawa did the same, clutching his arm close to his chest. He could tell Aizawa was on the verge of passing out, relying solely on adrenaline. His gaze returned to All Might, and he noticed the fight was shifting. All Might was still trying hard, putting up more of a fight than before, but his attacks were beginning to falter. The Nomu quickly overpowered him, pushing him back. He watched, blinking in disbelief. They were winning. All Might was stumbling, struggling, and not smiling. Everyone seemed trapped in awe. Aizawa had lost a lot of blood and was too weak to stop them. At this rate, he thought, Aizawa might not survive. His quirk suddenly stopped. He didn't register anything for a few seconds until he realized he had been pulled away. Todoroki held his shoulder, turning him to face him, asking if he was okay. Did Todoroki see him? That didn't matter, he had to keep watching the fight. He turned back without a word and activated his quirk again. Todoroki expressed concern, noting that he was looking at All Might as if he wanted to harm him. He pulled him back, but he snapped at Todoroki, revealing his deep-seated anger and pain. He spoke of the loss of his sister, how no one had helped her, and how nobody cared. Todoroki pleaded with him, insisting that the suspicions about him being a traitor couldn't be true. But he confirmed them, frustrated. He pushed back against Todoroki's attempts to reason with him, feeling betrayed by all the heroes he once admired. He felt that they were all just in it for the fame and money. Todoroki urged him to stop, but he shouted back, demanding to be left alone. His eyes glowed red, and Todoroki backed away, visibly shaken. He didn't know when Todoroki had started crying. Turning back to the fight, he saw that All Might, much to his annoyance, had regained his strength without his interference. Gritting his teeth, he used his quirk once more, feeling exhausted. All Might fell under his influence more quickly this time. The fear surrounding him only made him stronger. With one final attack, All Might collapsed. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and he felt his jaw drop as Aizawa called out All Might's name. He hadn't realized Aizawa was still conscious, let alone alive. His voice was strained, barely audible through the pain he had endured. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the right side of his face, and he found himself falling to the ground. Bakugo tackled him, pinning him down and keeping his fist raised, ready to strike. Kirishima called out in confusion, asking what was happening. Bakugo accused him of using his quirk on All Might, refusing to take his eyes off him. He gritted his teeth, staring up defiantly. He didn't have time for this. He threatened Bakugo to get off him. Kirishima tried to defend him, sounding nervous and unsure, while Bakugo stared him down, contemplating his next move. I pushed Bakugo away and sat up, leaning back on my hands. Bakugo glared at me while I looked over at the spot where All Might had been taken down. It was silent as everyone, except Bakugo, stared in that direction. Shigaraki was approaching slowly. Was All Might dead? I glanced at Shudo, wondering if he would betray me or if I should just leave. He would want to talk to me later, but I had already said everything I needed to say. I maneuvered into a crouching position before pushing myself off the ground. My legs felt weak. Turning to Shudo, I caught his attention. I told him to relay my farewell to Hitoshi, then smiled, noticing the confused expressions around me. Then I ran. I ran up to the villains and met Shigaraki. He was surprised to see me in front of everyone, not caring that they could see me. He acknowledged my presence with a simple statement about my situation. I explained that my cover had been blown and nodded toward the three who were still watching me. Shigaraki sighed, noting that it was bound to happen sooner or later, before turning his attention back to All Might, who lay motionless on the ground. My gaze shifted to the fallen hero, and I felt a wave of disbelief wash over me. I had known this moment might come, but seeing it was another thing entirely. Shigaraki urged me to leave, grabbing my arm and leading me toward the warp gate Kurogyri had created. My eyes remained fixed on All Might as we stepped through, and soon we found ourselves back at the bar. I stumbled slightly as the chaos of the Uge faded from view, sinking into one of the leather chairs. The warp gate slowly vanished, leaving just Kurogyri, Shigaraki, and me. The other villains had returned to their respective locations. My heart raced. I had never expected everything to unfold so smoothly, though smoothly hardly seemed the right word. I had been outed as a traitor. The weight of that realization settled heavily on me, especially after hearing about All Might's fate. Aizawa had seen me too. There was no going back now. I was a villain, and with All Might gone, I could only imagine the hatred that awaited me at school. I ripped the gloves off my hero costume and removed the mask from around my neck, tossing them onto the table. My legs felt shaky as I stood and began to remove my shirt on the way to my room. Once inside, I sat on my bed and tangled my hands in my hair, overwhelmed by uncertainty. I had no plan for what to do now that All Might was gone, and I felt lost. After a moment, I got up and walked to the small closet to change. The cramped space felt suffocating. When I re-entered the bar, I wore a black hoodie and ripped jeans, my combat boots laced up tightly. Pulling up the hood, I stepped toward the door and informed Kurogyri and Shigaraki that I was heading out. Shigaraki immediately objected, expressing concern for my safety and questioning where I was going. I reassured him that I just needed some fresh air and promised to keep my head down. With a scoff, he warned me to be careful. I opened the door and felt a cool breeze hit my face. Winter seemed to linger longer than expected as I shoved my hands into my pockets and looked down at the ground. As I walked down the street, I felt annoyed by the number of people out and about, especially in the cold. I let my legs carry me wherever they wanted, avoiding anyone who came too close. After a few minutes, I found myself at a park and took a seat on an old bench. My legs began to ache, and I felt weak since leaving the UJ. I had overused my quirk, and exhaustion was setting in. I just needed to be alone for a while. I sighed and leaned my head back, closing my eyes. I couldn't shake the memories of happier times, the encouragement from my friends ringing in my ears. I quickly sat up, wiping away the cold tears that had fallen. I felt a surge of anger as I thought about the heroes who had failed to protect those I cared about. With renewed determination, I stood up from the creaky bench and walked with purpose down the road. It didn't take long to reach my destination, my home. I hadn't been there in weeks, and the sight of the pristine White House brought a flood of memories. I approached the gate and punched in the security code before walking up the pathway. As I opened the front door, the smell of alcohol hit me like a wave. The house was silent and dark, and I wasn't sure why I had come here. I felt as if I was searching for something. I glanced around the corners as I moved deeper inside, my gaze briefly lingering on the stairs that led to where her room used to be. I called out softly for my father, unsure of what to expect. My eyes scanned the floor, littered with bottles, and the silence was almost suffocating. As I ventured further into the house, I heard a faint, slurred voice before it faded into silence again. I turned the last corner to my father's room at the back of the house and pushed the cracked door open. My heart raced as I stepped into the nearly pitch-black room. He turned to face me, and in the dim light, I could see his beady green eyes staring back. He spoke my name with a mix of venom and sadness, igniting a small flame in his hand to illuminate his expression. His face was red, his eyes half closed, and it looked as if he had been crying. He hadn't raised his hand threateningly, he merely sought to shed light on the situation. He demanded an explanation, and I felt the weight of his gaze as he asked what was going on with me. Since childhood he had always expressed his desire to be a hero, so it puzzled him to see the change in his demeanor. He gestured to the height he remembered from when they were kids, but the response was averted eyes and a clenched jaw. The dream of being a hero felt hollow now. The word hero no longer held meaning. They had witnessed a tragedy where no one stepped in to help. Top heroes like All Might and Endeavor had been present, yet they had done nothing. He acknowledged the pain of that day, sharing his frustration. Perhaps there could have been a different outcome if they hadn't been restrained. But the response was sharp, filled with anger. The past was a bitter reminder of a mother lost, and the father had returned to work as if nothing had happened. The longing for approval had turned into resentment, feeling like the father only cared about money and success. The father had hoped for a better life for his child, but the child felt abandoned, believing the father thought he was weak. The tension escalated, and accusations flew. The child had trained hard, feeling strong enough to have made a difference, yet the world had kept him sidelined. The father insisted that if he had been strong enough, he would have acted. The child turned away, teeth gritted, refusing to accept that blame. The loss of friends weighed heavily, and the heroes they had trusted felt like nothing more than cowards. In a moment of vulnerability, the father reached out, but the child recoiled, surprised by the sudden gentleness. The father's concern was evident, and he asked about the child's well-being, acknowledging the absence that had been felt. The child responded that he had been with friends who had taken care of him, but the father's next question revealed a painful truth about those friends' actions. The father stood tall, a sense of resignation in his posture. He had just received news that police would be questioning him, and despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to turn in his own child. The love was still there, mixed with a desire for safety and happiness. The child mirrored his father's frown, stepping back to create distance, and as he turned to leave, he caught sight of tears falling from the father's eyes. A quiet farewell lingered in the air as the child walked away, feeling the weight of the moment. As he strolled down the street, his phone vibrated in his pocket. A police car passed by as he glanced at the caller ID Shudo. He had anticipated this call but didn't expect it so soon after leaving the USJ. He ignored the call, but it rang again, persistent. With a sigh, he answered, remaining silent. Shudo's voice came through, filled with disbelief. The child acknowledged his presence with a grunt. The conversation quickly turned tense, with accusations of betrayal hanging in the air. Shudo expressed his frustration, reminding him that many had seen him, that he couldn't just abandon them. The child felt the anger rise, insisting that the heroes had failed them when it mattered most. The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken words. The child's frustration boiled over, and he snapped back, denying any forgiveness for past grievances. The truth was more complicated, but he refused to admit it. After the call ended, he tucked the phone away and continued walking, feeling a strange sense of relief mixed with sadness. It might be easier for Shudo to say goodbye if he was angry. Meanwhile, Shudo sat apart from the crowd, grappling with his emotions. Tears slipped down his cheeks as he processed the betrayal of a close friend. The reality felt surreal, and the weight of it all was almost too much to bear. Bakugo approached, his anger palpable as he confronted Shudo, demanding to know if he had known about the betrayal. Shudo narrowed his eyes, feeling the tension rise as he faced his friend. "No, I didn't know. He turned on me just like everyone else. I'm not special just because I was closer to him than any of you were. Especially you, Bakugo." Bakugo glared, clearly confused. He couldn't understand what I meant. I pushed him away, frustration bubbling inside me. "You probably pushed him over the edge the most. He thinks that heroes are frauds, and I think you fit that description the most." Aizawa intervened, rushing over with bandages wrapped around his right arm and dried blood on his face. "Hey, calm down, Bakugo. We're all dealing with what just happened. Let him be." Bakugo shot me a fierce look. "Fine. But you better keep an eye on this one. They were good friends. Wouldn't be surprised if he joined them," he muttered as he walked away. Aizawa sighed, turning his attention back to me. "We will have to watch you closer, Todoroki. But I'm not suspicious of you. You have no reason to worry." I nodded, feeling a mix of relief and uncertainty. "Are you okay?" he asked. I shook my head, my gaze dropping to the ground. Aizawa sighed again. "Don't worry too much. It may not be as bad as we think. There will be an investigation. He could have been manipulated or acting under duress, you never know." I nodded again, though I wasn't entirely convinced. "Actually, I wanted to ask you, could you enroll me in an investigation course?" Later that night, Midoriya lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone for news. He suspected they were keeping All Might's death under wraps, a logical move. Through the thin walls, he could hear Toga and Dabi arguing about something trivial. It was annoying, but he had learned to tune them out after a few days. Just as he was about to watch something on Netflix, a notification caught his attention. Hitoshi messaged him, and Midoriya's heart raced. Had Shudo already told him what happened? Hitoshi's messages came pouring in, expressing disbelief and concern over the events of the day. Midoriya felt the weight of their friendship pressing down on him as he read Hitoshi's words. He tried to explain his feelings, but the conversation spiraled into a heated exchange. Hitoshi couldn't understand why Midoriya seemed so calm, questioning his choices and the impact they had on their friendship. Midoriya felt a pang of guilt but stood firm in his decision. He knew he had to confront the darkness that had taken so much from him. As the night wore on, he drifted into a peaceful dream. He found himself in a bright field, the wind gently brushing against the tall grass. Laughter echoed around him, carefree and joyful. A girl with brown knotted hair danced a few feet away, her battered clothes contrasting with her radiant smile. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't place her. She skipped in a circle around him, and he turned to keep her in sight, a smile forming on his face. The laughter was infectious, and he felt a sense of joy wash over him as he joined her in her playful dance. But as the scene shifted, darkness crept in. The laughter faded, and the vibrant colors dulled. He felt dizzy, falling to his knees as the world around him spun. The girl's smile faltered, replaced by a look of confusion. His heart raced as he struggled to comprehend the change. The laughter echoed painfully in his mind, and he looked up to see her expression shift, her joy turning to something darker. The dream morphed into a haunting vision, leaving him with a sense of unease as he awoke, the weight of his choices heavy on his heart. The darkness enveloped her, and as the contours of her face became illuminated, a chilling realization washed over him. He recognized her. The look of horror etched across her features sent a shiver down his spine. Her lips parted, releasing a breath that felt as cold as winter, echoing in his ears. The scream that followed pierced the silence, a sound so loud it made him instinctively cover his ears and bow his head. It reverberated through the air, growing louder and more haunting. Even amidst the chaos of her cries, he could hear his own breath, steady yet strained. He gasped, feeling the tremor of his breath as it escaped his lips. A whisper slipped from him, barely audible over the cacophony. He repeated it, a breathy apology that faded into the background noise. Suddenly, he found himself sitting up in bed, panting, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. A nightmare? No, not again. Panic surged within him as he scanned the darkness of his room, searching for anything out of the ordinary. It was cold, but he wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing. His eyes darted around, desperately seeking something, anything to ground him. Turning his head to the corner of the room, paranoia gripped him. The shadows loomed, obscuring everything in black. He threw the blanket off his legs and jumped out of bed, flipping the light switch. His hand lingered on the switch as he peered left and right, relieved to find nothing there. Gradually, he slid down the wall, running his hands through his hair. It had been ages since he had woken up in such terror. That girl, the one he had killed the night he took Endeavor's life. How could he have done that? The thought echoed in his mind, leaving him staring blankly at the floor. She had been just a child, and he had acted so violently, all for the sake of power. How could he be so cruel? But he tried to justify his actions. Endeavor had been a terrible person, especially to Shudo. That had to count for something, didn't it? Slowly, he pushed himself off the floor, leaning against the wall for support. His thoughts raced, and he frowned, wrestling with his conflicting emotions. He had done it for Shudo, he was better off now. Those people had been sacrifices, it was necessary. Shudo was better off now that Endeavor was gone. He had managed to convince himself of that, but the guilt still lingered. He needed reassurance. He walked into his closet, pulled on a pair of boots and tied them. Grabbing his phone from the charger, he tucked it into his pocket before cautiously opening the door and peeking out. Dabi was there, casually leaning against the bar, his expression unreadable. He jumped slightly at the sight of him and stepped into the warmly lit room. Dabi acknowledged him without looking up, his drink resting in front of him. It was 3 a.m., and he wondered what Dabi was doing awake. Dabi smirked and pointed out that he could ask the same question. Dabi finally turned to him, revealing a softer side beneath the scars. He encouraged him to speak, having heard him talking to himself. With a sigh, he took a seat at the bar, arms resting in his lap. He felt exposed as he shared his doubts not about being a villain, but about hurting and killing people. Dabi urged him to look up, his expression softening as he listened. He admitted that he didn't like the idea of him being involved in villainy at all. It wasn't a life for someone so young. But he countered, pointing out that Dabi had gone with him to kill Endeavor. Dabi acknowledged that it had been personal for him, but he had been prepared to take the blame if anything went wrong. He would do the same for Toga, despite her being a brat. Dabi's concern for him was evident, comparing him to his own little brother. He didn't want to think about what he would do if his brother went down a dark path. Shudo had been upset when Dabi left, but the conversation shifted back to why he had been sneaking around. He admitted he wanted to talk to someone without waking anyone up. Dabi warned him about the dangers of going out so much, and just then, Shigaraki emerged from the shadows, adding to the tension. He reassured them that he wouldn't get caught, but Shigaraki countered, emphasizing that he couldn't promise that. Frustrated, he rolled his eyes and insisted that Shigaraki couldn't stop him. He was confident in his abilities and intelligence. Shigaraki urged him to reconsider, expressing concern for everyone involved. Their argument escalated, and in a moment of anger, his eyes glowed red, unintentionally activating his quirk. Realizing he had lost control, he turned away and stepped out into the night, grappling with the changes within him. Since he had started using his quirk again, it felt different, stronger, yet reminiscent of his childhood. He wandered down the street, reflecting on how much he had changed. When I get my quirk, I hope it's just as cool as yours. Kaken dismissed me, insisting that no matter what quirk I got, I would never be as strong as he was. Since Kaken's quirk developed, all the kids in our class had been excited to discover their own powers. I was one of the last to receive mine, and it didn't go well. I was talking with one of my friends, sharing a story about a scary movie my parents had watched the night before. As I began to explain one of the scenes, he interrupted me, shouting in fear. Confused, I stopped talking and looked at him. He ran to the teacher, claiming there was a monster, and suddenly all eyes were on me. I stammered that I hadn't done anything. It took a few more incidents like that for me to realize it was my quirk, and I hated it. Later, I cried in my mother's lap, feeling the weight of my quirk. She played with my hair and reassured me that everything would be okay. Someday, I would find a way to use my power for good. She called me her little hero. I wiped my tears and asked if she really meant it. She nodded, affirming her love for me, and I rested my head on her shoulder, grateful for her support. One day, Bakugo cornered me in a secluded area, his face close to mine, wearing a threatening scowl. He wanted to remind me that he didn't like me. He accused me of trying to get into UA and insisted that it was impossible with my quirk. I narrowed my eyes, questioning how anyone could have found out. He backed away, slapping my face before grabbing my collar, telling me I had no chance of getting into the school. I tried to defend myself, stating it wasn't about the quirk but what one did with it. I sighed, clearing my thoughts as I turned the corner and arrived at the bus stop. It was around 5 a.m. when the bus dropped me off at my destination. I figured she was still asleep as I checked the time. The sun was just beginning to rise, and I felt grateful for the warmth in the air. I walked down the street with my hood up, waiting for a reasonable hour. Feeling a bit hungry, I searched for a shop to grab some food, having about $20 in my pocket. I spotted a donut shop and crossed the empty street to enter. The place seemed to have just opened, with only a tired-looking cashier behind the counter. As I pushed the door open, a bell rang, and I pulled my hood down. The young cashier greeted me with a forced smile, asking how she could help. I approached the register and looked at the menu, ordering a raspberry jelly donut, a plain glazed donut, and an iced coffee. She entered my order into the system and told me the total. I handed her my $20 bill, and she counted out my change while preparing my order. After a few moments, another customer entered, indicated by the doorbell. I didn't pay much attention until the cashier called out to him, referring to him as a detective. My heart raced as I pulled my hood up again, feeling cautious. The man, Sugorochi, noticed me and smiled, mentioning he was a regular there. I mumbled a response and turned away, trying to hide my face. He asked if I was cold, pointing out my hood. I replied that I was fine. The cashier handed him a paper bag with a drink, and I took my order, eager to leave. As I stepped past him, he stopped me, placing a hand on my shoulder and asking for my name. He mentioned I looked like a suspect in his investigation. I froze, hoping he hadn't seen a clear photo of me. I managed to say my name, Tenko Shimura, and hoped it would satisfy him. After a moment of scrutiny, he accepted my answer and let me go. I hurried outside, relieved to have escaped. I walked quickly, not looking back, and stopped a few blocks away at a small table outside a decor shop. I wouldn't tell Shigaraki about this close call. He would only tease me. I took my breakfast from the bag and began to eat alone. At 8 a.m., I approached a door, feeling nervous as I raised my hand to knock. When the door opened, I was greeted by a vaguely familiar smile. Ms. Otto recognized me but couldn't recall my name. I introduced myself as Midoriya. She asked if my friend was with me, but I replied that it was just me and asked to speak with Nana. She invited me in and asked me to wait in the living room. I took a seat, leaning forward with my arms on my knees, listening to the gentle ticking of the wall clock. Ms. Otto returned, helping Nana toward the room. Nana greeted me warmly, asking how I was. I replied that I was fine, though not entirely. She sensed something was off and inquired further, her tone gentle and motherly, just as I remembered. Ms. Otto helped her into the seat opposite him and left shortly after. He ran a hand through his hair and began to explain. It was a long story, and he wasn't sure if his quirk had been mentioned during their last meeting, but it had caused him to experience nightmares every time he slept. He felt a pang of sympathy as she expressed her concern, acknowledging how terrible that must have been. He nodded, though she couldn't see him. The nightmares had disappeared until last night. Initially, he thought it was just a normal dream, but then he realized he had harmed a girl in it. He hesitated, noticing her saddened expression, her brows gently furrowed at the mention of the girl. She asked if he felt guilty about it, her voice tinged with hope. He confirmed that he did, but admitted that at the time, he had not cared. He had committed the act to gain power and had enjoyed it. She questioned how he could enjoy such a thing. He explained that using his power felt different, almost addictive. Surrounded by fear, he could absorb it, feeling it surge through him. The power was intoxicating, and he felt an overwhelming urge to act, to kill. Suddenly, she shouted for him to stop, startling him. She asked if no one had taught him that what he was doing was wrong. He replied that he was aware, which was why he felt so conflicted. He wasn't himself when he wielded that much power. He had taken many innocent lives, including Endeavor's, and now all might was gone too. Her eyes widened in shock as she processed the news of Toshinori's death. She covered her mouth, whispering his name in disbelief. When he confirmed that he had killed All Might, she stood up and crossed the space between them, raising her hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. He caught her wrist as she tried to strike him, and she yelled at him in anguish. Ms. Otto rushed in, pulling them apart and trying to comfort her. He shouted that it wasn't his fault, ignoring Misato's attempts to intervene. She demanded to know how he could do such a thing, reminding him that he had claimed Toshinori was dead. He argued that things could have been different, that he could have been different. He had always wanted to be a hero, just like Shigaraki had once aspired to be. Nana shouted back, insisting that he couldn't use that as an excuse. Life was difficult for everyone, and he needed to push through it. He countered, expressing his despair over the loss of his mother, sister, and stepmother, feeling like a disappointment while everyone hated him. He questioned what he was supposed to say, dismissing his pain as a mere sob story. She retorted that everyone had lost someone, and she had left her own family behind to protect others. He accused her of justifying her actions, claiming it was ridiculous. In a moment of anger, he lunged forward, pulling out a pocket knife. Ms. Otto intervened, alarmed by his actions. Nana shouted for him to stop, but he was consumed by his emotions. She struggled against him, urging him to get away. In a moment of chaos, he pushed her back, and the knife grazed her cheek. She touched the cut, realizing it had healed instantly, revealing her healing quirk. He pushed her away, and she stumbled against the wall. As he turned back to Nana, he caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror and saw his eyes had turned completely black. He expressed his disdain for her, feeling betrayed that he had come seeking advice only to be met with anger. He tightened his grip around her throat, pulling the knife back. Ms. Otto shouted for him to stop, but he was lost in his turmoil. In a moment of desperation, he plunged the knife forward. She let out a cry, and he felt the weight of his actions as she struggled to breathe. When her body fell limp, he stepped back, his heart racing. Ms. Otto stood trembling against the wall, her eyes wide with horror as she looked at Nana's still form. He approached her, leaving a trail of footsteps behind him. She pleaded with him, trying to back away but finding herself trapped. He coldly informed her that she would be a witness, and despite her desperate pleas, he acted without hesitation. The silence that followed was deafening, the scent of blood heavy in the air. He realized he couldn't leave in such a state and began searching for something to change into. In a back closet, he found a box labeled Kotaro's old clothes. Inside, he discovered an old blue hoodie, some jeans, and worn white sneakers. As he rummaged through the items, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Checking it, he saw a message from Shigaraki warning him that someone was tracking his phone and advising him to leave immediately. Todoroki sat in the back of his English class, distracted as he reviewed notes from his investigations class. Memories flooded his mind, recalling a time when he, Izuku, and Hitoshi had studied together, sharing laughter and camaraderie. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard his name called. He looked up to see his teacher, Hizashi, speaking with Aizawa at the door. He approached them, curious about what was happening. Aizawa asked him to step into the hallway for a moment, assuring Hisashi that it wouldn't take long. Once outside, Aizawa closed the door and began to explain that he didn't have to share this information but felt it was important for Todoroki to know. He crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes in suspicion, eager to hear what Aizawa had to say about the investigation involving Midoriya. He mentioned that once they traced the phone's location, they followed it to a house just outside the city. The other person responded with a hint of confusion, prompting him to continue. A few officers had gone to check it out, but there was no answer at the door. When they entered, they found Midoriya's phone there, along with 2 residents of the home who were no longer alive. The other person asked for confirmation, and he simply nodded. That was all he was allowed to share at the moment, so he suggested the other person head back to class. Midoriya returned to the bar, only to be met with a slap to the face from Shigaraki, who was wearing a special glove, so it didn't hurt. Shigaraki yelled at him, calling him an idiot, but Dabi quickly intervened and pulled him away. Midoriya rolled his eyes, rubbing his cheek. Suddenly, Toga rushed in and enveloped him in a hug, nearly knocking him to the ground. She pulled back to examine his face, expressing concern for his well-being and chastising Shigaraki for his actions. Midoriya reassured her that he was fine, pushing her away gently. Shigaraki chimed in, insisting that Midoriya was okay, but Toga retorted, calling him a crusty bag of Doritos, leading to their usual bickering. Midoriya glanced over at Dabi, noticing several glasses lined up on the bar counter. He asked if Shigaraki had been drinking, and Dabi confirmed that he was upset about Midoriya using his quirk on him and leaving. Dabi also revealed that he had sent the earlier text to Midoriya. Midoriya acknowledged the situation, noting that it had been quite eventful. Dabi then mentioned that Shigaraki and Toga were still arguing, prompting him to intervene and pull Shigaraki away from the conversation while Toga ran off. Midoriya took a seat to rest, sighing. Dabi joined him, observing Shigaraki as he returned to the bar. Dabi asked where Midoriya had been, expressing concern that he might have been caught by the police. Midoriya shook his head, explaining that he had almost been caught but had sought advice from someone, which hadn't been very helpful. He recounted an encounter with a detective who had questioned him, but he had managed to lie and escape. Dabi listened, then mentioned that Midoriya would need a new phone since he had left his behind. He chuckled, explaining that they had spare phones because theft was common, thanks to a friend's quirk. He retrieved a box from a cupboard and handed it to Midoriya. Toga suddenly jumped into the seat next to Midoriya, pressing a small bag of ice against his cheek. He flinched at the cold, and she insisted on helping him, despite his protests that he was fine. Dabi intervened, telling Toga to let Midoriya be. She crossed her arms and pouted, still sitting close to him. Midoriya sighed, and Dabi apologized for Shigaraki's behavior, explaining that he was upset about everything. Midoriya remarked that one would think Shigaraki would be happier with all might gone, but Dabi pointed out that Shigaraki was more focused on the chaos caused by Midoriya's actions. Midoriya acknowledged that he seemed to annoy many people these days and asked if Dabi was upset about what had happened. Dabi assured him he understood Midoriya needed a break. Toga then questioned why Midoriya wasn't concerned about her feelings, but he dismissed her, saying he didn't care. She dramatically claimed that it hurt her feelings, prompting Midoriya to lean back in frustration while Dabi laughed. Weeks passed with Midoriya confined to his room, unable to argue against Shigaraki's orders. Dabi explained it was for his safety due to the detective who had recognized him. Midoriya felt bored and restless, frequently checking the news, which remained quiet about the situation. He turned off the news and scrolled through social media, where he saw a post from Kaminari featuring a selfie with classmates practicing for the sports festival. Midoriya had completely forgotten about it. He sighed and set his phone down, heading to the bar in search of food. Just as he entered, Kurogiri announced that lunch was ready, having prepared lasagna for everyone. After everyone filled their plates, they settled down to watch a movie. Toga, sitting next to Midoriya, began to speak. Midoriya preemptively told her that whatever she was about to ask, his answer was no. However, Toga persisted, excitedly mentioning a dance at her school. Midoriya firmly rejected the idea, stating that dances weren't his thing, he didn't like her, and he was essentially on lockdown. Dabi chimed in, confirming that Midoriya wouldn't be going anywhere due to the police's watchful eyes. Toga rolled her eyes but continued to plead with Midoriya, insisting that it was a masquerade dance, which would solve the problem of being recognized. Midoriya grunted, still unconvinced. Toga whined, promising to leave him alone for a while if he agreed to go with her. Even if I agreed to that, she wouldn't stay away, he thought with a groan. She jumped and held out her pinky finger, promising that she wouldn't bother him. He sighed, staring at her before wrapping his finger around hers, agreeing to go to the event if she would leave him alone for a while. Her smile brightened as she acknowledged his agreement. Dabi teased him about being a lovebird on a date, prompting him to snap back, which only made Dabi chuckle. Izuku was almost ready when Toga knocked on his door, her smile evident even before he opened it. He straightened his tie in the mirror, sighed, and stepped out. She exclaimed how handsome he looked, but he dismissed her compliment, insisting they weren't doing that. She urged him to put on a mask for a picture, handing him a plastic skull mask with black lace trim while she donned her matching one. He couldn't believe he had agreed to this. With the mask over his face, she pulled him closer and held up her phone. He shook his head, forcing a fake smile and peace sign for the photo. After she snapped the picture, he sighed, asking if they could go now. She eagerly jumped to grab a small handbag that matched her short red dress, exclaiming that they were going to have so much fun as she led him to the door. Shigaraki shouted a warning not to let him get caught, to which Izuku exaggeratedly responded, rolling his eyes as they stepped outside. They walked through the quiet night, a chill breeze brushing past them. A few minutes into their walk, she took his hand and moved closer, their shoulders touching. She began to speak, her tone shifting as she confessed that she knew where he had gone that day. Shigaraki and the others hadn't thought it important, but she had looked it up. It hadn't made the news, but the people who lived there had been killed. When she finally made eye contact, she revealed that she knew it was him. He pet his head, surprised. Knowing her, he thought she would be more excited. Instead, she expressed disappointment that he hadn't told anyone, not even her. He turned away, annoyed, and resumed walking, explaining that he hadn't shared because the woman he killed was Shigaraki's grandmother. When she inquired about another girl, he simply stated she had been a witness. "Did you know she was PR Jininti?" she asked, catching him off guard. He paused, blinking in surprise before continuing down the path. When they arrived at the school, they were let in easily, her as a student and him as her date. She urged him to have fun as they entered the crowded venue filled with loud music. As she pulled him into the throng of people, he felt the colorful lights flash in his eyes while he stumbled over his own feet. Once they found a space to stand without being jostled, she held both his hands, jumping and dancing like everyone else, singing along to a song he didn't recognize. He joined in to avoid standing awkwardly, and after a few songs, he actually started to enjoy himself. After about 30 minutes, he pulled Toga out of the dancing circle, both of them smiling and laughing, slightly out of breath. He removed his mask, commenting on how hot it was inside. Laughed and asked if he wanted a drink, mentioning a friend who would be bringing alcohol. He agreed, and she took his hand, leading him through the crowd in search of her friend. A few moments later, she jumped up to hug a tall guy from behind, calling him Kazuo. He turned around, smiling at her. Kazuo was tall, probably around 6 feet, dressed in a deep red button-down and black slacks, with light brown slicked-back hair and yellow eyes that scanned Izuku. Kazuo asked who he was, and Toga proudly declared him her boyfriend. Izuku quickly corrected her, stating he was only her date to keep her from bothering him. Kazuo chuckled, bending down to be at their level, and remarked that he could see why she was obsessed with him. Izuku couldn't quite place the expression on Kazuo's face, but it seemed mischievous. Toga, undeterred, asked if he had brought drinks, prompting Kazuo to lead them to a quieter area. He picked up a backpack and opened a back door, warning them that they would get in trouble if caught. They stepped outside into the cool air. Kazuo poured drinks into small plastic cups, and they all downed them easily. The drink had a briny taste, feeling like liquid silver as it slid down his throat. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head with a growing smile, declaring it good. Kazuo, noticing his reaction, poured more into his cup. Toga, excited, asked Kazuo about the upcoming exams, to which he replied he was skipping them, not wanting to spend hours in silence taking a test. Izuku joked about him being a bad boy, finishing his drink and holding out his cup for more. Kazuo refilled it, casually mentioning that he had taken the test last year and scored the highest, but had been held back for skipping class too often and cursing out a teacher. Toga exclaimed how smart he was, noting that if he hadn't cut class so much, he could have skipped a few grades. Kazuo sighed, acknowledging her comment. "School's not really my thing," he said, glancing back at her with that familiar smirk on his face. She felt a warmth rise to her cheeks as he winked at her. Turning away, she noticed Toga sitting nearby, sipping her drink and seemingly oblivious to her friend's behavior. Perhaps he simply had a flirtatious nature. "So, how did you two meet?" "Just classes together?" she began to ask, but Toga interrupted her. "He was kissing my brother," Toga chimed in. Surprised, she nearly spat out her drink. As she wiped her chin, Kazuo playfully pulled her hand away, chuckling as he wiped the remaining liquid from her mouth, his hand lingering on her jaw. She glanced at Toga, who was busy pouring herself another drink, before returning her gaze to Kazuo's golden eyes. Her face felt hot, and her heart raced as his hand rested against her cheek. Taking a shaky breath, she felt his left hand brush against her inner thigh. His eyes dropped to her lips, and his smirk faded into a look of admiration. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. "I just realized I never got your name." Words escaped her as her gaze flickered between his lips and his eyes. "It's," she managed to murmur before he leaned in, their lips meeting softly. Her hands found their way up his chest to his neck, gripping the edge of his shirt. She gasped as he deepened the kiss, their bodies pressing together, and she felt his warmth enveloping her. When they finally pulled away, they noticed that Toga had already disappeared inside. Feeling a bit flustered, she scratched the back of her neck as Kazuo packed away the alcohol and cups. After a moment, he hummed softly, a smirk playing on his lips. "What are you laughing at?" she asked. He stood and walked over to her, lifting her chin gently before placing a quick kiss on her cheek. "Nothing." With a huff, she followed him inside. They wandered around for a few minutes, searching for Toga. "Hey!" someone shouted over the music, tapping her on the back. She turned to see a short kid with a black eye mask. Who are you?" she asked. Ignoring her question, he said, "You're Midoriya, right? From UA? You don't have your mask on." "Shut," she fumbled to find the mask. "Who is this guy?" "Dude, don't you remember me?" he asked, looking a bit offended. She narrowed her eyes at him. He sighed, shaking his head. "Don't look so worried, I just want to talk. I recognized you because you did well on that test Aizawa gave us, but I guess no one remembers the dropout." She sighed in relief. "So you're the kid who came in last on the physical exam?" "Up. Name's Minoru Mineta." She tied her mask back on as they continued their conversation. "So, this is where you're going to school now?" "Yeah. It's a big disappointment after getting into UA and then getting kicked out, but it's not that bad. What brings you here?" "A date." "Was? With who?" "Against my will, Himiko Toga." "You know her?" "That babe?" "No way." Rolling her eyes, she replied, "She's actually really annoying." "Whatever. So, are you excited for the sports festival, Midoriya? It'd be different actually participating than just watching on TV, huh?" "Yeah, that would be different." "You say that like you won't be." She looked away, feeling a pang of regret. "I have plans that conflict with the date, so I can't." "Oh. Well, that sure is." She nodded in agreement. Later that night, she flopped down onto her bed after returning home past midnight. It had been a wild night, and she thought about how cute that guy was. Turning onto her back, she stared at the ceiling, feeling bored. The sports festival was just a couple of days away, and she'd have to watch it on her phone. After breakfast, she went into her room and lay down with her arm behind her head. Pulling out her phone with a sigh, she checked a few notifications before heading to the UA website to stream the sports festival. Todoroki's perspective shifted an hour earlier as he searched for Hitoshi after changing into his gym uniform. It didn't take long to find him near Class 1C's changing room. "Yo, Hitoshi," he called out, catching up to him. "Hey," Hitoshi replied. Todoroki sighed as they walked together. "It's been crazy recently. You ready for this?" "No," Hitoshi said simply. "But are you? You've been through a lot with your father, and you were there when Izuku." "Well, I've got a lot on my mind, and I'm really angry, you're right," Todoroki admitted, placing a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder to stop their walk. "But I'm asking about you. You were just as much his friend as I was." Hitoshi sighed. "Yeah, well, what could I do? I wasn't there to help him or talk him out of it, so I might as well move on, right? It's not my fault." His last words sounded more like he was trying to convince himself. It's not anyone's fault, it was a decision he made. "Right." Present Mike announced that the events would be starting soon. "All right, I've got to get back to my class." "Try to have fun today, all right, Hitoshi?" Todoroki said. Hitoshi nodded, and Todoroki turned to head back. After about 10 minutes of walking, he saw the rest of his class heading toward the gate. He noticed Bakugo staring at him but chose to ignore it. Bakugo had been told to leave Hitoshi and him alone, or at least not mention Izuku. As he reached the center of his class, they all walked out onto the field as Present Mike began announcing their classes. "Todoroki, are you excited? This is a great opportunity for us," Yaoyorozu said, walking up next to him with a smile. He shrugged. "It is a good opportunity." She sighed. "You were friends with Midoriya, right? You should try not to think about all that today." He sighed again but managed to put on a smile. He didn't want to ruin the mood. Today was meant to be exciting. "You're right, Yaoyorozu." She nodded, and they both turned their attention to Present Mike as he continued with the announcements. Upon returning from the bathrooms and concession stands, the energetic announcer called for everyone's attention, stating that the first challenge would be an intense obstacle course around the arena. Some students appeared nervous, while others were filled with excitement. Before the challenge began, the top student of Class 1A was invited to say a few words. Bakugo confidently strode to the front, where a microphone awaited him. As he took his place, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd before he declared his intention to win. The audience reacted with a mix of cheers and boos, and I felt a twinge of annoyance at his poor sportsmanship. He continued, asserting that there was someone who needed to know he never loses and would not hesitate to confront them. After his statement, he returned to our class, glaring at me as he passed. I couldn't help but chuckle at his bravado, rolling my eyes and refocusing on the event. The announcer urged everyone to prepare, and we all turned to the starting gate. When the signal was given, the area quickly filled with students eager to gain an advantage. In the chaos, I found myself pushed into Mina, who gasped, and then elbowed in the stomach by another student. It felt as if everyone was crowding me, and I struggled to maintain my balance. Frustrated with the pushing, I created a layer of ice to trap the students behind me, allowing me to weave through the crowd and freeze the ground to hinder their progress. Looking back, I noticed some classmates managing to evade capture while others sought ways to escape. My momentum came to a sudden stop as I faced a massive military green robot towering nearly 50 feet tall. Someone nearby complained about the resemblance to the robots from the entrance exam. I muttered my disappointment, realizing this was what others had faced before. Hitoshi joined me, having been carried by a group, and released his quirk as he approached. He teased me about being stumped, but I smirked and charged toward the robots, covering my hand in ice. Hitoshi expressed his surprise as I managed to freeze the robots while they were off balance, causing them to topple over. I continued running, feeling confident about the challenge ahead. However, a nagging thought crossed my mind: was that Izuku I sensed nearby? How could he be here? The next obstacle involved suspended cables, which I crossed swiftly by gliding on ice. As I reached the other side, I noticed my classmates catching up and contemplating how to navigate the ravine. The announcer warned us about the next challenge, a minefield. I sighed and began to carefully maneuver through the explosives, my mind racing with thoughts about Izuku's secrets. I recalled a troubling conversation on the bus to the USJ, where he mentioned various issues, including his family and a tragic event involving homeless people. I had learned that a group had perished the night my father was killed, and the connection to Izuku was unsettling. Suddenly, Bakugo jogged alongside me, interrupting my thoughts. He taunted me about being distracted, suggesting that if I were, he would easily win. I retorted that it didn't matter to him, and he responded with a sudden explosion, causing me to stumble. I quickly grabbed his wrist, encasing his arm in ice to hinder his movements. Despite his attempts to shake me off, I managed to push him down and create some distance. However, he quickly recovered and pulled me back, leading us both neck and neck toward the finish line. I crossed just a second before him, relishing the moment. Midoriya cheered for his friend, knowing how much it would frustrate Bakugo to come in second. Afterward, he left to take a break before the next challenge, casually greeting Dabi and Shigaraki at the bar. Dabi inquired about the event, and Midoriya shared that Shudo had secured first place, with Bakugo and a girl from 1B following closely behind. Shigaraki questioned Midoriya's support for his classmates, prompting the boy to clarify that he was simply enjoying the sports festival. Shigaraki dismissed him with a scoff. During the break, I met up with Hitoshi in one of the waiting rooms. I rested my head on my arms at the table, and he asked if I was okay. I smiled at the shortening of my name before lifting my head, admitting I had been deep in thought. Hitoshi teased me about my tendency to overthink, but I couldn't shake the realization that we had been friends with someone who had committed a grave act. He had been involved in the downfall of All Might, and while there was no concrete evidence, there were whispers about his connection to a series of tragic events, including the disappearance of several homeless individuals and his father's fate. When questioned about his certainty, he explained that he had seen the man that night and felt an instinctual understanding of the situation. It all seemed to fit together, leading him to believe that this individual was likely the one his brother had been collaborating with. His friend cautioned him not to delve too deeply into it, but he merely sighed in response, acknowledging the concern. They shifted the conversation to a more positive note, discussing his recent achievement of securing first place in the course. He appreciated the distraction and they exchanged thoughts about what might come next. Before long, the break ended, and all remaining contestants were summoned back to the stage. Midnight stood before them, guiding them to reorganize into their respective classes. He found himself zoning out during the introductions, but eventually, Midnight began to outline the next challenge. It would be a cavalry battle, reminiscent of a childhood game, where teams would consist of 3 members and a rider. Curiosity sparked among the contestants about how the teams would be formed and how advancement would be determined. Midnight quickly silenced the chatter, explaining that a point system based on their previous placements would dictate the outcome. Each team would receive a headband displaying their total points, and first place would earn a staggering 1 million points. At that moment, every eye turned toward him, as if he were the target of their ambitions. He felt a mix of annoyance and anticipation, realizing that this challenge would be more demanding than merely racing around the stadium. Midnight announced that they had 10 minutes to form their groups, wishing them good luck. As everyone scrambled to find their teammates, he spotted Hitoshi mingling with others and decided to do the same. He navigated through the crowd until he found Yaoyorozu and gently tapped her shoulder. She turned, surprised but pleased to see him. She asked if he wanted her to join his team, and he expressed hope that they could work well together. He inquired about Kaminari's whereabouts, and she pointed him out, explaining that he was over there. He justified his choice by mentioning Kaminari's powerful quirk and headed toward him, with Yaoyorozu following closely. When he approached Kaminari, he attempted to recruit him for their team, but Kaminari hesitated, recalling his previous collaboration with Midoriya. This association sparked frustration within him, as he felt the weight of judgment for his friend's past actions. Despite his anger, he remained determined to support Midoriya, who he believed was not a bad person. With a resigned tone, he turned away, urging Yaoyorozu to help him find 2 more members. She asked what he was thinking regarding their team composition, and he explained the need for someone to assist with defense and mobility, given their already limited points. She playfully noted that he was muttering like Midoriya, which lightened the mood. Curious about her willingness to join him despite Kaminari's comments, he asked why she had chosen to be on his team. She reassured him that it wasn't his fault and that she couldn't blame him for something that had happened to his friend. Their gaze lingered for a moment before she suggested Ida for mobility and Sata for defense, believing he could be more effective with some sweets. He agreed to approach Ida while she went to find Satu. As he walked toward Ida, he greeted him, feeling the need to clarify his intentions. He acknowledged that Ida might have reservations due to his association with Midoriya, but he was committed to being a good person and a hero. Ida, however, reassured him that he didn't need to apologize or explain himself. He considered the offer for a moment before agreeing to join the team. Just as they finalized their group, Yaoyorozu returned with Satu, confirming that he was on board as well. As the second event commenced, all the students had climbed onto each other, their headbands proudly displayed. The teams formed a circle, strategizing their first moves. He sensed that many would target his points, so they needed to act swiftly. The game began with a buzzer, and Present Mix's voice filled the arena as Ida led them away from potential threats. He marveled at Ida's speed, feeling grateful for his support. Suddenly he noticed Kirishima, Shiro, and Mina approaching, their arms linked but without a rider. Bakugo leaped from his team, aiming for them, but Yaoyorozu quickly created a barrier to protect their points. Shiro's tape ensnared Bakugo, pulling him back, and Bakugo's frustration echoed through the arena as he urged his team to regroup. He warned Ida of the incoming threat, and just as they prepared to evade, another group led by a cunning blonde boy emerged. They cautiously navigated away from the two groups, remaining vigilant about the positions of other teams. Momo alerted him to a potential ambush, and he turned just in time to see a group of riders approaching, their expressions blank and their intentions unclear. Hitoshi stood below, smirking as he addressed his friends. Just because they were friends didn't mean he wouldn't try to score points. He already had two bands around his neck, one for 260 points and the other for one of his friends remarked that Hitoshi was doing well, noting that his points placed him in 9th place. Another friend suggested they should leave to protect their points, but Hitoshi was eager for a challenge. Todoroki considered their next move, deciding to stay and observe Hitoshi's strategy. He felt a pang of guilt for wanting to outmaneuver his friend. Hitoshi mumbled to his teammates, and they charged forward. As Todoroki and his friends dodged, Hitoshi's team quickly adjusted their direction. The back and forth continued until Sata managed to block Hitoshi's hand, pushing him away. Hitoshi's team shifted positions, and he instructed Yaoyorozu not to interfere. Todoroki wondered if Hitoshi had managed to get her to answer a question while he was distracted. Just then, Hitoshi reached for Todoroki's hair, but Todoroki swatted his hand away, freezing some of Hitoshi's clothing in the process. He then signaled Ida to get them out of the situation. Ida complied, leading them away as Hitoshi continued to search for more points. Todoroki checked on Yaoyorozu, ensuring she was okay. She confirmed she was fine, and he reminded everyone to stay alert, as they still had time left in the competition. Satu encouraged them to relax, while Momo expressed optimism about their chances of winning. However, just as they felt confident, they were confronted by 3 teams at once. Todoroki warned his friends to stay vigilant as the opposing teams advanced, their leaders shouting commands. One team approached from the left, and Satu attempted to defend against them but seemed to falter when one of them made contact. Frustration bubbled within Todoroki as he weighed his options. He twisted to intercept an opponent reaching for their headband, managing to grab her wrist just enough to halt her advance. Momo shouted encouragement, blocking another attacker with a tall shield. As Ida began to pull away, Todoroki didn't oppose him. The third team clung to them, making it a tense standoff. One of the attackers kept reaching for their points, his focus unwavering. Suddenly, Todoroki noticed Ida was hurt, though not severely. But the uncertainty of the other team's quirks loomed over them. Just then he felt a tug in his hair. An opponent had a grip on it. Time seemed to freeze as he locked eyes with Hitoshi, who appeared momentarily worried but quickly turned away. Todoroki shook off the shock and glanced at the clock, noting they were still in first place with less than a minute remaining. Midoriya, filled with excitement, exclaimed in awe as he witnessed Todoroki use his left side for the first time. It was a moment of surprise for everyone, including Todoroki himself, as he realized the intensity of the competition had pushed him to unleash his flames. Despite the chaos, he felt a surge of determination, ready to face whatever came next. Of course, Bakugo would make one last attempt at our points. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, he leaped from his group again, small blasts igniting from his palms to propel him through the air. Ida quickly pulled us out of his range, but Bakugo continued soaring. His teammates scolded him for running off on his own. Despite having Ida with us, Bakugo was still fast, keeping pace until he was right in our faces. He braced himself against Satu and Ida's arms, grabbing hold of our points. I mumbled in frustration as he pushed off us, taking the cloth with him and wearing a triumphant grin. Before he could get too far, I reached for his wrist and caught it. With my free hand, I grabbed hold of the points. Everything seemed to slow down as our eyes locked, and he refused to give up. Without much thought, my left hand, still gripping his wrist, began to heat up, causing him to gasp in surprise. His grip loosened, allowing the points to fall back to me, and I let go of him. The tape guy caught him and pulled him back to their group as I tied the points back around my head. That was close. Ida and I started to move away again. I checked the time 17 seconds and glanced back at Bakugo, who was still following us. I sighed, feeling exasperated. Why can't he ever give up? Bakugo yelled, filled with confidence. Hurry it up. I've got enough in me to try one more time. My eyes followed him as he jumped again, blasting himself from the group. I sighed again, feeling the pressure of the moment. A few more groups were coming after us at the last minute, but I wasn't too worried. There wasn't enough time left. Just get back to your boyfriend already. There are only 9 seconds left. I provoked, eager for it all to be over. Shut it. Bakugo shot back, determination in his eyes. I glanced between him and the clock. He was getting closer. 7 seconds. Closer. 6. Even closer. I raised my arms defensively, blocking his reach to my head. He collided with the 4 of us, sending me off balance as he forced his way to the front. The buzzer went off, and our combined weight caused several of us to fall to the ground. Bakugo landed on top of me, while Yaoyorozu knelt beside us, and Ida and Satu remained standing. Damn it! Bakugo exclaimed, lifting himself above me, his fist pounding the ground next to my head. I sat up, leaning back on my elbows. Hey, get off! Speaking drew his attention back to me. He set his jaw and glared fiercely. I tilted my head, wishing he would get up. I didn't want to be here anymore, and the concrete was starting to hurt my elbows. He grabbed my shirt and raised his hand, sparks flying from his palms. Let's get this straight, icy hot. I said there was someone I was going to defeat. That was your little friend, Deku, but it also goes for you. Make one move and up. It was then that Ida stepped in, and Kirishima joined us where we had all fallen. Bakugo, enough. Ida began, gripping his shoulder to pull him off me, but Bakugo still held onto my shirt, pulling me with him. You have no right to disrespect him like that. It's incredibly rude. Oi, Bakugo. Try to chill out, okay? We still moved on. You'll get him next time, for sure, Kirishima added, grabbing Bakugo's wrist and making him let go. Bakugo and I shared a silent conversation, staring into each other's eyes. Ida and Kirishima's chatter faded into the background for us. I understood the threat in his crimson eyes, and I was sure he saw the indifference and strength in my turquoise and gray ones. I needed to convey that I had nothing to do with Izuku changing sides. It was crucial. I got to my feet and removed the headband, deciding to leave the scene. I handed in the points where I needed to before heading back to find an empty waiting room as they started the one-on-one battles. In waiting room 3, I took a seat in one of the foldable chairs at the table and leaned my head on my hand. This all feels wrong, I sighed to myself. My eyes wandered around the room, feeling the emptiness. I had just secured first place twice, but I couldn't bring myself to care or feel proud. I wasn't alone for long. Another person walked into the room. Hey man, why are you looking so down? I looked up. Hey Hitoshi. How are you? I'm fine. He sat down beside me. Your turn. What's up? I furrowed my brows, glancing away. Doesn't this all feel like a waste of time? Says the guy who got first place. If you don't care about this, why are you trying so hard? He tried to keep the conversation lighthearted, but I could see the uneasiness growing on his face. I'm not. I'll flex much. It feels empty. Like something's missing, you know? I brought my hands together and looked down at the table. I heard him sigh, crossing his arms. When I glanced at him, his playful smile had been replaced by a grim frown. You know what it is, he said, his voice pained. It was quiet. Neither of us had spoken much about the obvious since everything happened. I clenched my jaw. You miss him, too. My voice came out quieter and slightly more hoarse than I expected. Don't. Listen, Hitoshi. I sighed. I'm going to find Izuku. I believe he's just confused. And then it'll be okay. Stop it. How can you think like that when you know what he did? He slammed his fist down on the table, quickly getting my attention. He helped kill All Might. Before that, a whole crowd of homeless people and probably my dad too. And 2 more people. I gulped, staring into his violet eyes as I laid the information before him. Even so, I still believe he's our friend. I believe he can be saved. He stood up, pushing back the metal chair and looked away. You can try, Shudo, just don't get your hopes up. I nodded hesitantly, watching him turn away and head back to the door. I lowered my brows as I jumped up, feeling a sense of urgency. He turned, and their eyes met again. He just wanted to be sure. Hitoshi would talk to him if he needed to, right? He wasn't bottling everything inside, was he? He smiled softly, though the pain in his eyes lingered. The bracket displayed who would be fighting whom, and my first match would be the 3rd one, against Zero from my class. I scanned the placements, noting that Hitoshi was set to face Aoyama, which meant we would be opponents if he won. Bakugo was on the far side of the bracket from me, so I likely wouldn't have to face him for a while, assuming he won all his matches. I was uncertain about other pairings, like Kaminari and Tokoyami, but I knew Tokoyami's quirk was stronger in the dark. Bakugo's first fight would be against his friend Kirishima. This was bound to be interesting. With only a little time before the first match started, someone walked into the waiting room. I looked up and sighed, sensing it wasn't good news. Aizawa shut the door behind him, still wrapped in bandages from his injuries at the USA. He took a seat across from me and sighed again. He was just checking up on me. He may have been just a teacher, but he worried about us all. I stared at him, my silence encouraging him to continue. He knew I was probably tired of hearing it, especially after all I had lost recently, but he wanted to know if I was okay. Present Mike began to excite the audience for the first match between Kaminari and Tokoyami, but since it wasn't my turn, we both remained still. I shook my head. My father, the symbol of peace, my best friend, they were all gone. No, I wasn't doing great, but I was determined to get to the bottom of all this. He sighed heavily again, expressing his sorrow. But he didn't think there was much to uncover. Midoriya had lost his family, was overwhelmed by grief, and that was it. I disagreed. There had to be something more. The Izuku I knew wouldn't act so drastically just from grief and depression. There was something else, something we had all overlooked, and I intended to find out what it was. Aizawa stood from the chair, looking down at me. He was off, suggesting I should support my classmates. I sighed and stood up, parting ways as I headed to the stands where Class A would be seated. Todoroki, you finally made it. Yayorozu approached me as I arrived. Were you waiting for me or something? I walked past her and took a seat at the front for a clear view. How's it been going? I asked as Momo sat next to me. They've been going at it for a couple of minutes, she replied. As Tokoyami attempted another attack, Kaminari defended himself by surrounding himself with electricity. Tsuyu pointed out that Fumikage seemed to be losing stamina quickly. I nodded in agreement. Tokoyami stumbled back, nearly falling to his knees as he lost his balance. The entire stadium was on the edge of their seats, cheering them on. This time, Kaminari took the offensive and charged in. However, before he could close the distance, Dark Shadow disappeared, and Tokoyami collapsed to the ground, huffing. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. Tokoyami was a strong opponent but simply wasn't well matched. Once he regained his breath, Present Mike announced the winner with enthusiasm as Tokoyami stood up straight to shake Kaminari's hand in good sportsmanship. Well, that means it's my turn. Wish me luck. Aoyama stood up and winked before heading out. This was Hitoshi's turn. I wished him luck as he headed to the stage after Tokoyami and Kaminari's battle concluded. The blonde leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, waiting. I raised a brow and tilted my head as I approached. What was he still doing here? His match was over. He lifted his head, springing to his feet. He was there to wish me luck. But I don't think we've ever even spoken to one another, I remarked. I was going to say good luck no matter who walked down the hall, so good luck, he replied cheerfully. I tilted my head again, smiling slightly. I pointed to the big screen when he looked confused. He really didn't know who was next? I chuckled softly. Anyway, I gotta go. Oh yeah, good luck, he called after me. That's 3 times now that you've wished me luck, I mused quietly. Present Mike finished his introduction for Aoyama as I stepped into the arena. He spoke about me, noting that I was one of the most powerful from my class, but with a quirk not strong enough for even the entrance exams. He meant no offense, but it stung. Hitoshi Shinso. All the way from 1C, impressive that he's gotten this far. But this may just be the chance he needs to prove himself. I gritted my teeth, staring down my opponent, Yuga Aoyama. Shudo and Izuku had never mentioned him or his quirk. He had a strange belt as well. Ready? Begin. Present Mike called out. So, Aoyama-a? Before I could finish, a silver beam cut through the air, forcing me to fall back to avoid it. I whipped my head around to see him wearing a ridiculous, proud smile. Hey! I sprang off the ground as another laser aimed my way. I hadn't expected to be on the defensive so quickly. Fine then, I mumbled, getting back on my feet and running toward the prideful opponent, dodging more blasts of the sparkling laser beam. I had to jump and twist to avoid getting zapped, and it was honestly tiring. I ducked to dodge another attack, growing increasingly annoyed. Will you quit it already? He started to look uneasy as I noticed his attacks were slowing down. What's up with you? He shot out another laser that was much easier to dodge this time. Oh, my tummy hurts. My eyes widened, finally understanding. I sighed and stood up straight, catching my breath. I motioned my finger in a circle, commanding him to turn around and step out of bounds. He complied, and the match ended swiftly. The audience was quiet in confusion for a moment before erupting in a roar. It was an incredible moment for the favorite of 1C, and the excitement was palpable. Inside the building, Midoriya cheered for his friend until he heard Present Mix commentary. Although the pro didn't mean any offense, Izuku couldn't help but feel slighted. He thought about how he was being looked down upon, which ignited a spark of anger within him. An idea formed in his mind, but it would have to wait until after the festival. Todoroki found the teacher's choice of words questionable as well. He caught up with Hitoshi as he headed back to the 1C booth. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Hitoshi shrugged, expressing uncertainty about his next match. He felt that his ability wasn't suited for combat, especially against opponents who were aware of his quirk. Todoroki tilted his head, encouraging Hitoshi not to be so negative. He believed in Hitoshi's creativity and potential. Hitoshi sighed, revealing that he would be facing Todoroki in the next round. The determination in Hitoshi's lilac eyes was mixed with an emotion that Todoroki could barely comprehend. Hitoshi expressed his intention to try to win, but he also apologized for it. As Todoroki returned to the 1A booth, he confirmed that he and Hitoshi would indeed be fighting after the first round. He felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of battling a friend, but he knew it was inevitable, whether in this competition or later against an old acquaintance. They watched the rest of the first round, where some matches ended quickly while others dragged on. Kirishima faced an opponent with a similar quirk, leading to a battle that tested the audience's patience. Bakugu, unable to contain himself, shouted encouragement for Kirishima in his own unique way. The final match of the first round concluded, signaling that Todoroki and Hitoshi would be next. A wave of nerves washed over Todoroki. He wasn't worried about the outcome but rather the uncertainty of how Hitoshi would approach their match. He couldn't predict how much Hitoshi would hold back, nor could he gauge his own restraint. The thought of hurting Hitoshi was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. As the tension mounted, Present Mic energized the crowd while Todoroki and Hitoshi stepped onto the center stage. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as they locked eyes. When the signal to start was given, Todoroki quickly created ice to launch an attack. Though it wasn't at full speed, he was surprised to see Hitoshi dodge and close the distance between them. Todoroki unleashed more mid-level ice attacks, which Hitoshi evaded skillfully. As they moved, Hitoshi whispered an apology, and their eyes met. Hitoshi began to ask rapid-fire questions that struck deep. He questioned Todoroki's inaction during a past incident, expressing his own turmoil. Todoroki listened intently, feeling the weight of Hitoshi's words. The guilt that Hitoshi spoke of resonated with him. He tried to maintain distance, but Hitoshi pressed on, challenging Todoroki's choices and urging him to confront his feelings. In a moment of frustration, Todoroki charged at Hitoshi, wanting to silence him. The intensity of the match escalated as Todoroki propelled himself into the air, flames igniting on his left arm. Midoriya watched with excitement, eager to see Todoroki's fire in action. The audience held their breath as Todoroki prepared for his next move. Hitoshi shuddered, then suddenly declared his forfeit. The tension dissipated as Todoroki landed just a few feet away, staring at Hitoshi, who looked ashamed for giving up. When Hitoshi lifted his head, the regret in his eyes was evident. Todoroki felt a tear fall from his own eye as he apologized for the harsh words exchanged earlier. Hitoshi responded with a smile that felt bittersweet, acknowledging that he had tried his best, even if he knew he wouldn't go far. Todoroki nodded, but as Hitoshi turned away, the weight of their match lingered in the air, leaving both boys to reflect on their friendship and the challenges they faced ahead. I turned away, observing the ice I had created as I walked back to the 1A seats. Present Mic continued to speak, noting the challenges of having such an interesting quirk with its drawbacks. He congratulated Todoroki for his performance, but his words only fueled Midoriya's frustration. Every time the heroes commented on Shinsu's quirk or suggested he was incapable, it struck a nerve. Midoriya understood the impact of such thoughtless remarks and was weary of seeing his friend affected by them. He reassured himself that Shinso was strong and would be okay. The rest of the sports festival progressed smoothly, with the matches becoming increasingly engaging as the rounds continued. After several matches, my next one proved to be more challenging, but I managed to secure a quick victory. At this point in the day, with only 2 rounds remaining, I found myself wishing for the festival to conclude. It had been quite exhausting. I sighed, resting my head on my hand as I watched Bakugo wrap up the current match. I stood up, feeling the eyes of my classmates on me as I stepped into the hall once more. There would be a longer break to build anticipation for the final battle that would determine the winner of the sports festival. I made my way to the locker rooms, retrieving a bag of trail mix from my belongings. Sitting in one of the uncomfortable metal chairs, I began to eat, my eyelids growing heavy as a yawn escaped me. I hadn't been there long when an obnoxious blonde entered the room. He stomped over, calling out to me with a demanding tone, insisting that I listen to him. I rolled my eyes, muttering that it was hard not to hear him when he was yelling. He insisted that I shouldn't hold anything back in our upcoming fight. I sighed, acknowledging his words but stating that I wouldn't be using my flames because he wasn't worth it. Bakugo insisted that he was worth everything I had. I looked up, sensing a hint of desperation in his voice despite his angry expression. It struck me as odd that he seemed to be begging. I questioned why I should comply, testing him. He slammed his fist down on the table, declaring that he didn't need to give me a reason. He had to prove himself. I lowered my brows, detecting a sense of weakness in his voice. I considered surrendering, feeling sleepy and ready to let him win. He grabbed my shirt and pulled me up, gritting his teeth as he stared into my eyes, refusing to accept my withdrawal. I pushed myself away from him, stating that I didn't use my left side out of a grudge and that it would take a lot to change my mind. He brought up the cavalry battle, noting how I had been overwhelmed and how Shinso had gotten under my skin about Deku. His calmness surprised me, and he was right. It frustrated me more than ever. In a moment of anger, I grabbed his shirt and shoved him against the wall, glaring into his eyes. I warned him that if he kept talking, I would withdraw and leave. He retorted, insisting that I stop denying the facts and that my friend was exactly what he had warned me about. I shoved him against the wall again, tired of his ridicule. He shouted at me to stop pushing him around, using small explosions to shove me off. I challenged him to stop talking nonsense, and we both knew we were likely to get in trouble for our actions. As we continued to clash, I built up a barrier of ice between us. He jumped to avoid it, and we engaged in close combat. Ice began to form on his arms and hair while frost covered my right side. The heat from his explosions burned my skin, but it was nothing I hadn't experienced before. I grabbed his hair, pulling tightly and building more ice around his collarbone before he pushed me away. He shouted for me to use my flames, unaware of how overwhelmed he would be if I unleashed both my powers. I quietly spat at him, blocking his attack as the explosions intensified. I lost my balance and fell, quickly getting back up. Amidst our fight, someone shouted in confusion, but we remained focused on each other. I landed a punch against his jaw, which only fueled his anger. As he attempted to counterattack, I noticed Kirishima stepping in, trying to hold Bakugo back. Bakugo broke free and tackled me to the ground, setting off explosions in his palms. I pushed his arms away, bracing myself against the blasts until they finally ceased. Bakugo whipped his head around, fully aware of what had just transpired. Aizawa stood in the doorway, slightly out of breath, with Kaminari behind him. Kirishima joined them, all three staring in shock at the scene before them. Aizawa's hair fell to his shoulders as he rose to his feet, surveying the room filled with smoke and ice. He demanded to know what had happened. We argued. I explained simply while brushing off my pants. Aizawa insisted he needed more than that. Bakugo scoffed, stating that he had come in to discuss the tournament, but things escalated into an argument and then a fight. It was straightforward, he claimed. Aizawa looked furious, clearly frustrated that we had let things get out of hand. He huffed that our match would be postponed while he discussed the matter with the other teachers. In the meantime, he instructed Kaminari and Kirishima to keep us in line and to call him if anything else happened. They nodded, and Aizawa left, shutting the door behind him. Kirishima turned to Bakugo, asking what could have led to such destruction in the room. Bakugo turned away dismissively, insisting it was nothing. I noticed Kirishima's concern for Bakugo, especially given the defeated tone in his voice. A few hours later, I felt disappointed when the announcement came that the last match was cancelled due to contestant disqualification. I assumed Bakugo had done something reckless. I left my room around 4:30 and walked down the street. As I passed UA, I noticed no one was outside. Even if there had been, I had my hood up, so I felt safe. It had been a while since the USJ incident, and I realized I hadn't thought about returning to UA. It felt like a distant memory, one that couldn't be changed now. I continued on my way, knowing the route well. It took about 10 minutes to reach the familiar neighborhood house. I walked around to the right window, stepping carefully on the leaves and small sticks that crunched underfoot. I knocked lightly on the glass and waited a few seconds. The curtains parted to reveal Hitoshi, his eyes wide with surprise. He shuddered and I smiled, waving at him despite his expression. He threw the window open, staring at me as if trying to determine if I was real before his face shifted to anger. He began to question how I could show up like this, but I quickly placed a finger to his lips, urging him to be quiet. I climbed inside the room and sat on the edge of the windowsill, assuring him that I wasn't there to hurt him or Shudo. Hitoshi responded frantically, suggesting he should call the police. My heart sank as I saw him pull out his phone. "Do you really want to do that?" I asked. He hesitated, glancing back at me, and I could see how much my presence was affecting him. I sighed, apologizing for the pain I had caused. He scoffed, questioning what I was sorry for. Was it for the destruction I had caused or for leaving him and Shudo to wonder what had happened to me? He accused me of betraying my family and becoming a villain. I interrupted him, feeling overwhelmed. I apologized for leaving but insisted I had come to convince him of something important. His unease turned to curiosity as he asked what I wanted to convince him of. I stood and began to wander around his room, slyly mentioning how present Mike had talked about him on national television during the sports festival. Hitoshi confirmed he had watched it, but he insisted that Mike hadn't meant anything offensive. I challenged him, pointing out the mess our society was in and how he had been ridiculed just like I had. He argued that he could deal with it because it wasn't their fault. I countered that it was their fault, and eventually, they wouldn't save everyone. Hitoshi shook his head, urging me to just tell him what I wanted. I pleaded with him to leave those who made him suffer, wanting him to escape that pain. His expression shattered, and tears began to fall as he cried out for me to stop. He refused to become a villain and expressed his disappointment that I would betray my childhood dreams. Confused, I stood there, realizing this wasn't how I wanted him to feel. He revealed that he had dreamed of seeing me again, hoping to help me remember and return to our friendship. All he wanted was for us to hang out like we used to. Feeling the weight of his words, I turned away, stepping back toward the window. I told him I would leave, wishing him well as I looked back one last time. He had collapsed on the floor, his head low, hands tangled in his hair, tears soaking into the carpet beneath him. The heartbreak in his expression was palpable. After returning home, chaos reigned in my mind for a long time. That's the only way to describe it. The pain and longing in Hitoshi's tone felt foreign and out of place, leaving me unable to comprehend how it had come to be. It was my fault, yet he wasn't blaming me, he was blaming himself. He had told me that he had failed to bring me back when he thought he could. Should I just put this behind me? It didn't feel right. I couldn't think clearly. I couldn't go back though, I had gone too far. I didn't even want to return to that place. I just wanted the relationships I had to return. But they were all gone now. I had built a chasm between myself and everyone else. And for what? I had hurt Shudo, Hitoshi, and probably my father too. I couldn't bring myself to feel ashamed of my actions, only of the effects they had on everyone else's lives. What was wrong with me? I felt a strange sense of relief that all might was gone because Ayuka had finally been avenged. Without endeavor, Shudo was no longer pressured to be number one, allowing him to follow his dreams. So, was there really any harm done? Hitoshi could get better and forget about me, and after that night, perhaps it was for the best that he hadn't joined me. After all, it hadn't exactly been sunshine and rainbows for me since I ran away from home. It had been about a week since the sports festival, and I hadn't left my room except for food and occasional trips to the restroom. It was simply a matter of rethinking things. Now, after my long break, I found myself sitting on the couches in the bar. Dabi had gone out with some others, and Toga hadn't shown up in a while, which was a relief. Shigaraki grumbled where he sat, holding a newspaper in front of his face. I glanced up from my phone to see his pout and honestly couldn't care much. The two of us hadn't gotten along well since the USJ incident, with him always nagging me to stay at the bar while I ignored him. After a few more annoyed hums and groans from him, I was ready to burst. I dropped my phone onto the couch cushion and snapped at him, asking what was bothering him. He slammed the newspaper onto the bar countertop, expressing his frustration about someone in the paper thinking they were more relevant than us. I questioned how much it mattered, pointing out that we hadn't done anything notable in a while. He acknowledged my point but insisted that we had a point to prove. He decided to call the boss, which surprised me since I had assumed Shigaraki was in charge of everything. It made sense, though. He was too emotional to keep a league of villains together on his own. He explained that All for One was upset he hadn't been the one to end All Might, but he believed that All Might's death was what truly mattered. As Shigaraki wandered into a back room for more privacy, I was left alone. Being alone was something I had wanted this past week, but right now, even Shigaraki's company was better than sitting alone, questioning what was right or wrong for me and everyone else. I regretted my decision to see Hitoshi again. It had made sense at the time, I just wanted to save him. But now, I felt like I had hurt him more. As I thought about never seeing any of them again, it nearly broke me. Did anyone realize how much I had lost? I was barely 16 and had already lost so much of my family. I had cut off my father and was losing anyone I had gotten close to. Shigaraki returned from his call and tossed his phone onto the bar. He sat in a chair opposite me, announcing that we would have 3 nomas to use freely to create panic. I was surprised to learn there was more than just the one at the USJ. He scoffed at my ignorance, reminding me that the boss's plan was bigger than just leading our ragtag group of villains. Then he mentioned that All for One was interested in meeting me when he got the chance. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't understand why he would want to meet me. Shigaraki pointed out that I had done better than anyone else since our group was formed, having taken down the top 2 heroes in a short time. I had never considered it impressive. I was just doing what needed to be done. They deserved to pay, and that was all that mattered when I faced All Might and Endeavor. I mumbled that All Might was only gone because we had a good plan and wore him out. Shigaraki rolled his eyes but begrudgingly acknowledged that I had played a significant role in wearing him down. I decided to let the subject drop and sighed. Shigaraki promised to tell me the plan when we knew what it was. Shigaraki mentioned that we would be going to Hosu, where the hero killer's last murder had taken place, and it would just be Kurogyari, him, and me. So that's where they were. It was nearing 10 o'clock, the time they were supposed to leave, and everyone sat in their hotel rooms that All for One had arranged for them. The task assigned to the protagonist, as Shigaraki had explained, was to gather people from the ground and prevent them from escaping. It seemed simple and, honestly, a bit dull, but it was certainly more engaging than staying in the room. As the clock approached 10, there was a knock at the door, and the protagonist assumed it was Shigaraki. They maneuvered off the bed and shuffled to the door. Kurogyari stood there, informing them that Shigaraki was already heading out and that they should get to the streets before he brought in the nomas. Nodding, the protagonist turned back to grab their phone and a mask to cover half of their face. After shutting the door, which locked automatically, they left down the hall. The night was warm, and the sky was dark except for the lights shining from the tall buildings. Many people were out, chatting and enjoying themselves as if nothing was wrong in the world. The protagonist adjusted the mask over their ears and settled the fabric in front. Wandering aimlessly down the street, they began scanning the rooftops for Tamura and Kurogyari. Just as they spotted them at a nearby water tower, a scream pierced the air, followed by many more. Their attention shifted to the panicking crowd that was now fleeing from around the corner. With eyes flashing red, the protagonist made eye contact with the terrified citizens, amplifying their fear. They caught a teenage girl's wrist as she tried to run past and pushed her back toward the rest of the crowd. She whimpered as everyone twisted their necks, confused about what was happening. Someone shouted, asking where the heroes were. The question was quickly answered as a fire erupted from one of the thrashing nomas, with several pro-heroes attempting to subdue it. The air filled with cries for help, but no one responded. The protagonist rolled their eyes, observing the chaos. They could attack the civilians, but they didn't consider themselves a monster, at least, not in that moment. An adult shouted at them, demanding to know what they were doing. The protagonist glanced at him, causing him to tremble. They declared that this was a statement, something that had to be done, insisting they would not be pushed away and forgotten. The citizen pleaded for clarity, but the protagonist retorted, asking if he couldn't take a guess. They identified themselves as bad guys, but insisted they were not evil or cruel, just people. Another citizen shouted in protest, claiming that their brother had been worthy and that they would pay for their actions. The protagonist's attention was drawn to a white blur rushing into an alleyway. They rolled their eyes and ran through the crowd, instructing everyone to do whatever they wanted. Following the blur, they climbed to the rooftops and began to hear voices. Peering over the edge, they saw a confrontation unfolding. One voice was filled with anger, claiming that the person they were addressing had attacked their brother. Recognizing the voice as belonging to Ida, the protagonist found the situation intriguing. They observed Stain, who stated that he only killed those unworthy of the title hero and would fight anyone who opposed him. The protagonist narrowed their eyes, realizing they agreed with his viewpoint. Ida continued to express his outrage, insisting that his brother had been the best and kindest hero. The protagonist decided to reveal themselves, jumping down the fire escape to land behind Stain, who turned to face them with his blade drawn. The protagonist tilted their head, noting the tension as Stain questioned who they were. Ida was shocked to see them there, asking why they had come. The protagonist pushed Stain's blade aside, asserting that they could kill the hero and they wouldn't care. They were there because their friends were out causing chaos. Stain scoffed, acknowledging that the chaos was indeed annoying. The protagonist agreed, noting that the Nomus were not fans of Stain either. Ida attempted to reason with the protagonist, urging them to remember who they were supposed to be. The protagonist snapped back, insisting that Ida didn't know them at all. Stain, growing impatient, asked them to leave, claiming he had a murder to commit. The protagonist casually agreed and began walking toward Ida, who protested vehemently. The protagonist challenged Ida, expressing their newfound freedom and excitement in embracing their darker side. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Ida, and before the protagonist could react, they found themselves encased in ice. Struggling against the cold, they managed to break free one hand and attempted to shatter the ice surrounding them. Shudo landed on the icy prison he had created, grabbing the protagonist's wrist and holding them in place. Shudo pleaded with the protagonist to calm down, but they resisted, insisting they were fine. Shudo, distressed, began to cry, his warm tears contrasting sharply with the ice. Finally breaking free, the protagonist emerged from the ice and brushed off the frost, telling Shudo to leave them alone. Shudo, shocked, asked why they wouldn't even call him by his name anymore. He expressed his belief that they were still friends and pleaded for them to remember their bond. The protagonist, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted about their own feelings of abandonment, revealing the pain of being left behind. Of course, the thought crossed my mind repeatedly. I still think about it, but this is what's best, Shudo. So just go. I've accepted my role as the antagonist now. We're on opposing sides, and I've made my peace with that. The words came out sharp, ensuring he understood my seriousness. For a moment, he seemed to let the weight of my words settle in. The chaos around us faded into the background, drowned out by the distant screams and crackling flames. Suddenly, he ran forward and wrapped his arms around me without warning, showing no sign of wanting to let go. His voice trembled as he spoke, as if he were trying to keep calm for both our sakes. He urged me to reconsider, emphasizing that this path was harmful to everyone involved, especially to himself, Hitoshi, and my family. He believed we could still fix this, that everything would be okay. I clenched my fists at my sides, fighting the urge to hold him as tightly as he held me. I couldn't do that. What was wrong with me? How could I? I had made my decision. It was the right one. Yet I still missed this. I missed Shudo and Hitoshi. Could I just undo it? No, I couldn't fix any of this. I felt wrong, foolish. We used to be happy, and now I felt like I had ruined everything. So many people were gone, and it was my fault. How could I have let it come to this? I released my fists and lifted my arms to push him away, but the moment my fingertips brushed against his shirt, I changed my mind and wrapped my arms around him instead. We held on tightly, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. I could feel the pressure between us, the warmth he radiated even as we both sobbed. His breath was warm against my neck, and the scent of his hair filled my senses. Our shirts were stained with tears, yet the situation felt oddly comforting. I sensed a hint of relief from him. But I wasn't relieved. This was just my last goodbye to him. I was running now, needing to escape. What was wrong with me? I had just pushed him away and taken off. I glanced back several times, missing the warmth and safety of his embrace. He looked confused, then heartbroken, as Ida stepped in to comfort him while they watched me go. Finally, I shut out the noise and focused on moving forward, placing one foot in front of the other as quickly as I could. Ida, conflicted, asked Shudo if he was all right and if he should go after me. Shudo shook his head, assuring him he would be okay. He hadn't expected to save Midoriya and didn't want to get his hopes up. He just wished he hadn't run away again. Ida questioned why Shudo was there, thinking he had gone to his father's agency. Shudo explained that he had been patrolling in this area, implying that no one at the agency wanted to deal with him. Suddenly, chaos erupted as people began to run and scream from around the corner. I spotted another blazing fire. Someone grabbed me and tried to pull me away, warning me not to go that way. In frustration, I clawed at his face, leaving 4 long scratches across his cheek. He dropped me and fell to his knees. I growled, claiming I was the only real monster here. I was just venting my frustration. I saw more people fleeing in panic and remembered my purpose here. I tackled someone to the ground. She was crying uncontrollably. My eyes glowed red as she tried to escape, screaming in terror. I left her behind and moved on to the next person, pinning a man against the wall, my nails digging into his skin as he froze in fear. Next, I shoved someone, and they crashed through a storefront. My eyes flared red again, and another person stumbled back into the flames. I slammed someone's head against the concrete. In one moment, I was on the ground, and in the next, I nearly fell off a roof. Kurogiri caught my shoulder, urging me to leave. I was still buzzing with adrenaline and power, thriving in the chaos around me. This was why I did it. The thrill was intoxicating. Kurogiri opened a warp gate, and we stepped through, finding ourselves in the quiet hallway of a hotel. The stark contrast of the plain white light and silence was jarring after the chaos we had just left behind. Everything slowed down, and the rush of power faded as I began to think clearly. My heartbeat steadied, and my breaths deepened. Shigaraki grumbled about the hero killer potentially overshadowing our actions in the media as Kurogiri disappeared into his room. I mentioned that I had encountered him earlier, which piqued Shigaraki's interest. When he asked what had happened, I shrugged and admitted that I hadn't done much, just listened to him and let him act while I argued with some former classmates. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, questioning my softness and annoyance. I shook my head, explaining that I didn't want to hurt innocent people, especially since I had once known them. He laughed, pointing out the contradiction in my actions. He reminded me that I had killed many people, and likely more that night, not all of whom deserved it. I started to defend myself, but he retreated into his room. I sighed, feeling the weight of the situation as I entered my own room. I flopped onto the bed and noticed the digital clock showing it was past midnight. I turned on the TV and flipped through channels until I found a news station. They were showing phone-recorded videos and helicopter footage from earlier that night. I felt a surge of annoyance when I saw footage of my interaction with Shudo. The reporter warned that the next video might be too intense for some viewers, making me narrow my eyes as I focused on the screen. The footage showed Shudo rushing into a crowd of terrified civilians, highlighting the chaos we had caused. He used a fire quirk to attack the flying creature, but it only seemed to make the creature more agitated. The Nomu dove and crashed into him, its teeth sinking into Shudo's shoulder. The boy, later identified as Shuto Todoroki, the son of the late Endeavor, was badly injured. By the time other pro-heroes managed to get the creature off him, he had already lost a significant amount of blood from his wounds. He was currently being treated at Nodomori Hospital, nearby, and was in unstable condition. The caster moved on to report the injuries among civilians and the current situation with the Nomus. I jumped out of bed, pulled my hood up, and adjusted my mask before heading to the door. As I opened it into the hall, Shigaraki was standing there and got hit by the door. He stumbled back, holding his hand to his bleeding mouth, likely from his chapped lips splitting again. He muttered something under his breath. I wondered what he was doing there, thinking he would have gone to sleep. He scoffed, wiping blood on his black shirt, and gestured to my hood and mask, implying that he assumed I was leaving for a reason. I shrugged in response. He rolled his eyes, expressing his frustration. He had put up with my running around after the USJ incident, but this time he was adamant that I would get us all caught. I tried to explain my concern for Shudo, but he interrupted, insisting that Shudo would probably be fine. He had seen the clip before Shudo started attacking the Nomu, and he knew what it meant. I felt anger rise within me, insisting he didn't know anything about me. He pressed on, asking if it had been a goodbye. I looked away, gritting my teeth, admitting that it had been. He urged me to let it stay that way, but I insisted I just wanted to make sure he was okay. With a sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose, warning me not to talk to Shudo or let him see me. I nodded, looking down at the floor, feeling defeated. A week later, a text from an unknown number came through on Shudo's cell phone. There had been many messages before it, but he hadn't been able to see them until today. They all asked the same thing: if he was okay. He responded, asking who it was and confirming he would live, but the bite would leave a bad scar. He assumed the person was referring to the Nomu's attack. The unknown number replied with a simple goodbye. That night at the hospital, I wasn't able to see Shudo up close. I remembered the doctors couldn't put him under anesthetics for a while. His cries echoed with pain. It was all a blur as I watched him surrounded by doctors and nurses, everyone panicking to hold him still. The bright lights made everything hazy, and I was behind a glass barrier. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of his arm or a bloody tool. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what to do or think. After some time, Shigaraki found me and pulled me away from the situation. I didn't resist much, wanting to avoid causing a scene. I had seen enough for one night. Back at our place, I had to live with the worry. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was satisfied that our plan had made the front page of the newspaper, while the hero killer's murder was buried further inside. It was all over the news, and nothing about the other villain was mentioned on the channel he had on. I hadn't been able to talk to Dabi about everything that had happened. I hadn't seen him since we returned. I was sure he knew about Shudo by now, as it was practically all over the news after that night. Feeling lost, I found myself at the store, standing still and looking through various products. It felt silly to be there, and I wondered if I would actually buy anything. It was the typical late-night mental breakdown that everyone experiences. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to grab a box of hair dye and headed to the register. The cashier asked if it was for a mental breakdown or just a change. I admitted it was a little bit of both. Looking up, I was surprised to see a familiar face. I recognized him from his name tag. He acknowledged me, recalling our previous encounter. I nodded, feeling awkward as I glanced around. I asked when he started working there, noting I had been in before. He shrugged, leaning on the counter, explaining that he had mentioned school wasn't his thing, and I must not have come in during his shift. He bagged the hair dye and asked if I was going black, complimenting my green hair. I explained I just needed something different. He asked if I had ever dyed my hair before, to which I shook my head. He chuckled, offering to help me since his shift had ended just 10 minutes ago. As he walked around the counter, I followed him, feeling that it was a strange suggestion but not wanting to turn down the chance to hang out with someone interesting. We passed a few police officers in front of a fast food restaurant, and I felt relieved when they didn't stop us. After a few minutes of silence, we arrived at an apartment building, and I followed him inside. I asked if he lived there alone, noticing how clean and organized everything was, as if arranged by someone with a keen eye for detail. He explained he had a roommate, and his girlfriend stayed over most of the time. He explained that they had gone out on a date that day. She followed quietly as he walked down the hall. He asked if she wanted to wear what she had on or borrow one of his shirts, noting that hair dye could get messy. She looked down at her white hoodie and wondered what he thought of it. He chuckled and told her she could wait in the bathroom while he stepped away for a moment. She nodded and entered the bathroom, hopping up onto the counter. The place was spotless, making her think that his roommate must be a clean freak. Kazuo returned with a wadded-up orange t-shirt and handed it to her, suggesting she could use it. As she changed into the old band shirt, she noticed his gaze lingering on her bare abdomen while he leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips reminiscent of when they first met. He looked away and reached into a closet, offering her a foldable stool to sit on in front of the mirror. She took a seat, and he began running his fingers through her hair, gently pulling out tangles. She watched him in the mirror. He was focused yet wore a soft smile, as if he might start humming if the silence continued. He broke the silence as he opened a thin cardboard box, asking why she was dyeing her hair since she had been vague earlier. She quickly redirected the question, saying it was him who was doing the dyeing. He pressed her again, wanting to know why she was getting it dyed. She hesitated before explaining that it was complicated but ultimately a response to a mental breakdown. As he scooped some black dye from the container, she grimaced at the sight. He reassured her that he wouldn't use the brush, saying it was easier this way. He then asked if she wanted to talk about what had happened. The cold dye touched her scalp as he began to work it in. After a moment of thought, she admitted that a friend had gotten hurt and that it was somewhat her fault. He asked for clarification, and she looked down, acknowledging that it was indeed her fault and that her friend was in the hospital. He expressed concern, wondering what had happened. She hesitated, trying to sound lighthearted despite the weight of the situation. He questioned why he would be scared, pointing out that all that had happened was that she put someone in the hospital. His tone was surprisingly serious, and he smiled as if the situation wasn't terrible. She found it strange that it didn't bother him, noting that anyone else would have called the authorities given how suspicious it seemed. He countered by asking what he would even say to them, suggesting that he wasn't worried and that there was a story, even if he didn't know it. She found his reasoning made sense, even if a normal person might still have been suspicious. She teased him, calling him weird, to which he replied that he was just smart. He elaborated that most people would instinctively call for help when they learned someone they were with was dangerous, but he knew how to think for a moment longer. He paused to add more dye to her hair, then joked that if she tried something he could easily overpower her. She laughed, playfully raising an eyebrow at his comment. He seemed amused, and once he finished applying the dye, he disposed of the gloves and bowl. Her phone vibrated on the counter, and she checked the message. Toga was letting her know that Dabi and Shigaraki were arguing, and it seemed Dabi was back at the bar. Kazuo noticed her confusion and asked what was up. She explained it was Toga and began typing a response. As they waited for the dye to set, Kazuo suggested they could watch a movie or eat something. She agreed, and they left the bathroom for the living room, which also had a view of the kitchen. He handed her the remote after pulling up Netflix, encouraging her to choose whatever she wanted. He disappeared for a few minutes while she searched for a movie. She settled on a Star Wars film, and when he returned, he brought 2 paper plates with leftover pizza. They enjoyed the movie and their food until the timer went off, prompting him to take her back to the bathroom to rinse out the dye. After she dried her hair with a towel, he took over with a hairdryer, insisting that she didn't know what she was doing. She suspected he just wanted to touch her hair. As he finished drying her hair, he brought up the dance they had shared, noting that she hadn't even given him her number. She stammered, realizing she hadn't known he wanted it. He turned off the hairdryer and leaned closer, resting a hand on her shoulder. She felt his warm breath as he spoke, asking who wouldn't want a cute boy's number. Flustered, she hopped off the stool and turned to face him directly, her cheeks flushed. She insisted that he probably didn't really want her number, claiming she wasn't a good person and didn't want to lead him on. He placed a hand on his hip, smirking as he asked if she thought he was into the good boy type. Feeling overwhelmed, she decided to leave, grabbing her hoodie and pulling it over her head. He then pulled her close, looking into her eyes and offering her his number, pulling out a sticky note and a pen from his pocket. After writing for a moment, he placed the small yellow paper in her hoodie pocket and asked if she would call him. She nodded, too shocked to say anything else, and rushed out the door. As she entered the bar, muffled yelling filled the air. She could clearly hear Dabi and Shigaraki's voices, though she couldn't make out their words. Toga had mentioned they were fighting again. Moved closer to Shigaraki's room, where the shouting was coming from, and listened quietly. Shigaraki sounded exasperated as he argued about the past, insisting that it had to be done and questioning what Dabi would do about it. Dabi insisted that someone needed to be told the truth, and Shigaraki retorted that it wasn't easy to share such information. Dabi threatened to reveal it himself, to which Shigaraki responded with indifference. Just then, Dabi burst through the door but halted when he saw her, his expression softening. Tamura stood behind him, crossing his arms and looking at Dabi expectantly. She glanced between them, wondering if their argument was about her. Shigaraki urged Dabi to speak up, clearly amused by Dabi's hesitation. She tilted her head, confused, and asked what was going on. Dabi remained silent for several moments, and she turned to Shigaraki, who was staring at her with a resentful expression. Shigaraki pressed Dabi to tell her, and the tension in the room grew. Dabi's hesitation began to unsettle her, and she asked him directly what he needed to say. He sighed and mumbled that he liked her hair before walking out the door. Shigaraki called after him, mocking the situation before the door slammed shut. She stood frozen, bewildered by what had just happened. Shigaraki, still glaring at the door, crossed his arms and wore an irritated expression. She asked him what that was about, uncertain if she truly wanted to know. Shigaraki dismissed her question, stating it didn't matter to him before retreating to his room and closing the door. Weeks passed, and neither Shigaraki nor Dabi spoke to her again. Dabi was rarely seen, and when he was, it was only for a brief moment before he disappeared. One morning, she awoke to voices outside her room. This wasn't unusual, but one voice was unfamiliar. The unknown speaker expressed surprise and pride in Shigaraki for accomplishing something significant. Shigaraki responded with enthusiasm, explaining how he had managed to change someone's perspective and gain their allegiance. Curious, she got out of bed and wiped her eyes before heading into the bar. She suspected their conversation revolved around her. Upon entering, she noticed Shigaraki's irritation shift to the man seated with his back to her. Shigaraki commented on the man's annoyance, and when the man turned to face her, she recognized the complicated mask covering his face and his neatly trimmed suit. He confirmed her suspicion by asking if she was the one they were discussing. She inquired about his identity, and he introduced himself as All for One, stating he had come to meet her. She awkwardly shook his hand. Meanwhile, Bakugu's mother knocked on his bedroom door, catching his attention. Her gentle tone made him uneasy, as it was unusual for them to have heartfelt conversations. When she stepped inside, he demanded to know what was going on. She revealed that one of his teachers had emailed her, expressing concern about his behavior at school. Bakugu groaned in annoyance, dismissing her worries and insisting he was fine. However, she pressed on, noting that he had been quiet for weeks and that even his teacher had noticed. Bakugu glared at her, insisting it was normal to be quiet. His mother blurted out that it wasn't like him, and she asked if his issues with Midoriya were affecting him. He denied it, turning his gaze to the floor and avoiding her eyes. She continued to express her concern, but Bakugu's frustration grew. He stood up, trying to maintain his usual demeanor, but his mother gasped at his expression, hoping he would finally open up. Instead, he declared he was going out and left the room, slamming the front door behind him. As he walked away, he told himself it was fine, though he knew it wasn't true. With his shoulders tense and hands shoved in his pockets, he muttered about playing heroes and villains, insisting that he would take on the role of the villain, even if it annoyed him. One of their friends crossed his arms and advised against using their quirks. Yukina protested, feeling it was unfair that she had to play the bad guy. Bakugu rolled his eyes and directed her to her spot, stating she would be Deku's hostage, but they would save her. Yukina, surprised, questioned if it was because she was a girl. Deku expressed his frustration, insisting he wanted to be a hero too. Bakugu reminded him that he was playing the villain and urged him to just enjoy the game. Deku stood there, grumpy, as Yukina joined him. Eventually, he declared he was going home, running away in anger. Katsuki muttered to himself, confused about why Deku was so upset over a game. Later, Bakugu visited Deku's small home to talk. Deku's father opened the door grumpily and let him in. Bakugu asked what was wrong, noting it was just a game. Deku, playing alone with hero figurines, insisted he wouldn't be the villain. Bakugu argued that it made sense for him to play that role due to his quirk. Deku countered that Bakugu's quirk could also be intimidating, and he could play the villain instead. Bakugu insisted he was destined to be the best hero, even better than All Might. Deku tried to explain, but Bakugu interrupted, frustrated. He sighed, looking down at a headstone surrounded by flowers and merchandise. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his past mistakes and how he had treated Deku poorly. He felt responsible for Deku's struggles and the path he had taken. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Todoroki, who had a bruised jaw and an arm in a sling. Bakugo was annoyed by his presence and dismissed him, but Todoroki insisted he had overheard Bakugu's self-reproach and wanted to reassure him that it wasn't his fault. Bakugu scoffed, feeling guilty for how he had treated Deku, especially after losing his mother. Todoroki reminded him that they were just kids back then and that it was time to let go of the past. Bakugu pushed Todoroki away, stating he was leaving. As he walked away, he noticed a name on a nearby headstone, Inko Midoriya. He froze, recalling the funeral and the times he had visited with Deku. He remembered the closeness of their families before Inko's passing and felt a wave of nostalgia. He knelt down to clear the headstone of dust and leaves, placing a yellow dandelion on the grass as a tribute. A few minutes later, Todoroki approached the grave, realizing he felt a sense of responsibility for more than just Deku's choices. 3 years later, the atmosphere was lively as Izuku enjoyed drinks with friends. Twice was animatedly sharing a story, though he was getting confused and contradicting himself. Dabi shifted the focus to Izuku, asking what he planned to do now that he was 18. Izuku shrugged, feeling that turning 18 was overrated since he had been doing illegal things since he was 14. Dabi teased him about adulthood, and Toga chimed in, prompting laughter among the group. Izuku playfully slammed his drink on the counter, laughing at their banter. He decided to retreat to his room, feeling the effects of the drinks as he stumbled slightly. Once inside, he leaned against the door, noting the time was nearly 2 a.m. His head was starting to hurt, and he anticipated a hangover. As he listened to the chatter from the bar, his phone chimed, illuminating the dim room. He picked it up and noticed a missed call and voicemail from his dad. Curious, he listened to the voicemail where his father expressed regret for not having spoken in years and apologized for past events. Confusion washed over Izuku as he wondered why his father was reaching out now. The weight of regret settled heavily on him, but he felt compelled to express his sorrow for everything that had transpired. Izuku's voice echoed in his mind, interrupted by a loud crash that startled him. He could almost hear the muffled curses and the sound of coughing. Izuku was trapped under a building, expressing his love and bidding farewell. The device slipped from his ear, and he sat on the edge of the mattress, tears welling in his eyes. He shook his head, trying to convince himself that Izuku didn't truly love him. Over the years, he had thought about Izuku a few times. Their relationship had been strained, especially after his mother passed away. He understood that Izuku was hurting just as much, if not more. Frustration washed over him as he wiped his face. Was Izuku really going to risk his life for a world that seemed so corrupt? Determined, he leaned forward and relaced his shoes. He grabbed his phone and rushed out the front door, ignoring the curious gazes of those around him. Finding his keys in his back pocket, he settled into the driver's seat of his black Bugatti, gripping the wheel tightly as he pressed the gas. The dashboard illuminated the dark night as the engine roared to life. After driving aimlessly for several minutes, guided solely by his emotions, he pulled over to check the news. His heart sank when he discovered where they were taking his father to Tsuburaya Hospital. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the seat and rested his head against the steering wheel. He had sworn never to return to Tsuburaya, and now, with the current situation, he felt even less inclined to go back. When his phone rang, he recognized the familiar tone. It was Dabi. He declined the call and quickly sent a text that simply stated his father was hurt. He resolved not to return to Tsuburaya, the blue light of the dashboard casting a glow on his face as he stared ahead, his grip tightening around the leather wheel. There was one thing he could do, though. He shifted gears, the engine roaring as he pressed the gas again, speeding through the night. Determination surged within him. After so much time, he had built a new family, distancing himself from his childhood and old dreams. His past was supposed to remain in the past. Nothing would deter him from his goals. Yet, one phone call had moved him back into a whirlwind of emotions, reminding him of the confusion and pain he had felt at 15. His father had never been a saint, but he was never an enemy in his eyes. The voice message had changed everything. He realized he no longer held resentment. As he approached the hospital, alarms and screams filled the air. He exited the car, jogging toward the chaos, where panicked civilians and heroes rushed about amidst the flames. It was a scene he knew all too well. Every hero present was focused on rescue, oblivious to the true threat. He began to analyze the situation, noting the debris scattered about. It seemed likely that a group of individuals was responsible, one with a quirk that rendered them invisible and another capable of causing destruction. The attack appeared random, lacking any specific target or organization. Perhaps it was the work of reckless quirk users or an escaped creature. A glimmer caught his eye, something metallic flickering in the darkness. It reflected light like a coin, revealing its presence. A smirk crossed his face as he realized what it was. He walked calmly down the center of the street, observing the chaos around him. As he rose above the crowd, his feet lifted off the ground, bringing him eye level with the small glimmering object. He hovered for a moment, channeling his power until his eyes turned yellow. With intense focus, he locked onto the visible eye in the air. It took several moments before the individual lost their concentration, their quirk deactivating. His abilities had grown over the years. The individuals with the visibility quirk and 2 others appeared, quickly locking their eyes on him. He was unfamiliar with their quirks, but they soon fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. These were the ones who had nearly harmed his father. He descended to the ground, stepping over debris and flames toward them. They trembled in fear, backing away. His eyes shifted back to black, which seemed to frighten them even more. He raised his arms, lifting large chunks of concrete debris to levitate behind him. Just as he was about to launch the rubble, a hand landed on his shoulder. A nearby hero cautioned him not to go too far, but as he pulled away, the hero's expression changed upon seeing his appearance. The hero assured him that everyone was safe and that they would handle the criminals. Reluctantly, he let the rubble fall back to the ground. He muttered a response and turned to find his car again. Before he could leave, 2 teenage girls approached him, their eyes wide with admiration. They exclaimed how amazing he was, asking for his hero name and praising his actions. He stared at them, taken aback. He was not a hero. One girl pouted while the other encouraged him to consider it, claiming he would be unstoppable. Shaking his head, he pushed past them. Once back in the Bugatti, he sat in silence for several minutes, the hum of the engine filling the void. He struggled to process everything that had just happened. A hero? A smile crept onto his face, but warm tears began to flow from his eyes without explanation. There was too much blood on his hands for anyone to ignore. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on his conscience, a constant reminder of the choices he had made. Each decision had led him down a path filled with conflict and turmoil, leaving scars not only on those around him but also within himself. He could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, as he grappled with the consequences of his past. In the midst of chaos, he found himself standing at a crossroads, where every direction seemed fraught with danger and uncertainty. The echoes of battles fought and lost reverberated in his mind, fueling a determination to seek redemption. He knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he was resolved to confront them head-on. As he moved forward, the shadows of his past loomed large, but he was ready to face them. With each step, he felt a flicker of hope igniting within him, a belief that he could change the course of his fate. The path was unclear, but he was no longer afraid to walk it, for he understood that true strength lay not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to overcome it. A hero stood tall, embodying the spirit of courage and determination. With unwavering resolve, they faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, driven by a desire to protect those in need. Each step taken was a testament to their strength, as they navigated through trials that tested their very limits. The hero's heart beat with the rhythm of hope, inspiring others to rise alongside them in the pursuit of justice. Through every obstacle, they remained steadfast, a beacon of light in a world often shrouded in darkness. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but the hero was ready to confront whatever lay in wait, fueled by an unyielding belief in the power of good. I shut the door of my Bugatti and put the keys in my pocket as I walked back towards the bar. Surprised by the voices inside, I turned the doorknob and stepped in, expecting everyone to be asleep at this hour. Toga was passed out on the couch, and it seemed twice had left earlier. The voices I heard belonged to Shigaraki and Dabi, and I froze as I caught snippets of their conversation. Shigaraki insisted it was necessary, while Dabi argued against it, mentioning something about an attack at Tsuburaya. The mention of the hospital made my eyebrows furrow in confusion. Dabi questioned why he should inform someone about it, claiming Shigaraki was responsible for the death of my family. My eyes widened in shock, and I remained by the door, unsure of how to react. Shigaraki's demeanor shifted as he noticed me, and he calmly stated that the truth was out. Dabi turned around, both of them staring at my shocked and angry expression. I gazed at them, struggling to process what I had just heard. Dabi stepped forward, arms open in a gesture of apology, but I interrupted him, my breath quickening as I focused on Shigaraki. I accused him of manipulation and questioned how he could have planned such a betrayal, taking away my family and leaving me broken. My anger boiled over as I shouted at him, expressing my pain and frustration. Dabi attempted to calm me down, but my fury only intensified. I lunged at Shigaraki, my eyes darkening as I grabbed a chair and hurled it at him. The chair shattered upon impact, and Toga, waking from her nap, gasped in surprise. I pushed her away, insisting it was none of her business, while she frantically urged Dabi to intervene. Dabi acknowledged that I needed to confront Shigaraki. Shigaraki yelled at me, and I raised my fists defensively before tackling him to the ground. Tears streamed down my face as I struck him repeatedly, not allowing him a moment to defend himself. Toga tried to restrain me, but I pushed her away, my anger consuming me. I gripped Shigaraki's throat, my eyes glowing as I demanded to know how he could have done this to my family. Despite the pain in my wrists from his quirk, I ignored it, determined to make him understand my suffering. Dabi tried to pull me away, calling my name, but I was lost in my rage. Shigaraki's expression faded as he struggled against my grip, and just as I felt my resolve weakening, All for One entered the room, drawn by the chaos. Dabi explained the situation to him, and All for One assessed Shigaraki's condition before ordering Dabi to check on Toga. He then turned his gaze to me, his expression unreadable. I confronted him, demanding to know if he had known about my family's fate and if he had assisted Shigaraki. The memories of that night flooded back, fueling my anger. All for One admitted he had been aware and had initially refused to provide a powerful Nomu to Shigaraki, but eventually relented. I cut him off, my frustration boiling over, but before I could act, dizziness overcame me, and I collapsed as he used one of his quirks to render me unconscious. I heard my name being called as I descended the stairs to the dining room. My mother greeted me with a warm smile, inviting me to join the family at the table. I noticed my siblings already seated with their plates, and Ayuka excitedly called for me to sit next to her. I took my place beside her, smiling as she eagerly shared her day's adventures, while my father watched us with a proud expression. He often spoke about his extensive reading on space and aliens, expressing a desire to visit one day. Yuki's excitement was palpable as she shared her dreams. Mrs. Kana smiled warmly, encouraging her enthusiasm. Mama inquired further about Yuki's friend from the hospital, eager to hear more. However, as Yuki spoke, the room's atmosphere shifted. The laughter and chatter of Ayuka, Kana, Mama, and Dad faded into silence. It felt as if she were submerged underwater, watching through a screen. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and the faces of her loved ones twisted in anguish, blood streaming from their eyes and mouths. In an instant, they vanished, leaving her in darkness, the silence pressing heavily against her mind. A haunting whisper echoed in her ears, bidding her farewell. Startled, she awoke in her bed, her heart racing. Dabi, seated beside her, casually asked if she felt any better. She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she expressed her desire for revenge against All for One. Dabi chuckled, questioning her intentions. When she confirmed her seriousness, he reminded her of All for One's near invincibility. Yuki's glare intensified as she recalled the pain inflicted upon her family. Dabi pointed out that Shigaraki was responsible for their suffering and that he was no longer a threat. Yet, Yuki remained resolute, insisting that she needed to avenge them, a promise she had made to herself long ago. Dabi sighed, cautioning her that a quest for revenge wouldn't bring her peace. Yuki countered, recalling the relief she felt when All Might had defeated a significant enemy. She believed that only by confronting her past could she find happiness again. After a moment of contemplation, Dabi reluctantly agreed to support her, emphasizing the need for a careful approach. Days passed as they devised a plan, though Dabi expressed concerns about its feasibility. Yuki interrupted him, her urgency palpable. If they didn't act soon, she felt she might lose her mind. Dabi acknowledged her feelings but reminded her of the risks involved. As they prepared to leave, Twice unexpectedly appeared, inquiring about Toga's whereabouts. Yuki's sarcastic response hinted at the gravity of the situation, which Dabi tried to explain delicately. Yuki grew impatient, eager to move forward with their mission against All for One. Dabi urged twice to step aside if he wasn't going to assist them. Twice, glancing at Yuki, expressed his reluctance to join their dangerous endeavor but wished them well. With determination, Yuki and Dabi approached the room where All for One rested. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuki pushed the door open and charged inside. All for One reacted swiftly, leaping from his bed. Dabi ignited flames, filling the room with smoke. Yuki covered her mouth with a mask, lunging at him with her knife drawn. All for One momentarily froze before countering her attack, pushing her away with surprising force. Dabi's flames erupted around them, creating a chaotic battleground. Yuki regained her footing, her resolve unwavering. As Dabi distracted All for One with his flames, she focused her energy, preparing to strike. She utilized her abilities to manipulate the environment, causing debris to fall and limit All for One's movements. With a shared glance, she and Dabi coordinated their attack. Blue flames illuminated the room as Yuki struck from behind. The impact of her knife was surreal, and she felt the heat of Dabi's fire enveloping her. As the smoke cleared, she could barely make out All for One's silhouette, her breaths echoing in the tense silence. Suddenly, All for One shifted, glaring at her with a hand pressed against his wounded neck, a fierce determination in his eyes. His lips parted as he uttered his last words, malice evident in his tone, declaring that the audacious child had not won. Furisabin, a building had collapsed on Kichiro Street. The police reported that several known villains associated with the League were spotted fighting before the roof caved in. Shudo looked up from his paperwork at the slightly panicked sidekick. He mumbled as he got to his feet and headed to the door, stating that he was going and instructing the sidekick to notify Ground Zero of the situation, as he might want to be present for this. The sidekick promptly agreed. As Shudo made his way downtown, he wondered why this was happening now. The villains had been growing in secret for 3 years, with barely any activity, just enough to indicate they were still a threat. He pondered what could be occurring at this moment. They had never been able to locate the villain's base of operations since he began investigating with Eraserhead in his first year, but perhaps tonight would be different. For now, he needed to focus on keeping the citizens safe. He wondered if Midoriya would be there. Midoriya was startled from his trance by Dabi, who rushed over with twice quickly behind him, indicating that he had not left. Dabi urged Midoriya to leave, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the approaching heroes and police. Midoriya stared at the spot where All for One had fallen, momentarily lost in thought. Jean then slapped him, effectively snapping him back to reality. The smell of smoke filled the air, stinging his eyes, and he felt the handle of a knife in his grip, a hint of blood on his tongue, and distant alarms ringing in his ears. He nodded and regained his footing, ready to leave before it was too late. The night was filled with the sound of helicopters illuminating the streets and alleyways. A light rain fell, dampening the pavement beneath their feet. They rushed across a nearly deserted street, trying to evade the watchful eyes of the helicopters and police. One of them expressed frustration about their uncertain escape route, questioning where they were supposed to go. Dabi silenced them with a hand over their mouth, glancing around the corner. A group of officers rushed past their hiding spot, followed by another wave coming from the opposite direction. He reminded them to stay quiet, emphasizing that their only goal was to survive. The other person ruffled their hair, shaking off some rain, and scoffed at the situation. Dabi pointed out that their predicament was a result of reckless actions, blaming them for the chaos. As tensions rose, Dabi again covered their mouth, pulling them close to the brick wall as heroes approached their alleyway. It was too dark for the heroes to see them, but they knew they had to act quickly. With a determined look, one of them leaped out in front of the heroes, and in a swift motion, they subdued both, covering their mouths to prevent any sound. Despite their struggles, the heroes weakened and fell to the ground. However, one hero managed to release a flare, sending it into the street. The sound of footsteps echoed in the rain, signaling the arrival of more heroes. Dabi urged them to climb the fire escape, and they scrambled up the ladder, the metal clanging beneath their hurried steps. Gunshots rang out as they caught sight of a police squad, prompting them to move even faster. They leaped from rooftop to rooftop, slipping on damp gravel but managing to maintain their balance. The helicopter's spotlight followed them, and they ducked as more gunfire erupted from behind. Twice called out, leading them to a door on one of the rooftops. They rushed inside and hurried down the stairs, skipping steps in their haste. One of them shouted for Dobby to create a distraction, and he quickly ignited a fire, illuminating the stairwell before rejoining them. They burst into the lobby of the building, where shattered glass windows revealed officers entering, bullets flying as they sought their targets. They ducked behind the reception desk and moved toward the back, hoping for an escape route. After barricading the door with a crate, they wiped rain and sweat from their faces. Dobby broke down another door, leading them into a narrow alleyway. Panic was evident on each of their faces as they rushed through, not looking back. They reached the end of the alley and dashed across the street, miraculously making it into another alleyway, where they continued to evade capture for a moment longer. Their escape was abruptly halted when a wall of ice appeared before them. They turned to see Shudo standing there, his expression a mix of anger and determination. He confronted them, expressing his frustration over the years apart and their choices. Dobby urged them to flee, but Shudo warned that they were all under arrest. Jean taunted Shudo, dismissing his authority, while Shudo attempted to reach out, reminding them of their past connections. One of them stepped forward, challenging Shudo's emotional struggles and questioning his motives. They pointed out that clinging to the past wouldn't help him move on. The tension in the air was palpable as they faced off, each grappling with their own emotions and the weight of their shared history. He shouted, expressing his frustration, claiming he was not the weak one. He was the only one who could stand after everything they had been through. He hesitated, cutting himself off mid-sentence, and the tension in the air thickened. The other person flinched, glaring back with gritted teeth, prompting a question about what had happened with Hitoshi. The first individual shook his head, recalling something painful, and then yelled out that Hitoshi had taken his own life 2 months after the betrayal, unable to bear the loss. The second person stood in shock, struggling to process the revelation. He insisted it wasn't his fault and confronted the first individual, pushing him against the wall, demanding not to be blamed for another loss. The first individual saw through the anger, recognizing the underlying disbelief. Suddenly, a third person urged them to leave immediately, pulling on the second person's shoulder. But he remained fixated on the first individual, his eyes burning with intensity. Reluctantly, he backed off, and the three of them exited the alley. However, they barely made it 20 feet when a sharp pain shot through the second person's arm, and dizziness washed over him as footsteps surrounded them, pinning them to the ground. He glanced at the first individual, who had a dart in his neck, looking equally disoriented. It seemed they had been tranquilized. When he regained consciousness, he found himself alone in a cold room, leaning against a metal table with his hands cuffed. Panic surged as he realized he was trapped, surrounded by 4 walls and a one-way mirror. He cursed under his breath, staring at his reflection, feeling the weight of his situation. The door opened, and he didn't bother to look up as someone entered. The person took a deep breath and sat across from him, initiating a conversation. He remained silent, refusing to engage. The interrogator pressed on, stating they had captured him and his companions. He asked about the whereabouts of other members of the League of Villains. The second person rolled his eyes, dismissing the question with a blunt response about those he had been close to being dead. The interrogator inquired further, asking who had died and how. Frustration boiled over as the second person slammed his fists on the table, finally meeting the interrogator's gaze and revealing that Bakugo was present. Confusion filled the air as he questioned Bakugo's presence, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected encounter. The interrogator pressed for information about Kurogiri, but the second person shot back, insisting that if he knew, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Bakugo stood, clearly unfazed, and remarked on the mystery surrounding the second person. The second person, feeling trapped, expressed his disdain for the hero's attempts to understand him. Bakugo countered, stating that explanations were owed and that people still cared about him. Frustration mounted as the second person shouted for everyone to stop trying to reach out to him, claiming it only fueled his anger. Bakugo challenged him, pointing out that he had worked on his flaws while the second person had run away from his problems. The second person scoffed, refusing to accept Bakugu's claims of growth. Bakugu, however, had to attend to something urgent, leaving the second person alone once more. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked about their former classmates from UA. Bakugu shared the news, revealing that Shinso had tragically taken his own life. The second person's expression twisted in pain at the mention of that loss. He learned that the class president was doing well, climbing the hero rankings, and that Bakugu and Kirishima were now together, which brought a hint of annoyance. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the door burst open, and chaos erupted outside. Bakugu rushed out, leaving the second person alone again. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy, and managed to break the cuffs binding him. As he stepped toward the door, he heard his name called. It was Kurojairi, who had come to help. The second person rolled his eyes, demanding to know if Kurojairi had a plan to get them out. Kurojairi confirmed he did, opening a portal. Just as the second person was about to step through, he felt a hand grip his wrist. It was Shudo, looking worn and desperate. He urged the second person not to leave, warning that it would only complicate things further. The second person pulled away, feeling the weight of the reunion but determined to escape. He turned to Kurojairi, ready to step into the portal. Shudo's voice rang out, pleading for him to reconsider, insisting that he couldn't continue down this path. The second person glanced back, dismissing Shudo's concerns, and stepped into the purple smoke, determined to forge his own path forward. A voice called out urgently, expressing the need to prevent an escape. The protagonist turned, eyes widening in shock. Breathing became difficult, and a cough brought forth a trickle of blood. The coldness surrounded them, yet their blood felt warm against the chill. They placed a hand on their abdomen, feeling the icy surface beneath. Blood began to seep down their torso, staining their clothes, as ice pierced through their chest, leaving their feet dangling above the ground. With a wince, they attempted to push themselves away from the icy grip, but their hands slipped. Gathering strength, they lifted their heads slightly, struggling to form words. The portal behind them closed, and their eyelids grew heavy. A deep breath escaped their lips as their arms fell limp. As the ice melted away, Shudo rushed to their side, cradling them gently. The protagonist looked up at his scarred face, tears escaping the corners of their eyes. Apologies spilled from their lips, a desperate attempt to express regret. The pain was overwhelming, both from the wound and the sight of a friend witnessing their suffering. "You don't have to apologize," Shudo reassured, brushing some hair from their face. "I never gave up on you." Trying to hold back tears, the protagonist recalled the moment they learned the League was responsible for their families' deaths. They lamented their decision to join, feeling manipulated and remorseful. "Shu, don't be sorry. Just close your eyes and think about the times we spent together, like lunch with Hitoshi. Remember when we first met? Think about Ayuka, your friends, and how much Hitoshi and I care about you. It will be okay, Izuku." With that, the protagonist closed their eyes, listening to Shudo's comforting voice and the memories he shared. They whimpered as the wound continued to bleed, allowing their tears to flow freely. Shudo held their hand, his voice eventually fading as their thoughts slipped into silence.